Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Habari ya jioni, habari ya asubuhi, habari ya saa hizi. Welcome to this live show. Thank you for being part of us. Asante sana na wasabahi nyote. Let me know where you're catching us from. Allow me to say hi to you. Have a lovely day, have a lovely evening, have a lovely morning. Happy Sunday, happy Monday, or those who are in Monday. Happy Saturday if you are in Saturday. I don't know which day you're on. But above all, thank you for being part of this great show. You who have joined us, I want to thank you so much for taking some part of your time to be part of the show. Allow me to say hi to those who have already begun commenting. You can be part of the show by one coming in live or commenting through Facebook and YouTube and any other platform that you are able to catch us from. Let me say hi to these following people. One, we are talking to Lenchi Ombuya, asante sana for being part of the show. Let me also know where you're watching us from. Joanne Auma, asante sana. Babu Sibior, asante sana for being part of the show. Ninaona Trevor Sen, asante sana kwa kuwa part of the show. Nikal Ogingo, Francis Owor, asante sana. Thank you for being part of the show. Thank you for being tuned. Charles Olo, asante sana. Grace Muhato, asante sana. Feni Sanchez, asante sana. Pablo Martinez, asante sana. Kiumono Gilbert, asante sana. Sultan Chris, asante sana for being part of the show. Dave Komondi, asante sana for being part of the show. Namuona Nyalego Otiso Anthony, thank you for being part of the show. Sultana Chris, asante sana. Many are joining in. I can see your messages trickling thick, fast, and so fast. Asante sana. I'm sending you the link just now. Asante sana. I see Kennedy Wose says you are tuned. Magdalene Duko says you are tuned. Abdallah bin Abdulrashid, asante sana. Lea, I see you. Ken Toet, I see you. I see this other person, Rajita Ongweno Belinda, asante sana. Onesmus Duncan, thank you for being part of the show. Victor Nessi, thank you so much. Titus Gidel, asante sana. Kevin Motori, I see Wilson Lenkipai, asante sana for being part of the show. Joanne Auma, I see you, sir. I see you, sorry, madam. Thank you for being part of the show. Let me know where you're watching us from. Na anasema hivi Bernard Ochieng ako kule maeneo ya Mombasa na ako njiani anakuja Nairobi. Namuona Abdul bin Abdrashid anasema ako Wajia. Alafu Wayne anasema anatuwatch from where? From Ireland. Namuona Kevo Kelvin anatuona akiwa pande za Narok. Kuna jamaa anajiita John Dirango, anajiita Bernardo Cheng, kujeni sorry. Acha nisisome hiyo hadi mwisho. Anasema Aswan Fair, na kuona nikiwa pande gani? Niambie nikuone. Feni, asante sana for being part of the show. CC tuned in, tunakuona. Nani mwingine hapa? Feni Sanchez anasema ako Qatar, asante sana. Babe Amish anasema hi Jex, hi to you babe. Anajitaje huyu anajiita Rachel, anasema yeye ako sehemu za France. Namuona sana hapa nani? Huyu ni jamaa anajiita Nimo, anasema ako Australia. Watu wa Australia mko namna gani? Godfrey Obiera anasema ako Wetlands. Huko ni pande gani? Let me know. Gen Isa Madhenge anasema anatuona akiwa Massachusetts. Sawa. Thank you ladies and gentlemen. Tunaanza show. Tuko na a great show lined up for us. This evening we are talking on so many issues. Wacha tujue maoni yako ni yapi. Kesho ni siku. Kesho ni ile siku ambayo wanaita ni siku ya make it or break it. Is it the day we have been waiting for? Will finally tomorrow will we see something we have never seen, ama itakuwa tu kama maandamano mengine? Let's hear from you lovely people. Paul Wambua anasema watching you from Embakasi. Jamaa anajiita Elvis Mureithi, tuned in from London, UK. Habari ya Elvis Mureithi. Thank you so much for being part of the show. Aswan Faye, you say, hope all hustlers and Raila succeed marahi. Tusikie maoni yako. Tusikie maoni yako. You're also allowed to join in the show. Naika link tu sahi. Najita Joel Samuel watching from Narok. John Etamuku anasema ako wapi? Karibu sana, karibu sana. I welcome you all. Kindly also like, share, subscribe. Allow us to make you part of this great team. We invite you, whether you support the government, whether you support Maandamano Kesho, whatever is your say. Here we invite everyone. We refuse to be biased. We refuse to victimize anyone. You have a right to say what you believe in. You have a right to say what your heart feels. You have a right to air out what you feel in your heart. Make your say known. Let us know what you feel as a Kenyan, wherever you are, whether in Kenya or abroad, wherever you are. You have a right to say. And your right to say can be aired here live from Tembei TV. I see Hassan Ali anasema tuko imara. Headed to Nairobi for maandamano. Pia let me know if you are headed to Nairobi for maandamano. Let us know kwa wapi, kwa barabara. Ushafika Nairobi, kesho itakupata wapi. Link ndio hiyo hapo, nishaweka wadau, wacha tuweze kuwasikia. Lakini kabla sijaanza kuweka panelists ambao tayari washaingia kwa studio, wacha nijue wewe mtazamaji, msikilizaji ambaye una comment, utakuja kesho ama utaandamana kwenye utakuwa kwa kesho ni holiday ama utacheza chini. Wacha tuone, tukusikie, maoni yako yasikike. Comment, be part of the show. Thank you so much. Let's begin by first listening to what our able leader Raila Odinga had to say this evening.
Tomorrow is the 20th of March, the day we have been all waiting for. Tomorrow, we want Kenyans to come out in large numbers and show the displeasure with what is going on in our country. Since was a lot of contempt. The cost of living has skyrocketed. Kenyans are suffering because of high cost of essential commodities. The cost of unga, the cost of cooking oil, the cost of kerosene, petrol, diesel, sugar, school fees, electricity are all very high. Many Kenyans cannot bear the cost of living. A number of people are even dying because of lack of food. In spite of our petitions to introduce subsidies so that the suffering can be alleviated, he has contemptuously continued to move on without care. Secondly, the issue of the Electoral Commission. We have said many times, and I will repeat it again here, that the Electoral Commission is the referee in the game of elections and must be appointed in consultation among all sections of the community, particularly the major players, the political parties. We have not been party to what is going on right now. And we're saying that what is being appointed is a Ruto commission, which is aimed at rigging the 2027 elections in advance. We will not accept this. Thirdly is the issue of our stolen elections. We have asked several times that they should allow access to the server in light of the information that has come out from the whistleblower. They have refused to open the server. But we have sufficient evidence to show that Mr. Ruto did not win the elections in 2022. And this is another reason why. That's why we've said that all Kenyans of goodwill should converge tomorrow, march together to the center of the city. And once we have gathered at the center of the city, it shall be a grand march to State House to claim our victory. Tarehe 20 ya mwezi wa March imefika.
Tarehe 20 ni kesho. Kesho ndio ile siku. Je, wewe unaonaje? Is it the day we make a change? Is it the day that finally matokeo ambayo yanasemekana yalikuwa hayakubaliki na msema kweli ambaye wanasema ni the whistleblower? Nadhani kesho ndio siku ambayo we change the governance of Kenya. Will tomorrow Kenya have a new president? I want to hear from you. Let me know what you're saying. This is the show where Kenyans speak straight from the heart. This is where we shoot from the hip. Let us know what you're saying. Is it tomorrow where we change the sitting president and have a new president? Let me know what you're saying. And then also let me know kama uko njiani ama tayari ushafika ama wewe unasema wenye wataandamana waandamane. Let me know kwa comment hapo section. Zaidi ya yote, let me have you in the show. I see Scott ametujoin, asante sana. Abdul Rahman, asante sana. Paul Fiber, I see you. Steve Odora, I see you. Nelly Lelin, I see you. Naona jamaa anajiita Flex ako hapo ndani, asante sana. Hassan Bashi, asante sana. Concepta Akinyi, uko ndani, asante sana. Keep it locked to this. We are having a great show. Allow me to begin putting in my panelist. But before I do that, let's listen in to what the president had to say.
Maneno ambayo tunaambiwa ya maandamano, nyinyi mnajua haya mambo ya mheshimiwa rafiki yangu Bwana Odinga hana sababu yeyote ya kutupiganisha, kulete maandamano, kulete fujo na kulete vita. Hana sababu yeyote. Hii maandamano na fujo na vita ni ya kuharibu mali ya wananchi, kwa sababu hiyo ndio sera yake, hiyo ndio filosofia yake, hiyo ndio siasa yake ya kuendesha siasa kupitia mambo ya fujo na vita na maandamano. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, kwa sababu huyu muungwana tunamjua na habadiliki na hawezi kubadilisha msimamo wake. Hii mambo ya maandamano alianza nyuma kule. Alianza na kupanga mapinduzi ya serikali. Hapa katikati amepanga maandamano mwaka baada ya mwingine. Njia yake ya kutafuta uongozi ni kutumia njia ambayo siyo ya kikatiba. Ile ya kupindua serikali, hiyo ingine ya maandamano na fujo, ingine ya vita na kupiganisha Wakenya. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie Wakenya ya kwamba huyu muungwana tunamjua. Ametesa watu wa Nyanza, amefanyia watu wa Nyanza fujo, vita, maandamano, amewauzia uoga mpaka karibu awafanye kuwa watumwa. Na sasa anataka kueneza hiyo mambo ya fujo na vita na mambo hiyo ya kutisha watu na kupiganisha watu, aeneze kwa Kenya mzima. Mimi nataka niwaambie hiyo hatutaruhusu na haitawezekana na haitafanyika. It is not possible and it will not happen because
it is not possible and it will not happen. I want to hear you people from Nyanza. Mnaambiwa mmeteswa, karibu muwe mateka. Tayari naona watu wengi wameingia kwa show. Wacha nisikie maoni yako. Maoni yako ni yapi? Umesikia baba vile amesema, umemsikia rais vile amesema. Wacha nikusikie wewe Mkenya, wewe ambaye wewe ndiye mwananchi. Nisikie maoni yako. Na tayari niko na wengi, niko na jamaa hapa anajiita Karanja. Karibu sana kwa show Mr. Karanja. Najaona hapa jamaa anajiita Mr. Seth. Karibu sana kwa show. Naona hapa Joan, if you can put on your camera at least uingie kwa show vizuri. Fenish Sanchez, habari ya leo, karibu sana kwa show. Mr. Chelimo ndio huyo ninamuingisha kwa studio, karibu sana. Naona huyu jamaa anajiita Alan Dius. Karibu sana kwa show. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of us. I know today kuna mambo mengi ambayo tunayoweza kuyadiscuss. Hapa kwa comment pia nataka kujua wewe uko safarini kuja Nairobi, je, uko kwa njia, ushafika? Na kama hauji unapanga kufanya aje kesho? Je, kesho kwako ni holiday ama kwako maisha itaendelea kama kawaida? Niko na jamaa mwingine hapa namrejesha kwa studio, jamaa anajiita Nelson. Okay. Habari yenu wa jamaa wa ndugu na wadada. Nianze na nani hapa? Wacha nianze na aliyekuwa wa kwanza kuingia kwa show. Mchungaji Reverend, habari ya saa hizi? Je, unaona aje kesho? Maoni yako ni yapi na huko nje mnatutakiaje sisi kama Wakenya huku nyumbani?
Asante sana kiongozi. Na wasalimu nyinyi nyote. Mimi niko hapa South America. Hello, are you getting me?
Endelea, tunakusikia.
Yes, mimi nazungumza from South America, to be precise, Brazil. Kabla sijazungumza, just want to comment kuhusu the statement of William Ruto concerning the people of Nyanza. Sisi hatujakuwa watumwa wa Raila. Luos, our unity has always been our strength. And that is what...
Kidogo tu pastor. Ikiwa umewasha mic ili tuweze kusikizana vizuri na kuacha kuwa na feedback. Philip, mute your mic tafadhali. Mute mic tafadhali. Go ahead, endelea sasa. Nadhani sasa kuko sawa, endelea.
We lose our unity has been our strength. Na hiyo ndio inasumbua mtu kama William Ruto ambaye anatafuta njia ya kupenya, lakini kupenya inakuwa kisungumkuti kwa sababu ya our unity. So I'm saying we are not prisoners. Sisi sio mateka wa Raila Odinga. In fact, we are the people who are controlling Raila Odinga. Kabla Raila Odinga hajafanya chochote ama kutangaza, behind the curtains akona watu ambao wanamshauri. Na wale ambao wanamshauri ni watu wa Nyanza. Kuna watu special ambao kwa hivyo ukiona Raila anatangaza kitu, ni kitu tayari amethought na anajua the opinion of the people behind him. So we are not a prisoner at all ya Raila Amolo Odinga. In fact, sisi ndio tunamtumia. Ya pili, it is sad ya kwamba tarehe 20 inafika just few hours na hakuna solution at all. I just want to blame America and watu wa England kwa kuinstall undemocratically William Samoei Ruto. So if anything will happen tomorrow, then America, Britain must take the blame. They talk of democracy, they rape and abuse that democracy. I wonder if Trump will be president. You know, I'm anti-Trump, but now I'm seeing the goodness of Trump. Trump will have not interfered with elections in Africa. Trump will have not imposed LGBT to the African people. Now, that is where the problem is. Kwangu kama mhubiri, ushoga na kadhalika ni jambo mbaya sana, ambapo Ruto vile ana claim to be a born again, hangeruhusu kitu kama hicho ifanyike nchini. So Ruto is a bad omen to Kenyans people. Nataka tu kumcompare Ruto na one of David's son called Absalom. Absalom staged a coup. What Ruto did, he staged a coup against Kenyans people. Ruto alipindua democratic election. Kwa hivyo yeye ni mpinduzi, alipindua. Now I just want to compare him with this son of David called Absalom. Absalom did the same thing, but a day of reckoning came that even the trees had to fight for King David. The trees, all these trees became a weapon. So tomorrow, I foresee a similar situation, that those people whom Ruto is depending on, I feel they will turn against him. I feel. Because why am I saying this? Because people are suffering. Even the police whom it is depending on, people are suffering equally. And then Ruto may prove that kwamba he doesn't care about Kenyan people. The problem of Kenya right now, where I'm sitting down, is very small. Hata hii mambo ya njaa utasikia watu wakizungumza tena. Open the server, you've silenced vitu vya njaa. I'm telling you. Open the server, utasikia mtu anaongea kuhusu njaa. So the problem of Kenya is very rahisi sana. Open the server. Kama ni Ruto alishinda, let the people know, and you will see people are going to be quiet, are going to be silent. If it is Raila, then he should do an honorable thing to vacate that position. Otherwise, I support. Otherwise, I support tomorrow, and we hope that tomorrow will be successful. But but even if it is not, then Tuesday, then Wednesday, let the process continue. Manake in Nairobi ikiwa paralyzed, hakuna mambo ya tax na chukuliwa, this government won't survive. So Wakenya na wasi ya kwamba to support the maandamano ya kesho. Barikiweni sana.
Asante sana. Oh my, asante sana. Nani huyu? Naona wengi wako hapa kwa show tayari washaingia. Nyote ambao umeingia kwa panelist, asante sana. Tayari tushajaa, lakini soon tutawakubalia mwingie baada ya wengi wakishaanza kuondoka. So tulia tu hapo nyuma ya studio, tayari tushajaza, tuko na panelist 10. This one can only take up to 10. Now, naona wengi tayari washaanza kutuma ujumbe. Tuma ujumbe wako. Je, uko kwa njia ukija Nairobi, tayari uko Nairobi, ama we hauji utaandamana kule uliko, kesho kwako ni holiday, ama we kesho utarelax. Naona wengi wanatuma ujumbe zao, na zaidi ya yote asante sana wewe ambao umejiunga nami live kwa studio. Clinton, karibu sana. Mr. Chelimo, asanti. Junior Mutei na kuona, asanti sana. Aliyefuata Reverend alikuwa Karanja. Karanja, unakubaliana na maoni ambao umesikia kutoka kwa Rev, ama wewe unaona vipi? Na pia kulingana na vile video umesikia, je, Luo Nyanza ni mateka wa Raila?
Hiyo nayo ni ukweli. Luo Nyanza ni mateka wa Raila, na watazidi kwa hivyo mpaka wakati Raila ataretire from active politics. Kitu ya pili, mimi support hiyo maandamano kwa sababu sahi Ruto ndiye amechukua serikali. Ruto ndiye amechukua serikali. Serikali iko 6 months old. So kusema ati anataka kuandamana ati juu ya maisha, hiyo ni mambo yake yako nayo. Unajua Raila anataka kupindua serikali, achukue serikali na back seat. Hiyo ndio sisi tunajua, si ati ni mambo na uchumi na nini. Na kitu ya pili, election za Kenya zilikuwa zina observe na watu wengi. AU ilikuwa hapa na ikasema election ilikuwa free and fair. Haya, High Court ikaenda, wakaenda kwa High Court. High Court ikaruru ruling zake na ikasema hivi na hivi ndivyo kumeenda na Ruto ndio ameshinda. Na so alikuwa pale, alienda pale, alitangazwa na IBC kama president akiwa amepitishwa na wananchi. Na the former president Uhuru Kenyatta akaenda akamkabidhi sword, kumaanisha huyo ndio kiongozi ambaye amechaguliwa na watu wengi. So mimi mambo ya maandamano yake haileti shangwe hata kidogo haileti shangwe, na hiyo sisi hatuko na yeye hapo. Wacha afanye maandamano yake kivyake. Lakini ajue bado tutakuwa pale tukiprotect business zetu. Hatutakubali business ya mtu iharibiwe, na hatukubaliane na maandamano hata kidogo. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu kwa leo.
Asante sana Karanja, unasema maoni yako kwa leo haukubaliani na maandamano. Ninaona sisi tunataka
unajua hii maandamano, wacha nikuulize.
Niulize.
President Dr. William Samoei Ruto amechukua ushukani. Sasa ako na miezi 6. Na katika hiyo miezi 6 tumeona mambo yamefanya. Kama ni unga tulikuwa tunanunua 250. Sasa at least imepungua. Kama ni mafuta tulikuwa tunanunua 330 and 320. Sasa hiyo mafuta tunanunua 210. Na so tunajua Raila hii mambo yote, hata ni mambo ya gas. Sasa Ruto anakuja na form Taifa Gas. Tutakuwa tunanunua na 300 na 500. So tunajua venye wanafanya, wenye wanafadi hiyo mambo, na hii si maandamano ati iko ya kunini, ati ya kwenda kuangalia mambo ya uchumi. Raila amekuwa kwa hiyo serikali for the first 4 years. Amekuwa kwa hiyo government, maisha ilipanda akiwa pale, akitoka wakiwa na hiyo uhuru wake. Unga tulikuwa tunanunua pesa ngapi? Mafuta tulikuwa tunanunua pesa ngapi? Token tulikuwa tunanunua na pesa ngapi? Mafuta ya kupika, mafuta ya petrol na diesel ilikuwa imefikisha pesa ngapi? Ndio sasa ajifanye ni yeye saint, ati anasema ati maisha imepanda, maisha imepanda. Maisha imepanda wakati alikuwa nakula na kijiko. Mbona hakuwa anaona maisha imepanda? Sasa wakati amekaa nje ameona Ruto mpembeleza ingia kwa serikali, ndio anasema maisha imepanda. Na tunajua njia zake za kufanya handshake. Atulieni mikono mtachukua tu. Tunajua njia zake za kufanya handshake. Hivyo ndivyo tu anaanza.
Huyu jamaa alishamaliza.
Mimi sijamaliza. Lakini naongea the reality. I'm speaking the reality. Hakuna maandamano iko pale. Mnataka tu kugeuza serikali. Na serikali iko imara. President William Samoei ni commander in chief of armed forces. Ile teka mtajaribu kuingia mtajua mjui.
Sawa. Karanja, nasikia uko mambo.
Huyo mtu hapo tutakasirika saa hii. Toa huyo mtu hapo.
Alan kidogo tu ana haki kama wewe, kidogo tu. Ninakupa. Nataka kila mmoja ambaye ako na maoni kinzani tuandike chini, ninakupa wewe, unakuwa next So Nelson naona ako tayari kuongea na Pastor pia ako tayari kuongea. Pastor anza, alafu Nelson ufuate. Na wewe ambaye uko na maoni, toa maoni yako tusikie. Je, unakubaliana na Karanja ama endelea?
I just want to respond to vile Karanja ameongea. Ameongea kisema ya kwamba ni ukweli watu wa Nyanza ni watumwa wa Raila Odinga. But what is problem with that? When you have to deal with people who has been indoctrinated, kama huyu Karanja is ni ngumu sana. Now anasema eti Raila anataka tu uongozi. It's very naive of him, this guy akuje kwa panel like this without any facts ya kusupport huyo William Samoei Ruto. Court vile iliamuliwa, everybody knows that judgment haikuwa sawa kabisa, kwa sababu hata Sava seven judgment walisema Sava ifunguliwe, haikufunguliwa. That will tell you ya kwamba haikuwa sawa kabisa. Now naimaliza kusema hivi, Azimio wamefanya maandamano peacefully, kulikuwa hakuna fujo. And then huyu Jesse sijui nani huyu jamaa huyu Mungiki sijui ni Mungiki anakuja kuangalia mambo ya kudefend business, wakati walikuwa wanaandamana. Who was defending those businesses people? It's very sad kuona mtu Mkenya ambaye anatarajia Kenya iwe nzuri aongee vile huyu jamaa anaongea. Asante, imemaliza.
Asante sana. Nelson, nakuona unainua mkono, endelea Nelson.
Thanks, Jakes. I don't know whether you're the guy we talked with earlier on.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to say I'm glad to be on the show, but I want to place a request. If I am to attend another show, and I'm not downgrading anything or any other person, but I think people like Karanja do not fit this kind of a debate platform. The IQ that this guy has manifested, I don't know, but I wouldn't really compare it with an IQ of somebody who really lives in this country. So number one, the president talked, and in my submission, I think in my contribution, I'm going to respond to Karanja, and I expect that in every response that I give, he should not take it as a personal jibe, but then he should learn from it, because we are all Kenyans and we are learning. The president talked today. Who talked? Not the president, a politician. Do we need a politician or do we need a president? We need a president. How do you lead? Do you lead by terrifying, separating and creating a more drift among the people that you need to lead? Or do you lead by bringing people together and being presidential? Because we all know that the presidency is a symbol of national unity. What we have seen is a group of people who have gotten power but do not really know and have a total no clue on what to do with the power. Today, the president talked like his deputy, and in fact, Karanja has talked like Rigathi Gachagua. I even doubt if he has a business to protect. I even doubt if he knows what the level of economy we are talking about today. In fact, he doesn't even know which court presided over the presidential election case. He's talking about a high court, yet it is a Supreme Court. The guy is talking about the price of unga, which he doesn't even know how. I don't know. He has mentioned about the price of mafuta. I don't know when, which supermarket, where. I think anatumia mafuta ya kujaza. Ndio anaenda huko anasema nipe ya 210. Anapewa ya 210, anakuja kuambia watu the price of mafuta ni 210. My brother, we buy it and it is expensive. Now, am I in support of Maandamano? No. Am I in support of things should be worked on? Yes. Why am I not in support of Maandamano? I'm not in support of Maandamano because in Africa, I have never seen, for the shortest period that I've been alive, the 32 years that I've been alive, now if you deduct the other years that I was still a kid, and now since I became mature, started following politics, Maandamano things and all that kind of stuff, I have never seen a peaceful protest in Africa. It only happens in Kenya, where people go to protest peacefully, and then the government sent police officers to now incite them, like, you know, start up the war, and then the war breaks, and then it never becomes peaceful. So it has never happened. It has never worked like that. The president talked about the people of Nyanza being the mateka wa Raila. Fine, sisi ni mateka wa Raila. Yeye watu wake wa Rift Valley si mateka wa Raila, but let me put for you facts on the table. Sisi ni mateka wa Raila, but we do not depend on relief food. Sisi ni mateka wa Raila, but we do not have cases of banditry. He was talking in Nandi, next to Baringo County. Yet, bandits are killing people there, and he was even with the deputy president together with the PS of Interior, security. What are you telling people? You are a president with whom, instead of looking for peace, reaching people, negotiating, telling people that, my brothers, this and that has happened. What can we do? How can we go about it? You are just thumping. Your deputy president is standing somewhere telling people, huyu mzee amesumbua watu miaka 60. This is the time to deal with him. What are you telling people? You are inciting the people who are supporting the person who is calling for the riots, for the Maandamano. Because let me tell you, my brother Jake, and anyone here, for you to kill Raila Odinga, you shall have killed almost 100 young people who are ready to take that bullet because they are suffering. What have you done, if not committing a massacre? Do you really think it will be on him? Or it will be on you? Who will lose? Who will gain? The pastor talked about American involvement and Britain. I really don't want, I don't know about diplomacy that much, but I don't want to take it there. In my opinion, he reasoned like a pastor who was safeguarding his space and LGBTQ. We are all against it. But then I feel, in my opinion, I feel he was reasoning as a pastor. And I think he needs to call Rachel Ruto and Dorcas Regadi so that they can reason together like that. And then they tell the other people that, you know what, enough is enough. You've taken money from the government. We need to tell this government that even though you've given us money, you're doing bad. It is all about us because we are the Kenyans who vote. We are the Kenyans who make decisions. Americans were not at the IBC level, IBC whatever positions. Chebukati is not an American. He's a lawyer, a Kenyan. The commissioners who are there and the ones who walked out are Kenyans. Now, for Karanja to come here and start telling us how the IBC announced Ruto as a president, yet 4 commissioners walked out, hata yeye mwenyewe kwao kama wanagawa shamba. Mandugu zake 3 watoke na wao wabaki 2 na mama yake kwa nyumba. Hiyo shamba itagawa. No one will agree to the decisions that will be made by the minority just because the father, who is the owner of the shamba, was seated down in that room. No, it cannot happen so. For the sake of peace, for the sake of tranquility, for the sake of cohesion, there is need for nothing but inclusivity. People need to sit down, dialogue, and say, okay, fine, this is what we need to do. This is how it should be done. Our economy is doing bad. So if at all it was supposed to, if at all the Maandamano that is slated for tomorrow would be peaceful the way it is being said it can be peaceful, hata mimi nitaenda. But the reason as to why I can't go is because I am pretty sure it won't be peaceful and it will not give us any feedback whatsoever, because the people who are supposed to sit down and talk about the feedback that we are supposed to get are busy going to church after church, funeral to funeral, school after school, giving students 500,000, 200,000 to the teachers, and pinpointing the opposition, abusing people. In fact, the government today is playing more politics than the opposition. Ini kama Raila ama hata mpaka na Uhuru huyo mwenye wanaweka ndani yake sijaona, ni kama wanawachezea mchezo ya hide and seek. Nimejificha huku, kujeni. Na Ruto anamfuata na Gachagua wanaenda huko. Now let me ask you, you're here telling us about, Karanja, you're here telling us about the president working around the clock to stabilize the economy. 50 CAS positions. Is that stabilizing the economy? Is that how you think, my brother? Being paid by taxpayers' money. This, I am a tailor. All the lobbies that we have created in this country as tailors to defend us against our consumers who perhaps sometimes go with our money, and even to defend the consumers who say tailors sometimes disappear with their outfits, have never gotten any support. In fact, the government of Kenya does not even support the tailoring industry as much as they support the tailoring industry from other countries like Thailand, Turkey, and Italy. You walk to a government officer's office and tells him you are a tailor, you want to dress him perhaps, blah, blah, blah. He tells you, I import my outfits from Italy. Where do you get your fabrics from? What is that? Bullshit or not? And today they are on paper saying they are now targeting on small-scale farmers, small-scale traders and tailors to give them tax, to pay for CAS, provide an office for the wife of Mudavadi. Tomorrow they will be giving the wife of Kimani Chungwa an office. The other day they will be giving the cousin to Rigathi Gachagwa's office. What kind of bullshit is that? So I really think that, in my conclusion, I really think that we need to have remedy to the problems that we are having as Kenyans, because our economy is quite hurting. The dollar rate today is around 146, 147. I am pretty sure Karanja doesn't know that. And it is really hurting us. And we need to rectify that. But I don't think that going the street way is the solution. Unfortunately, that is the only language that Ruto listens to. And then he goes to the pulpit and says, tutadil na hawa. Kudil na hawa, na wewe ni serikali, na wewe ni president, inamaanisha unasema utatuma mapolisi. At the same time, the police has already said that it is unlawful, blah, blah, blah. They have already, illegalized the awaiting maandamano. It's like they're telling us, kesho kutakuwa na vurugo. Serikali inaenda kuparticipate kwa vurugo. I am pretty sure if these people cannot be instigated, eti wataenda tu kutembea tu hapo, wapige kelele yao, wakunywe maji yao, hakuna tear gas wamerushiwa, wametembea mpaka mahali, wamepeana magazeti zao, hizo vitu wameandika kama memorandum. There is no one who will cause problems. By the way, Karanja, which business do you have that you want to protect? Yet the other day, Kikuyus were demonstrating along Nyama, came up to next to the Nini, Harambee House Avenue, talking about China invading their businesses. Was that not Maandamano? Don't come here with an IQ equivalent to that of a rat to try and tarnish the name of Luz.
Nelson, I feel you, and I love your submissions, sir. I love your submissions. But as I promised and I told you, we are going to allow everyone so that we are able to balance. Those with low, high, eventually we need to get this nation running well. I want to invite the first lady in the show because tumeongea wa jamaa kadhaa. Now, Joanne, you're there. I don't know what you have heard the president say and equally what you heard the Azimio leader say. What's your take on all that is happening? And tomorrow is the day. We have a few hours before tomorrow. Do you think we'll still have a nation after tomorrow? Joan, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's my first time here and I'm thankful to be here. And I'll start by saying for me, I support Maandamano because it's the only language the government understands, especially in Kenya. Maandamano is the only language that the government understand. And about if we'll still have a nation from tomorrow, I think we'll have a nation if our president uses his mind and maybe try to talk to other people who have been there before. You know, for him to keep on telling us that he's not Uhuru, we don't expect a president to keep on telling us that I'm not Uhuru, they'll see me, I'll deal with them. You know, those kinds of words coming from a president and a deputy president, it's making us see them as if they were not ready for this government. And at Karanja, we must be honest, please. You cannot compare the cost of living as up to now with the cost of living while Uhuru was in the government. I'll just say Uhuru because these are our president, the so-called our president was not working with Uhuru at that time. You cannot compare the cost of living that time and now. People are really suffering. And everyone is suffering, including the brothers to Karanja and sisters to Karanja. Some of them are just making noise, but they don't want to come up because they fear they've been told what, so they don't want to come up. Me, I'm so happy with let me just say Azimio people. When something is wrong, they normally come up. They don't fear anyone. And for tomorrow, we pray. And me, I'm saying I'll be there. I'm going to be there. Let me die, and in my eulogy they'll say I die because I was demonstrating for other people, than dying of sickness and other things. You know, we must be heroine. Let me say that. This thing is affecting everyone. We cannot keep on saying, oh, Raila Odinga loves Maandamano, Raila Odinga this, Raila Odinga this. In fact, as Nelson said, we are the one controlling Raila, because if you meet Raila himself, he's a very humble man. He doesn't like chaos and whatever. But it's us who are forcing Raila to do this. I'm 100% sure Ida is maybe telling Raila, please don't do this tomorrow. Just tell people to do this and this and this. But we are the one pushing Raila. And this guy is fighting for us. He's not fighting for Luos only. He's not fighting for Luyas only. He's fighting for the whole nation. So we cannot say this. We cannot continue saying that, oh, you see now it's 5 years down the line. Raila love Maandamano. He loves shedding blood. This guy doesn't love Maandamano and shedding blood. We must be honest. We are supposed to be honest. And this demonstration of tomorrow, we are just praying. It was going to be peaceful until today our president, deputy president, and his government said they are going to deal with us. Let them come. You know, we were born once, as Mother Karua said, and we will die once. So we are ready for anything. Me, I'll take a picture. I'll be on the street tomorrow. And I know our MP, Langate MP, Jalango said, oh, whatever, they are not supporting this. But some of us in Langata, we are going to be there. And this guy is just going to lead us only one this term. If he's not going to sit down and come back to where he's supposed to be, he's going to be our MP only for these 5 years. 2027, we are going to give someone else. So for me, I really support this Maandamano. Why? Because it's the only language that the government understand. Nothing else. Or else you'll be calling the TV station to come. You say whatever you say. They don't take it seriously. Because you can hear this government every day, everywhere they go. They just keep on promising us. And what this government is doing is revenge. I cannot keep on explaining this. We can see everywhere. This government came. First of all, they are really ready for revenge. They are revenging everything. They keep on promising things that can, even if you just take a Mwendazimu from where and ask him, where will you get a gas cylinder for 300 shillings, surely? And you're there clapping that, June will be having Taifa gas for 300 shillings at Karanja. I don't know if he's still here, because this is bullshit. This is really bullshit. You being there, clapping and being happy that we are going to have a gas for 300.
Nelson chased him away.
Where? Yeah, he needs to hear he shouldn't have gone. He really need to be honest with himself first. And people should use their mind. Use your mind at Karanja, wherever you are still on the platform. Because it's not coming to, you know, we were buying unga at 250. Where? Can someone please correct me? At Uhurus, when Uhuru was in the government, did you ever buy unga at 250? Really? And he's busy telling us that. And touching on what the president said today, ni sawa, sisi ni mateka wa Raila. But akumbuke, we are happy to be there. We are happy to be matekas of Raila than to be mateka of the so-called William Ruto. Let me be the mateka of Raila till I die, but I cannot support Ruto. That's for free. I cannot. And tomorrow I'm going to be on the street. Those who follow me, I'll take a picture and I'll post. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Jakes.
Just one question before you go, because you have mentioned you reside in Langata, where Jalango is from. Previously, you had General Korile, who was a Jubilee member. Now you have Jalango, an ODM guy who is supporting Ruto. You as a person who voted believing in Jalango, what is that one thing that you feel truly this man disappointed me as a voter, and he shouldn't have done this? Probably you needed to have been consulted or something. What do you feel now, you as a voter who voted for, not that I'm singling out anyone, but you voted for Jalango, but you say you won't support what he said today, you will act on your own volition and tomorrow participate in the Maandamano?
For me, I voted for Jalango because I've been following Jalango since when he was in Kiss FM and his YouTube channel. He was helping a lot of people. Then we knew if we elect this guy in Langata, because he was also, first of all, let me just say the truth. Me, I voted for Jalango first because of the party. It was ODM. Remember also, Raila is on Langata. So we voted for Jalango first because of the party. Second, because we knew Jalango is going to help people in Langata. Because he showed this through his YouTube channel. He was really helping a lot of people. Maybe most of you have seen that. So we knew he's going to help Langata. He's going to guard our President Raila Odinga, but he disappointed us by going to the State House. They were allowed to go to the State House, but they were told, before you go to the State House, just give the information to the party that I'm going to the State House to do this and this. But he went there without telling the party, and when he came back, they are asking him, he's talking nonsense. He doesn't have any respect. He also went for an interview to the radio station, and he still talked nonsense. He said he cannot apologize. Till today, we can see him. So, even Koril, while Koril was voted, May didn't vote for Koril while he was there. And Koril did a lot of work, by the way. Even if now, after these 5 years, we compare, maybe, I don't know if he'll do something, because all we can see in Langata is still just there what Koril did and maybe what the government added. After 5 years, maybe people will still compare Koril and Jalango, and they'll say maybe Koril did a lot of work. And if Koril come back to stand, they can give him. Let me tell you the truth. Although in Langata, most of us, we are for Raila. So it's not possible for us to give Koril again. But for Jalango, he really disappointed us. By the way, that day, I really felt very, very bad. Now what we are looking for is what he will do next.
Jake, I'm sorry. No, I know there are many people. Jake, I'm sorry. I know there are many people. But your question to the lady also touches on me, because my MP also went to the State House. So let me just say a bit.
Kidogo tu, Nelson, as you're answering that,
Yes.
Can I ask you the same question but give it a twist?
Yes,
Baba
yes.
went to Harambee House on the 9th of March 29, after the election, immediately after the election of 2017. That was around 2018 March, and we had the famous handshake. Many said they were never consulted. They just saw the photos and voila, the president and the opposition leader then were shaking hands. Now, could it be that the leader of Azimio opened that door, that you can go to the president and shake hands, and that's what probably Jalango and the rest were doing?
Jake, there is a thin line between politics and time for leadership. And this is what I want to say. The problem that we're having in Kenya is that we have a system where we all think that we should be doing politics 24/7. Number one, an elected leader. First of all, Jalango do not have any vote. Jalango was voted because of Raila and ODM, period. However, he had been elected. My MP has been elected. All the leaders that went to the State House has been elected. After the elections are done and completed, and you have been sworn in as an MP of a given area, notwithstanding the side you are, the people you are leading deserves development. This is my take. You do not need any permission from any other person to go somewhere where you think your conscience leads you is right, perfect, convenient for the development of for the sake of your people. That's my take. Number 2, was Jalango wrong and the other MPs wrong to go to the State House? No. Were they supposed to ask for permission from who? If at all there is any party or indoor communication that needs to be done, only if their visit to the State House was political. But because we choose to see everything from a political angle and political view, that is why we have a deputy president and a president who are behaving like teenagers who do not know what to do with the position of prefect and head boy in school. Now, I think those people went to the State House to talk about development, and I want to leave it at that. They did not need to ask for any permission from anyone. Even Raila did not need to ask for any permission from anyone going to shake hands with Uhuru Kenyatta, because we need peace, we need cohesion, we need to move on after each and every election. Even right now, Jake, we are 6 months or 7 months down after the elections, okay? Raila Odinga was interviewed yesterday by Sam Gichuki of Citizen, okay? They were talking about the Maandamano thing and the rest. If you listened to Raila Odinga carefully, 1, he is not recognizing Ruto. 2, he is recognizing Ruto. Which is which?
Aha. That question allow me to ask those who are commenting, which is which? Does Raila recognize Ruto as the president or not? Let me hear from you, wale ambao mna comment. Naona wengi mna comment. Wacha niwataje before Clinton comes in. Naona Freddy Koumo comment. Asante sana Sami, na kuona. Naona sana Sigei, na kuona. Kila moja, you are allowed to be around. And let's hear from you, Clinton. Take it away. Do you agree with what Nelson is saying?
James, Jakes, am I audible bwana? Nimeweka vitu zingine hapa
Yeah, you are.
Sasa mimi naanzia tu hapo kwa which is which.
Clinton mambo.
Jakes, hao watu ni wakora.
Clinton yuko wapi bwana? Yuko kwa giza.
Reverend bwana, hata nimekumbii. Sama ni vibaya kusema hivyo. So, wajua msikule time yangu. So, Jakes.
Yes, sir.
I first want to start by defending my friend Karanja from Central Kenya. Hawa ni watu waliotuamini wakatupa uongozi na tuwashukuru sana. Kwa sababu haikuwa rahisi kuwaweka kwa box miaka 4 kabla wao kubadilisha mawazo yao. Sasa mimi nataka kuwashukuru. Akirudi Central kesho asubuhi watakapokuwa wamefunga biashara awasalimie. So biashara nazo bana alisema. So Jakes, we have to be realistic in these things that we are saying. Like Nelson said, Baba anasema kwamba jana, we won't send any crowd to State House. Tutachagua wajumbe 3 ama 4, pengine na gari moja ama 2.
Yes.
Wapeleke hiyo, sijui inaitwa manifesto ama inaitwa nini.
MOU.
Ruto akikataa kuchukua wataachia watchman. Lakini hatutatuma watu. Unaelewa? Na kama rais atakuwa Harambee House ama atakuwa State House, tutaangalia
watatuma watu lakini watu wengi.
Kidogo tu Seth, kidogo tu.
Si hata hiyo kitu umesema ni the same na ni kitu nimesema. Watu kidogo na watu wachache ni the same thing. So Ruto suddenly became a president yesterday that Baba is now looking for him either in Harambee House or in State House to go and deposit the MOU.
Yeah.
Baba is living in denial, Jakes, because Baba thinks that Ruto became a president after BBI passed. BBI came to nullify the nonsense of winner takes it all. But the son of Kamagut fought all these fights mpaka akakuwa the president under the winner takes it all nonsense. You understand? And now Baba is feeling the heat. huyu jamaa na huyu mbunge wake wa Madira, yani tutavumilia hivi waendeshe Kenya mpaka miaka 5 ishe? And Baba is also out for the dialogue. We have to accept these as his supporters. Okay? How can you go to the Supreme Court? In fact, siku walifanya the last submission, walitengeza place ingine hapo, wakakunywa pombe na hao lawyers, wakaanza kucelebrate, wakaomba pamoja, wakasema tomorrow is the day. We are winning this. They had so much confidence in the Supreme Court. Alafu kuna hii kitu pia tunaambiwa ya servers. Nani hakuona servers zilifunguliwa? Na huyu John anataka kuuliza hii swali. John,
boss, no, we can see the sikia mtu akisema uongo.
You saw very well.
It's not acceptable.
You saw very well this guy, huyu lawyer wenu alikuwa anakaa Muhindi. Hakuwa na nywele kwa kichwa. Sio Murgor. Alikuwa anasema
just one moment.
Where is Clinton? Where is Clinton?
One moment, Seth. One moment.
Saizi hata wanaazimio baba hajalala kwa nyumba yake. Wewe unataka ujue nimelala wapi?
Kidogo tu.
As I say, let me know kama propaganda ama we are debating here.
Robert, just relax.
Just one moment.
No. Is kama ni propaganda, some of us get out.
We need to see Clinton. We are not seeing Clinton. What are the rules?
Seth, you can't join the league of that guy. Just wait, I make my submission, then I finish. Kwani nyinyi mkiambiwa kitu ambayo inaenda kinyume na Raila mnapiga nduru? Ama Raila supporter more than you think you are, man.
Kwanza mimi that is about our country.
I support Raila kwa sababu wa Maluo.
You want to see
just one moment.
No jamaa bwana, pia si tuongee, aongei sense.
Nimetuma message nikasema niko place yezi onyesha kamera, Jex akakubali. Sasa si nimeomba msamaha eti niko place yezi nikashow kamera.
You don't belong here. You don't belong here.
Sawa Mutie. Sure nitakuachia Mutie. You belong here. So can I proceed?
No, everyone belongs here.
You don't belong here.
No, Pastor said everyone belongs here, because by the end of the day, everyone has a right to speak and express the expression. You may agree with him, you may not agree with him. What you do, give him the side of your view, because by the end of the day, you are entitled to your opinion just like he is, sir.
We need to see him.
Sir, just
us about the election that took place, or is it the time we are talking about tomorrow's Maandamano? So you, Clinton, coming here and telling me, you going back to the Supreme Court and whatever was told. No, we are not there, please. We are talking about, I think, Jex, you made everything clear. We are talking about, are you in support of tomorrow's Maandamano or you are not in support of tomorrow's Maandamano? If yes, you are, then
don't use my time.
If you are not, then submit. Don't come here to remind me about how they celebrated drinking alcohol. No, that is not for today, Clinton. If you want to talk to me about those things, then come in my inbox. We'll talk with you more. Please.
I won't come, but mambo na maandamano nitaongelea. So, Jex, let me make my points and proceed. Kesho tunaandamana kwa sababu maandamano ya kesho inakuja kwa sababu wanataka server ifunguliwe. Server inafunguliwa ni ya kura ama ya kura?
Come to the camera. You are not a server. Come to the camera.
Please. Or else you leave.
Just a moment.
Clinton time bwana.
Yes, let us have a decent debate. Whatever Clinton is saying is, let him say it, then you will come and later and refute or agree with him. You are given your chance. Let him say whatever he wants to say, please.
No, we are saying it should come on camera. That's yours, my brother. Let him come on the camera.
I think the message is clear, and you can listen to the message even without seeing someone's face. You are a man, and you are not LGBT.
Just one moment.
You can't have both ways.
Allow me say this. Allow me say this. Robert, just one moment.
You have
Robert, just one moment, brother. now Clinton has said, if everyone now can listen to me, Clinton has said where he is, he's not in a position to display his camera. Some of us are not in Kenya, if we can be allowed to say this. Some of us are in so many other countries. Rob, I don't know where you are. You're not in Kenya because where uko kukona mwangaza ya jua. Mzalendo, I know where you are. I know people are in different places. Apart from Joan, who probably is with me, and Karanja, who is with me in Kenya, many of us are not in the country. So when someone asks to appear in the way Clinton is appearing, allow him. By the end of the day, the other thing is allow everyone to air their view. That's what I said, and I think Nelson agreed with me. Kila mtu aseme Kenya atasema, alafu wewe ambayo haukubaliani nayo nitakupa nafasi. That's why you are here. Utasema kile ambacho haukubaliani nayo. Go ahead. Allow me now to bring back Clinton, and then I'll now moderate your time so that everyone can speak. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. Clinton is now back.
Okay, thank you, Jakes. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba naambiwa kwamba nisilete mambo ya uchaguzi, niongelee about tomorrow's demonstration. Now, one of the reasons as to why they are going to the streets tomorrow is because the servers they want opened. The servers za election za 2022. Umesikia wakisema wanataka servers za unga ya ugali zifunguliwe. Then somebody tells you, don't talk about election, talk about maandamano ya kesho. That is how they think. And they are still thinking that they won the election, and they are still mistreating some of us who disagree with them. Then, Jakes, there are people that think that they are more Raila supporters than others. I do tell them here, I first support Raila because I'm a Luo. Because I feel it is compulsory to support him because I'm a Luo. Siangali sera. So niko na kura moja. Nikienda kumvotia na mvotia as a Luo. Nikitaka kuangalia sera zake zingine hazinipendezi, nakuta nilisha vote juu I'm a Luo, I can't take back my vote. So we have to tell Raila that hapa baba umefanya vizuri, hapa baba umefanya vibaya. Kwa mfano, maandamano Raila ameitisha kesho. Si maandamano ya hali ya maisha ya Wakenya ama nini na nini. Baba anasema alibiwa uchaguzi, akaleta sijui hao watu waku invade internet, wakamuonesha alishinda uchaguzi. So tomorrow they are marching to State House to reclaim their victory. How do you connect the two with the cost of living? Our victory was stolen, yes, we accept. We are now marching to State House to claim our victory. But they are hiding behind the high cost of living. We accept. Unga iko bei kali. Kuna drought and famine in Kenya. Haijaanza jana, nasikia imeanza miaka 4 iliyopita. But we now want to hide behind this, that we are going to show him that ameshindwa kupunguza bei ya unga, sasa tunaenda kula kwake State House. Let us stop pretending. Jakes, kwa group nilituma picha. Picha ilikuwa inasema kwamba there are in the constitution there are areas that are protected areas that you can't even access by walking on foot. And State House is the number 1 among the over 16 protected areas. Alafu anadanganywa kesho tukutane, then we march to State House because it is a public office. DCI haikuwa public office. Let us stop lying to our supporters. But the maandamano about tomorrow will be about the election, and it won't be anything to do with the price of unga or the price of those other things that people use on their daily to daily life. Ben, nilisikia pia rafiki yangu Nelson. Kidogo tu namaliza points zangu ziko 4.
Nataka mtu akuulize swali. Kuna jamaa hapa naona anataka kukuuliza swali.
Huyu aliniambia I don't deserve to be here. Swali gani anataka kuuliza mtu who doesn't deserve? That's why aniache.
Nimekuhakikishia you have all the rights to be here. Now allow me to allow him to ask you a question.
Nilikuwa naona nimalize hizi kwa sababu naweza mjibu nikimaliza hii.
Yeah, let him.
Hakuna haja alete swali. Nimesikia Nelson akisema, Nelson rafiki yangu sana, kwanza lazima utambue hiyo. Sitaki kumwattack lakini inabidi. Eti Nyanza, jamaa alisema sisi ni mateka wa Raila, ambayo sikubaliani naye kwa sababu wengine tunafikiria kivyetu na pia tunamsupport juu ni kijana yetu na pia sera zake zinatupendeza. eti sisi ni mateka, lakini Nelson akamjibu kwa hasira akasema huko Rift Valley wanahitaji relief food na pia wanapigana na bandits. Nelson forgetting that in 202, 203, 204 za Kibaki, my friend, the Luo nation, we really depended on the relief food. Nakumbuka kulikuwa na maragwe ilikuwa inaletwa iko na zile vitu za black zinatembea tembea, and we really ate them. So sijui kama hiyo wakati nilikuwa Mturkana na nilikuwa naishi tu area ya Kisumu. So depending on relief food, hapo nayo tusiachie Wakale peke yake ama watu wa bandits. Everybody needs food. Kuna people suffering even in Kisumu town, Obunga streets, and they... So let us not play with that. That is quite serious and it is natural. The CASS issue. When Uhuru Kenyatta made Matiang'i the deputy president by just signing a piece of paper, we were all quiet. That we called it reorganization of government. The way as a president, I want my government to operate. Now Ruto says that I made so many state departments because I feel as a president, this one will enable the citizens to get services. Over 50 state departments. Alafu akawapa CSS. Hapa sasa tunasema tunaanza kukumbuka unga ni 213, ingine ni 180. Kwa sababu hapo sasa it is not about the president wanting to deliver, it is about the pressure that is on wananchi. Tunaanza kucalculate 490 million yenye watakuwa wanalipwa kila mwaka. Let William organize his government, tuone huko mbele atatupeleka aje. Then we can't walk tomorrow to State House.
So that Clinton, just one moment, so that kila mtu awe na an opportunity na tusikae tena sana kama wengine bado hawajaongea. Allow me to bring in Roba. Roba seems not to agree almost on everything you have said. Roba, sijui maoni yako ni yapi? Because Clinton is raising so many things and I know tukimpa muda zaidi hapo zingine zitaanza kupotea. Wewe unaona aje? President amesema watu wa Luo Nyanza ni mateka wa Raila Odinga. President amesema kesho, actually hata polisi wamesema kesho it is illegal kuandamana. Na pia wewe unajua kesho kikatiba una haki ya kuandamana. Na pia kuna mambo mengi ambayo Clinton ameraise. Wewe unaweza nena aje kinyume ama either kusupport ama kukinzana na jamaa anaitwa Clinton?
Thank you, Chakis. I think I'm pronouncing you. I'm surrendered. Thank you to see you. The big day to see you, Rhoda. Nice to see you again, and everybody. I'm not take too much. You know, Clinton. The problem with Clinton, the way he speaks, you can know he's lying. It's one-sided, and when you are one-sided, you are the people who are destroying our country. Here's why. What's the difference between Maandamano ya Kesho and the one which was in Nakuru, in Kisii, in Kisumu? What's the difference? Why is this one being illegal like we are being told right now? That's one thing.
Na ya Marara, Roba, tell them even ya Marara, kuna pia maandamano ya Marara. Why is ya Marara still illegal?
Or not only that, what about the one of Yamakima, the other one, the traders in Nairobi? How comes it was not illegal? Yeah? So the way I'm seeing is this one here, the Imam is on our constitution. Everybody has a right to demonstrate a few hours from now. That one, the government is just trying to interfere with what's on the constitution. That's one thing. Another thing, for Clinton to come here and tell us that Ruto is doing a nice job and we give him time, I disagree. First of all, since 60 years now, we are recycling current in Kikuyu, and there are nice Kikuyu people who are there we like. I like Uhuru Kenyatta, but I'm sick and tired of two communities messing up our country. They are shitting on it, and that's the bottom line. There are cartels who thinks there are no people other than from other communities who can be a president. I don't know whether it's equally Ibiwa or what happened, but this is what I know. Clinton comes here and tells us there's a server. The servers were open. I hope he knows what a server is. If you can't define what a server is, then don't come and lie to people. It's easy. It's easy. Open the server. We know who won, who lost. If Ruto won, let him continue. If we never did, then something is wrong with us. Put it on a side. One more other thing. Personally, this is what I see. The problem with our country, we are not going to solutions. Instead, we are just kidding ourselves. Every government which comes in is just like telling us they are the creator of jobs, they are the creator of everything. And that's where we go wrong. They are now, Ruto has come, is expanding the government instead of him trying to put it small. We want the private sector. If there's no private sector, Kenya will never progress. I want a president who tells me how the private sector is going to produce jobs. But now we are in a country where we believe that the government, that's where the jobs are. You know, and that's wrong. What and Milion have been seeing all these young people? We had the jobs for them. We had the jobs. Okay, it can be unfair to say that, Ruto, for the months he has been there. But you know what? He was the first president for 10 years. And some of you want to come and tell us, Nigeria Ruto was not the government, Raila was in the government. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah? Say what it is. You Chambana alikuwa vice president wa Kenya. Yeah? And for me, this is what the way I feel. Huyu angeenda, Raila angeenda, everybody will be gone, then we start from scratch.
Yeah.
Yeah? Then you talk of institutions at TCI, Matako. These are the people who have ruined our country.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Just one moment, Roba.
Yeah?
Kidogo tu. Allow me not to. Roba, kidogo tu.
I'm telling you, this is very bad.
I feel your pain. Just one moment, Roba. One moment.
Let me say this.
Just one moment, Roba. I'm giving you the moment to finish what I say. It's because the reason why I've stopped is for one single reason. This show is being watched by millions of people from across the world. For example, just here on the panel, I have someone looking at me who is in the US. Someone is looking at me who is in the UK. Others are in the Arab countries. So I know you're angry. I respect your anger. But for the sake of PG, don't use that language to abuse anyone. But I agree with you.
Jake,
it's your right to say it.
Jake,
yes, sir.
Pardon me. Yes. The location of someone listening to us or the location of someone viewing this platform does not really matter on which kind of respect they should be accorded. The fact that they are tuned here, they should take the information. In fact, even our MPs use very vulgar languages in the parliament and even here. When someone wants to give out what is in his heart, let him give it out as long as it does not go very vulgar.
But two wrongs have never made any right, sir. So allow us to, we don't need to copy them. We can make it different.
I apologize.
Go ahead. Give me my time nimalize. Juu ulimpea time anijibu lakini matusi ndio yanakuja. So nimalize point zangu mbili nitoke.
Clinton.
Sitangojea matusi ingine bana. Hiyo ni kali sana na
imetosha watu. Okay? There are some people who can speak. Let me just 1 second.
Sasa wewe ukinitusi unaleta watu.
Just one moment. We'll not abuse one another.
No, we are not abusing.
Yes, ukikataa matusi unafuta watu. Ukikubali matusi watu wanakuja.
Clinton, let's allow
give me my time, I proceed. Ulinikatisha ukaniambia anijibu. Lakini matusi ndio yamekuja. So I better proceed. Alafu angoje time yake. Ama uniambie tu Clinton huwezi endelea. Chukua hiyo matusi.
I think that Clinton hataki pia kupea Romba nafasi. Mbona hataki ajibiwe? Si angoje mzee wetu amalize hoja zake na pia yeye tumsikize. Mbona he has a commanding power? Why? Tafadhali.
No, mimi napigania time yangu.
Mzee ni matusi yako nayo. Kumbuka Clinton ndiye ameanza matusi kuita lawyer kipara na ulevi. Si ameanza matusi jameni. Tafadhali
Okay.
tuwe na tujali pande zote.
Tuacheni Roba malize alafu tuende kwa hiyo ingine.
Now I'm all alone here. Now allow me to say this to everyone. We will respect your opinion and we will respect you, and we want you to speak from your heart. Cleon, I'll give you a moment immediately after Roba. Roba, you're next. And above all, let's try to make it a good show. I agree with you, Nelson. We can talk as the MPs, but what will be the difference between them and us? We are the wananchis. We make this country. We should make this better.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Before you get me back, before you get us all of us back, I think there is something being twisted. Clinton did not insult anybody. Same to Roba. Roba has not insulted Clinton. Roba has just used a language to, I think, to express what he's feeling towards something, and then whichever language that has come, whatever, it was not channeled to Clinton. I think there is a miscommunication there and twisting that. Let us not twist what is not meant to be, what is not meant.
Okay. Roba, go ahead, then Clinton will come next. Is that okay?
Okay, let me just say this. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, this is about our country. Let us not just come here and start just lying to the whole world that things are good in Kenya. People are suffering. I don't care what you say or what you think. Ask yourself, where did we go wrong? Unajua nini? It's a few months ago, Uhuru warned us about this man who's in power. The problem between me and Ruto is one. Since they were shown as president and vice president, these people, they have been in a campaign mode. They are just there to tell you what they want, and they brought these things by themselves. They provoked Raila where he was. Yeah, that's what they did. And you know what? I'm also sick and tired of dominance between two communities, and this that people are ruling the country. Let us have this president go to another community. So we take a break. We have, I don't care where you come from, where Teso or what. Then from there, we start from scratch. Lakini mambo ya kuingia ndani ya serikali, and now everything is Jeriot, what, and Mr. Karanja, and the people from there, the people. 10 years now, 15 years. The majority of the people who have been running the government of Kenya are from two communities, and that's where we are headed to Indian Ocean. I'm telling you, my friend, whether you like it or not, this economy of whatever we have right now in Kenya, if we don't do something about it, it's going to collapse. And just give it not, I mean, how many months do we have now before next year, 2024? It will not take that one. And I'm telling you that because I have a very good source, which tells me things are not good, more especially in our economy. Think about it. If Kenya collapses, then we are in big trouble. And Clinton, they'll come and tell us our Ruto has done the job. All of them, everybody.
Okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
We have to
Clinton
go back.
finish up.
Yes, let me just leave it there. Let me leave it there.
Okay.
As long as you don't provide jobs for our young people, I will never recognize you as a president of a country. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your nice and wonderful submissions. Clinton finished, so that I have Mtei Junior, Mzalendo, and there is the big day. I can see you from the backstage. I want everyone to speak, and above all, I want you to feel confident enough to speak about your country. I'll not gag you, but I'll allow you not to make any of the panelists feel not welcomed. Everyone is welcomed, even those at the comment section. Ni venye tumejaa, wangeingia wote. So kila mtu amekaribishwa. Don't tell anyone you're not supposed to be here. You are supposed to be here. Now let me go to Clinton, finish up, then I go to Mtei, Mzalendo, Roda, I see you, habari ya saizi. The big day, you are next, but let me have first Clinton. Nitaanza kupima sasa masaa. Clinton, go ahead.
So nilikuwa nasema kwamba as Azimio people, we believed in the rule of law. That's why we took our case to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court pronounced itself on this case. And I can remember very well when this lawyer called Ngaira was presenting about the servers that were opened, something that was deleted, and lawyer Murgor said that from the information we have from the servers that were opened, something was deleted, and it took the judges to call Ngaira somebody to come and show them that something was not deleted. Your information ilitoka Facebook ama kwa server. My friend, just go and watch back the submission after the server stories were brought. That is where I'm saying the servers were opened. And if I'm wrong, then I can be forgiven for that. So mambo na server mimi siamini Jex. I hope kila kitu tulifanya Supreme Court ikaisha. Finally, there is this notion that we are now trying to demonize Kikuyus and Kalenjins. Everybody had time to go and campaign so that we can even produce a Turkana president. But me, there is something I believe in, that the moment we keep on demonizing the Kikuyus and Kalenjins communities, then yes, these people are very difficult to beat, even in a free and fair election combine. These people have votes and they know the importance of voting. So lazima tutafute njia ya kuwakosanisha. Ndipo Kenya itapata rais kutoka maeneo.
I think I never say that. I say the cartels, the Kikuyu cartels, Kalenjin cartels, not the Kikuyu people. I have friends in Kikuyu and I went to Kikuyu priests.
And
that's why I went to school.
I know. Don't interrupt me because you hate two tribes being in power and there are so many tribes. Is that
that's cartels? The truth?
But you are talking now of cartels, man. Shut
Jake,
up as I proceed.
Okay.
Jake, protect me from that guy.
I don't know if you're through.
How can I be through and he's poking his nose on my submission each and every time?
Okay. Summarize.
Finally, nikimalizia Jake. I want to state categorically venye sister yangu kutoka Lang'ata amesema. I'm not in support of tomorrow's maandamano because I don't understand the motive behind it. Mara unga imepanda, we are going to reclaim our victory, we are going to do all sorts of nonsense. Siku ya kufanya maandamano ya unga ni lini? After kesho ameapishwa State House. Na asipofika State House, tutapanga maandamano ingine ya kuendea victory yake ama tutafanya nini? So let us accept William with all his weaknesses. He's currently our president. Some of us, we don't like him, but we accept. And my main problem with William Ruto Jakes, he's not presidential, to be sincere.
Good. Thank you.
He's not presidential to me because I've been complaining on Facebook each and every time. I do comment on every post William Ruto makes, just telling him, please act presidential. Unaona Omosh 1 hour, pale Jakaranda, akichukua mic, anaambia nini Rachel Ruto na anaambia nini Ruto. Huyo ni rais. Juzi nimeona mbele ya baba Mombasa, jamaa anakuja, baba tuko tayari, tununulie bunduki. Ruto ni rais, analala tu, alipewa sword ya kutu protect. Mtu anaomba bunduki anunuliwe, hajashikwa, ataenda kwa rally nyingine aombe tena bunduki, baba awanunulie. So, where is the law in this country? Where is the law? Ruto should start acting presidential. Enzi za Uhuru, unatusi tu Matiang'i hivi, kesho uko ndani. Unatusi tu Uhuru hivi, kesho uko ndani. Lakini yetu, the guy should act presidential. Na promises pia zipungue. Na ngojea stima itoke kwa dustbin zenu Nairobi, and I don't see it coming in 10 years. Maybe akitaka ku extend term kama rafiki yake Museveni. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Mutei Jr., what do you have to say? Clinton is raising mixed reactions. Anauma na anapuliza. Wewe unaona vipi? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Nafurahi kuwa mahala hapa jioni ya leo, mahali mpo. Mimi yangu ni machache na nitaenda moja kwa moja. Jambo la kwanza kabisa ambalo nitasema, mimi sina president ama sina rais. Jambo la pili, naunga mkono maandamano ya kesho. Kwa sababu ngapi? 2 au 3. Jambo la kwanza, tukiangalia watangulizi ambao washaikuwa pale, na tukiangalia Raila amekuwa mstari wa mbele kupigania mwananchi, na akinyamaza kidogo unasikia baba uko wapi? Baba uko wapi? Alijaribu kunyamaza kidogo hapo 2017 wakati alifanya handshake. Kila mtu yote alikuwa analalamika Raila. Sasa akija tena akiamua kutupigania sisi, tena tunaanza kuona anafanya mabaya. Je, kama kesho tutafaulu? Manake mimi nimesafiri kutoka mbali sana nifike Kenya ili nihakikishe niko katika maandamano. Kama kesho tutafaulu, tuingie hii inaitwa Ikulu ama tukaribia ama tuachie nani barua ama siwi nini? Je, Ruto atafanya nini? Gachagua atafanya nini? Wanasema hakuna pesa. Pesa iliibiwa na serikali iliyotangulia. Je, Ruto hakuwa kwa serikali? Jana niliangalia vizuri nikaona Gachagua akienda shule ambao alisomea na akaacha taslimu milioni 8 pale kwa shule aliyosomea. Hiyo pesa haingesaidia mtu mwingine mahali pengine. Turukana na sui wapi na wapi na wapi. Jambo lingine, bibi wa kiongozi wa Marekani alikuja humu nchini na akaacha bilioni 16. Hizo pesa zinafanya nini? Na naona watu wakikufa huko Rift Valley, bandits wanauliwa, watoto wa shule wanauliwa. Je, alikuwa anataka sisi atuuze, tuanze ushoga? Jambo lile lingine, maandamano ilianza njuzi. Nikaona Kisumu anaandamana, nikaiona Nyandarua, nikaiona wapi, nikaiona Nairobi. Hiyo yote si maandamano. Omondi, Eric akaandamana na hata akasaidia watu na unga, akaenda akatoa vijana pale korokoroni, wasichana wandogo, na akawasaidia na akawapea kazi. Wakamwangaisha mbure. Wakaenda mahali kunaitwa Jacaranda, wakashika vijana ambao wanatopea maoni yao pale katika bunge la mwananchi. Mbona wanaangaisha watu? Huyu Kindiki anafanya kazi ngani kama yeye ndiye amepewa hiyo docket? Jambo lile lingine, kuhusu rais ambaye ni rais wenu. Yeye anaongea miezi 6, miezi 3. Hii ngazi alituambia amefungua ngazi pale inaitwa Taifa Ngazi. Mpaka saa hii mimi nimefika na nimeshangaa nikiambiwa ngazi imepatikana kwa 1250. Kwani ya 300 itapatikana lini? Naam, jambo langu la mwisho ni kuhusu hii the fungufugu ama the so called BBI. Ukiangalia chochote ambacho huyu Ruto anafanya saa hii ni ile mambo yote ambayo alikuwa katika BBI. Yeye aliipiga, kumbe alikuwa anajua atapitia njia ya nyuma, aitumie tu afanye chochote ambacho BBI ilikuwa inataka kufanya. Ameleta sasa ana push wambunge wapitishe office of the opposition. Vile anataka kila mtu CS Musalia amefungulia bibi yake ofisi, yule mwingine amefungulia ofisi, yule mwingine amefungulia ofisi. Na leo nikasikia Songo wa Kericho, Koril Nelson akisema vizuri, kuna shida gani rais akiwazawadi wandani wake wote? Je, swali langu ni hili, kama hao watu wote wamechagua waliangushwa na mwananchi pale kwa ndebe, ni nini ambacho watafanya katika serikali sasa ndio amewaweka pale? Kina Njuma na wale wengine wote mnawajua, kama walikataliwa na mwananchi, njoo mwananchi aliona hakuna kitu anaweza fanya, saa hii ni nini watatufanyia wakiwa pale katika serikali? Jambo lile lingine, kesho kutakuwa na si kesho, I think ni 29 minutes to come, kutakuwa na maandamano Kenya, Senegal, Tunisia na South Africa. Je, hizi nchi zote kweli hazina jambo la kufanya ama la kuambia mwananchi? Huu ni unyanyasaji wa hali ya juu, na mimi sitakubaliana nikiwa mahali niko hii maneno ya Ruto iendelee kunyanyasa mwananchi. Gachagua, maneno ya politics iliisha, campaign period iliisha. Saa hii ni kama wewe unajisema ama wewe ni naibu wa rais, si utuonyeshe kwa vitendo. Wacha kutuambia kila wakati ni Raila, huyu mzee, huyu nini. Leo nimesikia ukisema ati rais mstaafu ndiye ana fund hii maandamano. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. My friend, ni sisi tuna fund maandamano. Ni mwananchi wa kawaida ndiye ana fund maandamano. Wacha nikwambie ukweli. Na kesho kitu hata ikifanyikia Mbaba, ndio utajua kuwa Mbaba ni Mbaba wa Kenya wote. Si Mbaba yako ama si wangu, ni wa Kenya wote. Kwa sababu ngani? Baba alianza kupigana hata kabla sisi tuzaliwe, wote tuko hapa. Naamini hivyo. Na ukiangalia yale maneno yote ambayo amekuwa akifanya, alishikana na Kibaki vizuri, akashikana na akakuwa kwa serikali ya Moi. Je, mbona chenye wewe unasema ati utammaliza, juu ulisema utadeal na yeye once and for all. Unadhania mbona Moi hakummaliza? Mbona Uhuru hakummaliza? Mbona wale wengine hawakumaliza? Tafadhali kesho, kama wewe ni mwananchi mzalendo, utogezee barabarani, tuingie, tushike kitambaa ya white, twende mpaka mahali tutaambiwa tuende. Na kutuambia si kuna protected area, hata wewe ni protected person and you must honor yourself, you must follow what the law states. Sina mengi, asante sana Jex, na kama nimeongea jambo lolote la kuudhi mtu yoyote, naomba msamaha. Asante.
Uko sawa, asante sana, na kuomba kae tu hapo, nina maswali kwako, lakini kabla sijakuja kwako the big day kidogo nakuja kwako kuuliza swali. Ngoja kwanza nikuje kwa the big day. Kesho ni siku ambayo wengi wanasema ni make it or break it. Kesho wewe na wengine wengi tunapanga kujitokeza. Either tutajitokeza kuandamana ama tutakaa nyumbani tu support na njia moja au nyingine. Lakini tunauliza hivi hapo katika swala letu leo. Je, kesho ni do or die ya Raila? In case for example tunaamini ataingia State House, i backfire. Tunaamini kesho servers zinaweza funguliwa, i backfire. Supposing supporters wakose ku feel that their desires have not been met. Do you think it's a do or die for Raila tomorrow?
Okay.
Kidogo tu Mtei, wacha tusikize the big day. Endelea big day.
Okay, thank you. It has quite been a while before I joined this program. I'm happy to be here because we have to set the record straight. Yeah, tomorrow is a very important day for our nation, Kenya. Kuna mtu hajamute, sijui ni nani?
Cornel Achuka, can you mute your mic?
Please. Okay. So, what I wanted to say is that, first of all, it's in everything which happens in this life, there is a learning lesson. I first of all want to begin by condemning our Kenyan police or the authority who are saying that maandamano ya kesho ni illegal. Globally, people picket. Kama sahi, and Africans, we have to stop fearing maandamano. Maandamano is the only thing which can protect citizens from abrasive government at times if they emerge. And if people cannot be able to picket peacefully, government at times can do bad things to its own citizens. So that is why Africans, we have to learn the issue of when people decide kuandamana. I hope you have ever seen, even in Britain, France, America, people picket. Na usikiangi ati watu wameuawa. So this idea of Africans fearing when like 1 million people are in the streets, we have to get away from that. So this idea where now people are trying to culminate the issue that this thing is all about the biggest day of Baba or not. No, it is not about that. I want us to first of all put our political differences aside and we become sober a little bit, because Kenyans, we have to become sober a little bit. Are we functioning well as a nation? Now, on an anti-partisan point of view, unajua at times people look at issues, I'm Azimio, I'm UDA. Personally, I'm Azimio guy. I support Azimio. And I'm looking at how UDA is functioning. And I want to talk to UDA people here. At times, psychophancy does not help. And we have to look at our nation and we do a contrast, compare, juxtapose different administrations. What are we getting? What are we gaining? Are we in the right direction? And the truth of the matter is that this government is not working right. I can tell you, as somebody who can analyze issues and somebody who is having a mind, I can tell you we are having one of the worst government in our Kenyan history. Let me explain why. Number one, they have given us 50 CASs. It's wrong. That one, we all agree. That one, from observation, you don't need political science degree to understand that having 50 CASs in this current economic status is wrong. So that is one thing the UDA government has done wrong. Number two, they agitated introduction of GMO food in Kenya without involving us. They did not involve us. It was done through a presidential decree. Then, number three, the government has not looked at the economic indicators and tried to analyze the immediate needs of Kenyans. They have been unable to look at the short-term and long-term goals and blot things which help Kenyans into the table. What Kenyans want, a basic Kenyan, I'm not talking of a politician now, a basic Kenyan want food in the table. They want education. They want better life. They want to feel protected by their government. So a basic Kenyan does not want politics. And that is one thing which I want to explain to people here. And that's where we are getting it wrong. And both the president and the deputy president are on political mood day in, day out. And we cannot continue with the politics until their 5 years are done. Kuna mtu ameunmute. Sitakaa sana. So it is evil when a government which has power is on the lamentation mode. We cannot take that. We are people who have mind. Mr. Ruto, Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, they have no luxury to come and tell us that this thing is not functioning because of this. They have instrument of power, they have mind. The problem why this government is not functioning, it is because they have decided not to involve technocrats and the brains and the people who can think to involve the issue of how they can bring the economy back. Let me tell you, nataka kukuuliza sahi. Some of the people who have been given positions as cabinet ministers, do you think they can help Kenya? They are people who do not have even brain capacity to help us think as an innovative world. We are now in the renewable energy technology. We are in the IT world. We are in a very advanced world. And some of the people, and you have to apply brain in all government sectors. You want to tell me some of the people who are serving in the cabinet, they can help us? No, they will not help us. At times, you have to put political sycophancy aside and work on what is good. And that is why our constitution allowed to have technocrats, so that we can be able to tap the best to bring it. And let me tell you, as long as the UDA government is going to behave the way they are behaving, they will not bring anything. For your information, they have not started. It is an unstarted government. They do not have an idea. Remember, their campaign policy was simple. Once we get power, we are going to bring cost of basic commodities down. It was their promise. Sio sisi tuliwaambia. Wao wenyewe ndio walisema. They told us the cost of living will be brought down. So when Kenyans are angered, na walisema vizuri sana. Let me tell you, even in Japan, where people are highly held accountable, when a politician lies, they have to be held accountable. It is one of the moral authority which Kenyans cannot take it for granted any longer. When you come to us in politics and you tell us that mukinipea kura nitafanya hivi, you have to respect that voice. Otherwise, we should even reach a level whereby we should jail people because of lying to the electorate. So when the president came into the podium and said, in his words, nikuwekelea Biblia chini, nitafanya 1, 2, 3. For your information, before I finish, if there was somebody who could have become, who could have undergone a natural death, it was our Azimio leader. But Mr. Ruto has given or has resuscitated everything in Raila Odinga. Why? Because Kenyans are now defenseless. And what is happening tomorrow is not about Azimio. It's about the nation. You know, both Mr. Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua thought that because maybe in their own world they had defeated Mr. Odinga, they now thought that Kenyans are defenseless. There is nothing Kenyans can do. They can ravage us. They can steal from us. They can do everything which is bad from us. That is what they thought in their brains. But little did they know that what they needed to do after capturing the government, it was they needed to work. Only what the Kenyan man want. He want work. Sisi hatutaki story. That is what they did not know. So, Mr. Ruto had one obligation, to work. Ilikuwa inabidi afanye job. But did he do his work? No. I can tell you, I used to criticize the Uhuru government. Even during Uhuru government, I used to criticize it. But I can tell you, Ruto government cannot even be rated as 50% of Uhuru. Let's speak the truth. He has failed in everything. His government is not functioning. He is bringing confusion. Now we are even talking of our Supreme Court wanting even to change some of our serious cultural issues, things which we did not have 10 years ago. Why? Why are we having so much confusion in the country? There is a problem. So what I want to tell people here, at times, let's open our brain and we look that now things are not looking good, and we cannot allow politicians to become untouchable. And Mr. Ruto is accountable to us. And he promised us. Sio sisi tulimwambia, alikuja kwetu. So he has to be accountable. Na sikuja tukutuambia, I need time. He doesn't need time. We need policies. We need measures. It is not about telling us munipe mwaka moja. If he needed 1 year during his campaign, angeambia watu nikiingia in 1 year nitabadilisha vitu. So what I wanted to say here is that UDA government has not started working. They need to put their tables into order. And what will happen tomorrow? It is in their own making. They are the people who have invited what is happening tomorrow. And we are calling for peaceful demonstration. And policemen should not provoke it. And we are going to picket. We are going to shout. We are equal shareholders. When Rigathi Gachagua comes out and saying that tutapea wale watu walipigia, we are having specific shareholder. What is that? This government is getting it wrong, and we cannot allow them to continue that way. So please, even as we speak here, let's not apply psychophancy. There are too many psychophants here. And that is why this government is making mistakes, because they cannot be advised. Rational minds are not there. Ukiambua ruka, ni kuruka tu, it's wrong. Ruto doesn't have advisors. And whatever happens tomorrow, he is the one who has invited it. And I'm very happy for tomorrow, because we want Kenyans' lives to be changed. We cannot continue this way. Our country is dying. Dollar is at 150. What are we talking about here? As even talked about, it is simply because our country is not functioning. They can cushion it. They have brains. We can do it. Why are they not using brains?
Okay.
So
just one moment. Allow me to cut, but I wish to have you in a few minutes. Allow me kidogo to bring in a lady. Rhoda is also in, because tumekuwa na wanaume. Now let me have Rhoda, and then there's one request I have for Cornel Ochuka. Cornel, can you hear me? Cornel, can you hear me? Cornel Ochuka, can you hear me, sir? Okay, but I'll just say it. Kindly, please don't bring your child to the live feed, because I would pray you protect your child, because this social media, anything, people post photos, they can take a screenshot, and you never know. Please kindly protect your child. Don't bring your child to the social media. It is her right also to be protected by you. Okay, Rhoda, kesho ni ile siku. Unaona namna gani? Kesho ni ile siku. Is it a do or die for Raila? Maandamano ni kesho. Wewe kama mwananchi una yapi ya kusema, Rhoda?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for accepting me. I'm humbled. For me, and to mix Kiswahili na English, I'm not American. I'm a Kenya. We learn English at school. So there's one woman from America. She's a preacher. She used to say, she was not good in English. Nanimu America. Since Africa, we are not. Our English is not perfect. We are Africans, and we need to love one another and respect one another. I used to meet people from Nigeria. They speak a little bit broken English, but I accept them. For me, I accept demonstration, because that is our constitution. So for me, I accept demonstration as long as a demonstration for the peace. And they know what this demonstration is for all Kenyans, not for one community, not for Luo community, is for all Kenyans. Because a Kenya can hear sauti zao zinasikika. Do you know how many families they sleep without food in Kenya? Many. We don't know. Kwa sababu hana pesa za chakula, the cost of living, hawana unga, watu wengine umaskini. Poverty is killing people in Kenya. Watu young people wana makazi, walimaliza school, wanatusuduru na certificate. So hiyo demonstration ni everything. Wale wana kazi, sauti yako inasikikika. Wewe uko, kwa sababu the government have a responsibility to feed all family in Kenya. That is the work of the government. Jana kama niliona Gachagua akiwa huko kwao, akiwa Mount Kenya region, Kirinyaga, anapatia watu pesa shule instead of aide feed watu wa kutoka kama Baringo County. Unajua mimi najua I'm not from Baringo, but I know that county used to be affected with the food, Baringo County and Turkana, even Kirinyaga. There's some places in Kirinyaga. You know, Kirinyaga is very dry. Some people, poverty is killing people even those areas. Alafu nasimama napatiana pesa. It was so shameful. They're using money with a bad way. They need to have a lot of wisdom. That's why we need to have a very strong, me, I'm an opposition. When they do bad thing, I have to tell them the truth. You know, I'm opposition kwa sababu siwezi ona wanarusa pesa hivyo isede wapatie watu wa Turkana ama wasaidie watu wa Baringo, wasaidie kama unaona kama Ruto leo amesema ati kuna peace, kuna amani. Hakuna amani Kenya kama Baringo. Niliona jana watu wanalia. Hakuna amani huko Baringo. Watu na fight. Ng'ombe zinaibiwa huko. Na ni the same community ya Ruto. Nadi, haya huko Pokot. Watu wanauliwa. Na nasema ati kuna amani. There is no peace in Kenya. Sayo demonstration ni every Kenyans. Wewe umetoka Pokot, unasikianga unatakikana sauti yako inasikikika. Kila Mkenya unasikia I'm very hearted. This is your demonstrations. And is of course you have to open, mimi nilikuwa na follow everything. I have never believed that Ruto win election. Of course he didn't win. He have never opened the server. He need to open for server. We see this election was not free, fair and credible. We know that. This obviously. Na mimi niliona ikuanga nini free. Tulienda kwa koti lakini wakufanya the right. Madhakome kwa sababu walipata paper Kamangu. Naona resort what was Venezuela walikuwa na Tibakura na Netherlands. Kura zilikuwa zinatoka Netherlands na Kamangu. Tulionekana kata zimeandikwa je Joseph Kamangu. Ndio tuliambiwa koti. Na they did it, can you imagine? I'm fighting for that. And I cannot accept things. I cannot accept kura zinaubiwa live. Ni must, ikiwa Ruto alijua mwenyewe haku win this election, apatie Raila haki yake. Ampatie, amwambie, ama afungue safa. Akiwa amewini sawa. Sisi, yani watu wa nini, kwa sababu tunajua ni Kamango, Joseph Kamango from Venezuela. Venezuela man came, we remember when they went to the prison, that man was being taken in the prison, wakamfungia. Na huyo ndio alikuwa naiba kura zetu. Zinatoka huko Netherlands na Kamangu. Sasa this demonstration is real. It's not people the way they think is joke. It's real. Kenya people are very angry. Don't pray with the Kenya. Kenya people are not illiterate. Kenya people are very smart. And this demonstration is for all Kenya, not for lower community. It's for all people from the central, from the Rift Valley, from the eastern, from walk of life. They are welcome to fight for their voice can be heard. Like jana niliona kama France wanafanya demonstration. France hata leo wanafanya kwa sababu serikali ifanye vile wanatakikana. Wanaenda kwa barabara wanafanya. Na France they are very powerful when it comes to demonstration. Na polisi wako nyuma yao kwa sababu ndio katiba yao. Katiba yao Mfranja akifanya demonstration wa polisi wako as long you are doing violence. Sasa wanaweza kupeleka jail. Lakini our police they have a responsibility to take care of a Kenyan citizen when they are doing demonstration. They not killing. Kwa sababu wakiwa is not the bloodshed. Wakienda kufanya demonstration wako nyuma yao, wanawachukua najua watu wanaenda kufanya demonstration. Hakuna kitu anaweza why destroy business za watu. Si tulipea ni public. Kesho wafunge, kila kitu ifungwe, akiwa wasikii security, watu wa march. Marching is not bad. Watu wa march, we know what they are doing. Wanaenda huko ni State House. Huko State House wanapeleka huko, wanaenda huko ofisi za government, pale watu wanaandikwa makazi, pale chakula zinatakikana, you know, unga ile chini. So Kenyan people, this is a time for all Kenyans to raise their voice, kwa sababu watu wanakaa nyumba za matope Kenya. Even now there's a community they live in nyumba za matope, na serikali nataka kusaidia watu wanalala every day. Alafu mjue 3 million kids they did attend for school, and most of the kids are from Mount Kenya, and those kids sahi ni machokora. Can you imagine chokora? Wanatoka kwao wako na 4 years wanalala huko kwa barabara kwa sababu the parent could not afford the school fees. It's too sad. Unajua watu wa Mount Kenya wanakuanga so affected na chokora, ndio mengi sana chokora huko Nairobi. So it's very sad. Ndio maana Kibaki si alichukua serikali akasema shule is free. Hao machokora watu walikuwa wametoka huko Mount Kenya wakarudishwa chuo. Sasa this is time for us to raise our voice, kwa sababu government haifanyi vizuri. Kama vile Ujiro ameongea, kama pesa mimi huku niko pesa zimeenda chini sana. 2000 tumeruhusu 2000 za Kenya shillings. Na unajua sisi tuko diaspora, tunatumia familia zetu pesa za chakula, tunasaidia wale maskini huko villages, unaona. Sasa pesa zetu zikida chini, it's not good. Sasa hiyo unajua Ruto amekuwa government for 10 years. He have a more knowledge than us. He know, amefanya kazi na the former president, you know, he know more. And he need to have more knowledge. Alikuwa anafanya wakifanya bill zote ako hapo, kila kitu alikuwa ako hapo. Sasa ako more knowledge kujua vile serikali inatakikana. Lakini mimi simtaki. You know me, I'm never valued Ruto. He's my president. He need to go. We need to have a president who is a responsibility, who know about Kenya problem, who understand us, who will make our country more economy to grow. Because when our economy is getting bad, then our money is going down. And Ruto doesn't care about, he doesn't care about watu vile wako na njaa. Yani Kenya wako na njaa. To be honest, what people, they have hunger. People wanachukula. Watu wanapigwa kila siku simu, sina chakula. I cannot help everybody. I cannot afford. I'm not a millionaire. I cannot afford. Watu wako na njaa. Unajua jani wewe ukiwa na njaa hata uwezi concentrate. Can you imagine one night without sleeping, without eating food? How do you feel? Your body start to be very weak. It's the same. So we need to think about people from Baringo, from Turkana, from Kirinyaga, every county. So that's the demonstration is. The demonstration is for the right for the Kenya, but for my prayer is peaceful, not the blood we shed, because but they can do demonstration. People wanatoka baribari everywhere. Basi zimeshaanza ni safari. Sasa that's the point I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I go to Mzalendo, amekuwa akiingia akitoka, that's why sijampea na aliingia zamani. Nelson, you wanted to summarize one or two things, and there's one thing we are not really talking about. UDA guys and Azimio guys have come defending this one point, that tomorrow's Maandamano is not funded by Uhuru. You as Mwananchi have said tomorrow it's not about Raila, it's about you. Do you think there's a hand of Uhuru in all this?
Jake, in my last submission, I'll say this. Clinton mentioned about the president needs to be presidential, and I with vigor nilikubaliana naye sana, ila kwa kiasi fulani tena alini disappoint kwa vile jinsi ambavyo alikuwa anaeleza what he really meant by the president needs to be presidential. It completely went contrary to what I thought he was talking about. Now, kazi ya president sio ya kushikashika watu wenye wanatoa maoni yao ndiposa uonekane kuwa presidential, ila taking the mantle, leading as a leader, stop being a politician for the period of your presidency and being a leader. There is a completely big difference in between being a political leader and being a leader. Being a political leader simply means what he's trying to do right now, the rhetorics, the bad talks, the bad biles, what Gachagua is doing right now, and all that kind of stuff. They are completely being the politicians they were even before the elections. And that is what I mean, they're not being presidential. They're not so much sensitive so far as presidency, the seat is concerned, being a symbol of national unity, building on the cohesion, making people feel together, like, building on the peace and unity. The reason as to why I responded with a lot of emotions at first, it was just because listening to the president's speech was so fresh in my heart. Like, I was feeling like, is this really my president talking? Okay, the fact is, we went to an elections, whether Jose Camargo, whether Sava, whether what, blah, blah, blah. We are now 6 months down the line after the elections, and there is nothing that can happen, no miracle that can happen that can take us back to the elections. We have to accept and live with that fact. As on our side, having accepted and living with that fact, the president and the deputy also need to accept the fact that they are now in power and they need to live with that fact. And now they are leading Kenyans, and they're not leading UDA Kenyans. They're not leading Kenya Kwanza. They're not leading Malala, Ichungwa, Gashagwa, the wife, and the rest. Now, a few questions need to be put across. As I said earlier on, am I in support of Maandamano? I said two things. I would really support it if, and I mean if, there is full guarantee of peaceful picketing without any kind of bloodshed and interference of anyone's business, and no loss of life that is going to be accounted. I would really be in for it. Anybody talking contrary to that, this picketing is not about Raila Odinga, it is not about Luos, it is not about Azimio, it is not about ODM people. It is about Kenyans. Whether Uhuru is funding it or not, in fact, if Uhuru is funding it, then he is funding a good thing. If at all it's going to be peaceful and it's going to be about us. If at all is funding it, should not be your problem, Jake, should not be my problem, Nelson. The problem is, are we going to address the issues that people are going to picket about? Okay, if this picketing is going to be peaceful, I shouldn't mind on who is funding it. What I think should be done is that we need to put our government into check. As I said before, even Raila Odinga has recognized this government to be a government and denied this government not to be a government. He has recognized how. Yesterday he mentioned, if the president will be at Arambe House, we will take our MOU there. If he will be at the State House, we will send representative. It means he knows there is a president who occupies the presidency. Okay? So that means he recognizes it. So any other person, fine, you can go, I can go, I support whatever grievances that any other person could be having as a Kenyan, you can go, but please don't go with something twisted in your mind that there is no government. There is government. It's only that the people who are in power are really, not that much mature for it. They're not acting like, people in government. They are confused. They have power which they do not really understand where it came from. They were not ready for it and all that kind of stuff. The issue of gas. First of all, we really go along and we really dance and we really consume a lot of propaganda. There is this propaganda being propagated. It started all the way with Kimani Ichung'wah, William Ruto, Gachagua. Yesterday I heard Malala talking about it, that Raila sells gas. Raila only trades on a gas cylinder and not gas. Any other thing related to that, or whatever thing that is opinionated on that other aspect, if you have facts, please bring them on. If you don't have, shut up. Don't consume what other politicians are telling you on top of cars, and then you carry them as if you've bought a national a standard magazine, thinking that you're having the truth and you don't have. Protected persons. I liked what my guy said, that even you as an individual, as a Kenyan, you are a protected person. And it does not mean that if protected areas cannot be accessed, then you, the person who is going to picket peacefully, you can be accessed and be beaten and be arrested and even be killed by the Kenyan police, because you should be protected. You are the first thing to be protected, even before those areas to be protected. People have started talking about Ruto's government 6 months. Yes, I wouldn't really say that he has failed per se, but he has really indicated by far close to 80% of failure symptoms. First of all, you come into a government which you're complaining that you have inherited with a depleted or deplicated, whichever verb that you're using and adjective that you're using to describe the economy. And then what you do, you create ministries and subdivide departmental heads as if you're, and then each and every departmental head in each and every ministry you give a PS. First of all, you are bloating your wage bill. You're blotting your wage bill. After subdividing ministries into departmental heads and giving each and every ministry 2 PSs, like case study of Ministry of Water has been subdivided into 2 departmental heads, having 2 PSs. For what reason? Each and every PS has 2 cars, has security officers, has a very huge amount of money in terms of salary. Their wives are being protected by Kenyan police. We are paying for that. And then you come back again and then you reward political losers who have been in the power, who have been in the political sector and have been in offices, who have looted. Some are still having cases. You award them 50 positions as CSS, and then you say you are reorganizing your government. Reorganizing what, to be specific? Are you even in consideration of the kind of economy that you're complaining about? And again, Jake, I think, I don't mean to discriminate anybody on this platform, but I think to some extent I'm getting a little bit disappointed by some of our sisters and brothers who are contributing on this platform, but they're abroad. They think they reason comparing things that are happening where they are and not what is happening on the ground here where we are. Clinton has really good points, but in all those and everything, Clinton seems to be talking from his comfort zone where he is, and vis-a-vis you, Jake, who could be really giving the real situation on the ground where you are here in Kenya. Many other people, you know, we acknowledge the fact that they send money back home. They feel the heat of the economy. They feel everything that we could be talking about. They can reason the way we reason, but then they don't see what we see. Okay? That's the bare minimum fact. They are told and they reason with hearsays. They don't know what we go through. So I would request that maybe perhaps if at all you can work on a mechanism whereby if we have 10, if this frame can accommodate 10 people, let's have 2 from abroad and 8 from within. So then we consume legit information from the ground and not hearsays and not people saying Kenya, comparing Kenya, UK, comparing Kenya, US, nini, and the rest. And I'm not in any way discriminating anybody, but I'm just saying, for us to get our facts together, it's best we get more of those facts from people who are within. Somebody said Ruto promised us. When you're an Azimio supporter like me, you should not be in any way. I think my brother is here. He was called the Big Day. Mr. Big Day, you should not be in any way purporting that Ruto promised you something, because first of all, you did not take his promise and you didn't vote him. So don't say that he promised you something. He did not promise you. He promised his voters. He promised the people who voted him. The only thing is that we don't need to hear rhetorics and promises after promises from the president. He now needs to act as the president and start delivering and not continuing with promises, because the elections have been done. Campaign period is over. Stop going to each and every Sunday church, what interdenomination. Our state house is not a parish. Don't convert it into a church event. We are tired of seeing people in bagged suits all in the name of their pastors, and they're enjoying food that is being bought and paid for by taxpayers. In fact, that is the only point where I support the current senator to Nairobi, Sifuna. Senator Sifuna said, don't in any way even fathom to imagine that you can organize a food symposium all in the name of a government agency having an event, and people there are going home hungry. They do not have food. As long as those people will come to that event to eat and go, not to even beat people, I don't have any problem. They should come, eat that food, let you people to go continue with your symposium, continue with your seminar, continue with your meeting, and get done with it. They should not beat people. But I think I can advise even my people who listens to me from my ward. They normally, at least they normally take some influence. If any county government or any national government representative agency is having a symposium of food and having tents, big tents with caterers, please go there, eat and leave. Don't fight.
Okay, Nelson, allow me to continue reading people what they're saying. And first, because the comments ni mingi, siwezi weza soma zote, nita acknowledge to the people. Rachel Mondi, I see you. Kamo, I see you. Arvashin TV, asante kwa kuwa part of us. Joel Kipto, thank you from LD. I see you. William Kamore, I see you. Ian Aguya, asante sana. Victor Musioka, Ochieng Godfrey, Isaac Soul, Kibet Samburu, I see you. I see E Mwenda Official Kenya. I see Joseph Jose. I see Asaf Hez. I see the Street Journalist. I see Karanja Kenneth. I see Joseph Jose. I've said your name. Victor Mosioka, you're locked in. Press J, I see you. And many. Thank you for being part of the show. Let's hear what you're saying at the comment section. Kumeja, that's why I'm unable to add the many people who are requesting to join the show. So bear with me. I really would wish to have all of you, but the fact that I can't allow me to just have the people here. And if probably patikane space wingie, you are lucky. Now, I want to go to Mr. Cornell Ochuka. Thank you for being part of the show, sir. And I also acknowledge Mr. William Opondo, and above all also acknowledge Araba Charles. Thank you for being part of the show. I hope you bear with me. And pia tujaribu kumind other panelists. Ukipewa nafasi, jaribu kusummarize ndio tuongee wengi mara mingi ili tuone kutakuwa namna gani. Cornell, take it home.
Hope mnanisikia?
Kabisa.
Mnanisikia? Now, mimi nataka kuichukulia kwa another angle. And the angle nitaichukulia ni the angle of the fact that nimesikia leo, okay, mimi muita deputy president, sija accept yeye ni president, but nitasema yeye ni president, si ndio? Now, deputy president amesema leo that the fact that Raila ameshika Luo community hostage na akasema venye sisi tunafuata baba blindly, we don't think, we don't do blah blah blah. Now, nataka kuambia Wakenya wote that the fact that every time this country inaumia, every time hii country ina go through hardship, we Luos pay it dearly. We don't pay it by maybe working, but we pay it with our own blood because we believe in the system that things should be well. Like when you hold an office, unafaa kuserve people regardless akwenani, regardless ametoka wapi, si ndio? Now, the people that hold office in this country wanatumia hizo positions vibaya. Like maybe I can say the big guy is my friend. Nimwambie niaje, hapa Kenya Water kuna issue na Kenya Water. Niaje, you're my friend. Nimekupa hiyo position as my friend. Now, do this. Hapa kuna cartel, Wakenya wasiki safe, hawako safe. Imagine the big guy mwenye ako kwa hii group atanisaidia ku clean mess yenye iko city. What? Hiyo ni county ya Water, si ndio? But nikiambia the big guy that tukule hii Kenya Water tumalize, atanisaidia tukule hii Kenya Water tumalize because mimi ni beshte yake, tunalewa pamoja, amekuja wedding ya wife wangu, watu wangu, so nikimwambia tumalize Kenya Water, tunamaliza Kenya Water. Sisi Wajaluo to believe in that. Tuna believe in working hard, going to school, tuna soma hardship, tunafundisha watoto wetu hardship. People are saying we live a life yenye iko big kuliko. Yes, because hakuna venye mimi nitapata 10,000 leo ni save 9 ni enjoy 1. It doesn't happen. So mimi kenye na believe ni moja, tutatoka maandamano, tutaandamana, wenye watakufa, wenye watabaki. After all, sisi tunapigania watu wote. Sasa hizi maybe queues are crying, oh, tulidanganywa, tulipigia Ruto, tumedanganywa. Ni sawa, tuna understand and we are very sorry. But sisi tukiambiwa forward, tukiambiwa march, tukiambiwa fire, tukiambiwa whatever, tunafanya. Nimeona Ruto amejaribu kusema amenunua leaders from Luo Nyanza. ndio wa put that thing ikue ati waue nguvu ya Raila. Nawaambia leo watoke waende wa hold rallies Nyanza, they will see what hawajaiona. We as Nyanza people, my friends or whatever, sisi hatuachi mabeshte nyuma. Mimi kama Mjaluo nikwambia, tunakupenda, tunakuchukia, na sisi tuna follow, na tumezaliwa hivyo, tumeipata hivyo, tutaiwacha hivyo. So mimi naambia tu wa Kenya, mkisema hoi vita ni ya Wajaluo, ni sawa, but vita ya Wajaluo itawaweka mahali, na mimi sina budi na kusema asanteni sana.
Asante sana na thank you so much Mr. I see you. Sorry for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, wacha tuendelee kucomment. I see so many comments mpaka nashinda nitasoma gani. Na Cornel anazidi kutunenea mambo mengi. Nina tu swali moja kwa Cornel. Ruto amesema Luos wako under ni mateka wa baba. Maoni yako ni yapi? Je, ni kweli ni mateka ama he's just speaking because he is able to speak as a president? Cornel, ni wewe niulize swali.
Naweza sema aseme asiposema, fact it is that we follow baba, we respect baba. Sisi hata useme nini, hata watu waseme nini, hata watu waseme tunakaa ng'ombe, mbuzi, nini, ni baba. Baba comes first, sisi tunakuja nyuma. Baba kwanza, hata wa Kenya wenyewe appreciate. Baba amepigana hii nchi regardless tribe yote. The fact that maybe watu wanaona baba ni mbaya ni kama sisi kwetu. If my dad anafaitia community yetu na maybe clan yetu, my dad anasema ni aje, nataka sisi clan wote tusome, tupeleke watoto shule, wenye mabwana zao wamekufa tutawajengea nyumba. Remember, my dad atapendwa because anajaribu kuinua the clan. Watasema wewe unaongea watoto wako wako US, watoto wako wako wapi? Ni sawa, but one day baba yangu atakuwa, they'll say by the way, Cornel's dad alikuwa anajaribu kuprove point hapa. Na hakuna kitu mbaya kama clan yenye hajasoma, na hakuna kitu mbaya kama community yenye hajasoma. Baba Cornel aliona mbele, Raila anaona mbele. Raila anatu-urge today, if you see a government inafanya vibaya, ukiona governor anafanya vibaya, stand for your right, fight it, believe in it, make sure people respect you kama mwenye kwa hiyo county. I think now tuko 2023. Hapa mbele ma county governors watakula county wamalize, na mtasema oh, nani anaweza tutetea? Tuokote ma signatures. Mtu okota ma signatures, zitafika IBC, watasema those signatures haziambatani na maybe jina yako, those signatures hazifanyi anything. County itakuwa looted. Whatever Raila is doing, however much wanasema yeye ni mzee, yeye ni mganga, yeye ni mbaya, ni sawa, but mimi naomba we stand together. We stand together. Tomorrow people will die, the rest will live. On 21st, Kenya will never be the same. 22nd, Kenya will never be the same. It is our turn to just say whatever we believe in. Actually, hii country hakuna mwenye ashaituleta pamoja together, akatupa holiday, akasema we are going to stand for our country. Nobody. Look at it. From Kenya ipate independence, nobody ashaikuja akasema anasaliti nchi yake. Ruto amekuja juzi, amesema after 100 days. You know, hii si mambo na marriage, hii si mambo na uongo. Na mimi na wewe saizi tukisema mimi napata kitu nakupea. Yeye alipata nchi, since apata nchi anasema mambo na gas, mambo na milk. Uhuru me I don't even care. Uhuru support maandamano ya kesho, asisupport, we don't care. The fact is Uhuru also cares for his people. Alikuwa president, alionya watu wake wameanguka. So Uhuru pia na watu wake wanalia. Right now naongea na wewe unajuaje kama Uhuru pengine watu wake wanamtumia messages, wanaambia boss we are sorry, stand with us, na Uhuru anaambia the only way is Raila Odinga. So let us give Raila Amolo Odinga the respect ana deserve. Wakisema Wajaluo, tuko ready tuitwe, lakini tutatokea na nitapiga picha nitawatumia nilikuwa maandamano. So ni sawa.
Asante sana Cornel, na kutakia mema kesho. Zaidi ya yote tutumie link tuone ukiwa live. Tungetaka kuona to feel the feel on the ground. Wengi wetu hatutaweza, lakini tutumie link, tutakujoin. Joan, nataka kukuuliza swali before niende kwa Araba ama William Opondo, so that at least niwe na a human feel. Rhoda, I'll also come to you. Joan, I want to ask you.
Please, can you give me just a question? I just a little bit. Is it? He disappeared. This Okor, you know, when you talk like that, I feel sad when you say like ukisema ati ni nyinyi tu mnauliwa. Unaona, I get sad, you know, because I don't want that. I don't like to see the blood. I don't like that.
Wacha tuombe hivi, kesho mtu asife, tuombe kuwe na amani, because it is our right to kuandamana, lakini zaidi ya yote tuombe kuwe na peace. Mzalendo, I see you. Thank you. Now you are settled. I now see you. I'll come to you. I want to ask Joan a question. Now, tomorrow has been touted to be the where Kenyans meet their destiny, or it's a fate destiny. But the ringleader is Raila Odinga. What do you think would happen if tomorrow is all hype and probably nothing much comes out of it? Do you think it's a do or die for Raila? Will this make him or deflate him? Given that we have seen other scenarios where he hyped us, for example, where he said nobody can stop reggae, and it was stopped. He said so many other things. So could tomorrow probably be a do or die for him?
For that question, I don't think tomorrow is a do or die for Raila, because the people who are coming on the street to demonstrate, it's because of the things that are there. It's not, we are not going to the street because of Raila. We are not going there to either to defend Raila, whether he's going to continue to be an opposition leader or whether he's going to continue being in politics. No. Tomorrow is not about Raila Amolo Odinga. Tomorrow is about cost of living. Tomorrow is about the servers being open. Tomorrow is about everything else that is happening in Kenya. So for me personally, and maybe for other people, I don't think it's a do or die for Raila. No, it's not. Tomorrow will happen, whatever will happen, but Raila, I think, will still be there. And we are also thankful to God that he's still giving more strength. And let me tell you the truth, you know, the people who are still giving Raila the strength, it's the government, because they keep on mentioning him. They keep on giving him strength to continue being the strongest opposition leader. So for me, what I can tell you personally, tomorrow is not a do or die for Raila. We are demonstrating because of the things that are happening in Kenya, and we have to be honest that everything that is going on in Kenya now is not good. This is the Kenya we have never seen. Although my age and my age and whatever is happening, I cannot say more. But this is not the Kenya maybe that was there from 1980 something and whatever. We are really suffering, both who voted for Ruto and both who did not vote for Ruto. So tomorrow, nobody should say that it's a do or die for Raila. No, we are not demonstrating because Raila told us so. You know, we are coming out to defend our rights. We are coming out because of the cost of living. We are also coming out, I must be honest also, because we want also the servers to be open. You know, if Ruto really knows that he won the election, he just opened the servers. Then we'll be like, no, okay, the servers are showing this. What could we do? No, he won the election. Now we could have been convinced that this is the president, we need to move on. But for him delaying to say, oh, we won't open, oh, these people should go to Maandamano, then they'll see us, we will deal with them. So let me cut everything short and just tell you, tomorrow is not a do or die for Raila. It's about the things that are happening in Kenya. That's final for me. Hope I have answered you.
You have, and maybe do you still believe that as much as we want to give him a benefit of a doubt, do you see Uhuru's hand in funding all this? It's just a hype statement from the other side.
Let me tell you the truth. There's a hand. Let me just tell you the truth. From a source somewhere, there's a hand. I cannot like tell everything where my source is coming from and everything, but there's a hand in it, and we are really happy. He's doing it under the water so that he cannot, he's the former president. He cannot just do it openly for everyone to see, because he's now the former president. But I can tell you there's a hand.
Okay. Now that what you have answered makes me go, Mzalendo. I don't know if you are ready. If you're not, I want to go to Mzalendo. Oh, I see you. Mzalendo came very early. Actually, was the second person to log in. Now, Mzalendo, let me ask you before I come to Charles, who will be next. And then after Charles, I'll go to William. Now, Mzalendo, Joan says, somehow, Uhuru's hand is in all this. I ask you this, sir. Do you think probably Uhuru is doing what Ruto used to do to him? Because Ruto never allowed him govern. He was all over campaigning. He was all over doing all he could. And somehow, I think if you would agree with me, could this be another tactic for him to show that I was working, you were campaigning. Now let me show you that you didn't know what you're saying when you were campaigning. And this is how it ought to be done. Do you think Uhuru is out there to prove a point?
Anyway, thank you, Jax. I can see Rhoda. Rhoda, how are you? And so many panelists who have been here before, and Nelson and Joanne, who is giving some very nice contributions. Thank you very much. Jake, one thing I want to say is that personally, I believe that Uhuru and Ruto are working together. This is the greatest political conspiracy in modern times. And Azimio, they're just buying into the game. This game has gone on for a long time. And the only political leader who came close to probably say that there's something fishy going on was Babu Owino. But he is still confused, just like many of us. The reason why Uhuru and Ruto differed is so unknown. It is something that it's something that is beyond our imagination. I've tried to think why these people are differed politically, but the more I keep on thinking, the more I'm thrown into the deep end. There was no any reason why Uhuru and Ruto differed. There's no reason. The only reason why they are differing politically in public is to send this the Mzee Raila Odinga home, and to show Kenyans, the ping pong game. The ping pong game, for me, Uhuru, I want unity in the country, yes. But I will technically hand over power to Ruto without any Kenyan knowing that this thing was, politically arranged. So this thing will be going on and on and on, and we've been lied to. That is my opinion. You could have your own opinion. But I want somebody to tell me a good reason why Ruto and Uhuru differ politically. There's no reason. I have tried to look at all the reasons. Corruption is not a reason. So don't tell me about corruption. Uhuru's government was corrupt. When Raila and Uhuru joined hands, the government became more corrupt. Yeah, there was nobody to check the government. And I've seen people from from Nyanza are saying that they bear the biggest burden to change political destiny of Kenya. You don't bear any burden to change any political destiny, while you cannot stand up when your own counties are being looted. Your own counties are being looted back at home. They have got nothing to show in terms of development. in terms of industrialization, what Raila stands for, there is nothing to show back at home. Zero. Charity begins at home. You should show us examples of good leadership from your backyard. That is how it works. Nelson, we are conversant about the politics happening at home. We get news real time. We send money. We know the problems that affect each and every Kenyan. Sometimes we have got even more information than even the person on the ground. So saying that people in diaspora don't know really what is happening on the ground is a misinformation to the general public. We are very much aware of the political situation. I kept on saying that there is no way that people are going to march into State House. People differed with me in this channel. They call me names. There is practically no way that you are going to storm State House. Even if you are to visit State House peacefully today without any kind of demonstration, there is a protocol. You have to be invited to go to State House. You cannot just go as an ordinary citizen and say, hii nyumba ni yenyu. Ni yenyu na nani? Ni yenyu na nani? You have to be invited to State House to go to State House. Mambo ya kusema ati, oh, we are going to die. You are going to die, yes. If you are going to die, watoto wako wakabaki mayatima, wewe utakuwa umeenda. How many people fought for this country? So many people. Everything that Raila is agitating for today can be fought in parliament. And look at how fast the game has shifted in less than 72 hours. Now you are not going to storm State House. Now you are going 5 people to send a memorandum to the president. You are going diplomatically to Harambee House to give the president matakwa yenyu. You are going to State House, kupatia watchman sijui nini. I mean, hizi upuzi zote tuliwaambia, they cannot happen. This government was elected legitimately. And more so, one of Baba's closest lieutenant, Joe, today said, you lost elections. There is nothing about it. Have you ever seen Peter Kenneth talking about this election? Have you ever seen Charity Ngilu talking about the same election? You talk about the server. You know what was asked at the Supreme Court by Smoking Wanjala? Yes, elections are held at the ground. At the ground, forget about the server. Pale kwa police station huko Shago Kwenyu, results ya president inapiniwa namna hii. In the 250 constituencies, give us any evidence of discrepancy between the results at the 250 constituencies and the one that were being shown on the portals. You are the agents at that particular ground. Tuambie, hey, mimi kwa hii polling station ya darasa fulani, kura yangu ilikuwa ni 2,000, lakini ile iko hapo kwa portal, tumepatiwa 2,000, na ile ililetwa Bomas ni 300. They didn't have that evidence. And that was the most crucial evidence. And if they had gone Okiya Mtata's way, although Okiya Mtata was not admitted, Okiya Mtata had advised Baba and his team that I have got evidence that you can prove in court, because he has been in the system and he knows how the system works. This is what you need to prove in court. Forget about mambo ya saba. Saba, okay, saba ifunguliwe. You think that Ruto and his team wamekuwa kilala tu, watawafungulia hiyo saba kesho. Then you don't find anything. So what? Okay, saba ikifunguliwa, ipatikane Raila alishinda. So what happens? Give me any constitutional law that says that, president akishaapishwa, kuna mwingine tena anazaapishwa tena. How? So sometimes, I lack a better word, but I don't want to use the word kama ujinga ama nini, ni upumbavu ile tuko nayo. Ni upumbavu. And Baba's close allies, wengi wao sahi, you are not seeing them. Today is identifying himself na watu wale wa chini kabisa, watu wa bunge la wananchi. It is, do you think, for me, I think it's too late. It is too late. He ought to have done that yesterday. That is the thing that he should have been pushing for even when he was campaigning. That is what he ought to have been pushing for all these years.
associate yourself with the ordinary man. Baba associates himself with the elitist kind of politics. That is what has been his downfall. So when we are talking politics, know where we are coming from. We respect what he has achieved politically throughout the years. He has fought for this country. We respect that, but he should not take that down the drain. Down the drain. You can take it within a minute, because the government can also instigate chaos on Monday. That is tomorrow. It can also instigate chaos on Monday. You have got no measures to stop somebody who is a thief and a non-thief in pale mtaani to start stealing from passers-by, or to start breaking shops. Una hiyo measure. You can also not stop government from infiltrating your demonstration. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. At the end game, we are always talking about the end game. The end game, as we said, you cannot storm State House. That is an X. Another thing that will happen tonight, all the political leaders will not leave their houses. Hawatatoka. Hiyo niaye ni kuambie for free. Hakuna mtu atatoka ati anaenda demonstration sijui wapi. They will be stopped, because these demonstrations are not peaceful. They are not peaceful. There are people who are out there. I've seen clips of people selling stones. I don't know whether you have seen people selling stones in Kisumu. Stone ni mbao, ready for demonstration. So what if it is peaceful? Then why are his supporters carrying stones? So some of these things you have got no control. You have no control of Mzalendo carrying a gun or shooting someone in the demonstration. You have no control over police who is a KK supporter shooting an Azimio supporter. There are things that you don't have control. Utaambiwa kesi baadaye. But I agree, if you think that you can die tomorrow, you go and die. Endo ukufe huko tutakuzika, but make sure umepita pale City Mortuary, ukabooks nafasi yako mzuri, uongee na huyu attendant, akwambia mimi watu wangu watanileta hapo, usipatie shida mingi sana. This country is young. We need to have a dialogue. We need to see how things will happen and how things are going to be changed within this period. Within 6 months, we do not expect so much from a government. Let this government work for the people. Asante Sarah Jakes.
We, I know kuna maoni kinzani. Mtei, kabla nije kwako, kuna watu hawajaongea na walikuwa wanataka kuongea. Roda, allow me to bring these two guys. Hawajaongea. Tony, I can see you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Charles, umesikia maneno mengi Mzalendo ameraise, and I don't know. What do you think, sir?
By the way, kwanza nimeshukuru sana. Congratulations to you, Mr. Mtembei. For a long period of time, in fact, you have been hearing this kind of issues in the social media, which has helped this most of the other individuals like me. We are the grassroots people. Sisi ndio supporters wa Papa wa kitambo, and let us now speak the reality. By the way, there is much to be done concerning democracy in Kenya. Democracy has not been started by UDA. We started democracy from the Kanu era. You pick yourself a history as from how the Mzee used to deal with Moi. Come how Mzee used to deal with Kibaki. Come how Mzee used to deal with Uhuru. Now the Mzee is dealing with Ruto. Let us speak the truth. Wacha tuongee ukweli. Papa amejaribu kutetea inchi na amejaribu kuifanyia inchi mengi. But really enough, tomorrow will mark the hand or will determine the fate of Papa politically. Either will retire peacefully or will retain his state money. Or we don't know what will happen. But tomorrow is a fate for tomorrow. Tomorrow will determine. Everybody is keeping an eye on tomorrow. Even international communities wanajaribu kuangalia ni nini itatokea kesho. Either Papa ataendelea kuwa mwanasiasa subavu ama ataisha kisiasa completely. It will be relevant in politics. Now let us come to bench. Papa mahali amejaribu amefikisha inchi ni mzuri sana. But Papa amekuwa somehow relevant wakati mwingine. Papa has fought for this country too much. Wakati wa Moi, wakati aliungana na Moi, wakati aliungana na Kibaki through nusu mkate, lakini Papa sometimes anaenda na interest zake, si eti anaenda na jamii. For example, me I'm Akisi from Nyanza. We are being included from one region with Papa, but in terms of sharing, when I'm a partner, we don't see any benefit as Tegusi community. We are benefiting from Papa. Let us come now to Uhuru's government. Papa amesaidia Uhuru. Uhuru amemaliza hata amekuwa solo proprietor ya maziwa. Amefinya akina Taima, akafinya zingine ziko tunaweza tuso. Akawa solo proprietor, because if you have Baga you can do everything. Now Ruto amekuja anataka kuelefusha hii nchi, aleta kila mtu ule mtu wa chini ajisikie. Hapa Papa ndiye anataka kutudanganya sometimes. Papa tumekaa naye kwa muda. Demokrasia yenye anaitisha saa hii yenye imekuwa ODM ni gani? Demokrasia ni ODM hakuna. Tumekuwa watu ODM from the ground. I've been the digital agent. Sile kura Papa alisema alipiwa. Tuseme from the grassroots. MCA alipata hizo kura. Alipigiwa na ikasimamiwa na IPC wenye alikuwa officials. The same to member of parliament. The same to women rep. The same to senator. The same to governor. Kwake imekuaje tofauti? Papa angesema watu wote hizo iwe nara and void ifutiliwe mbali election mzima, sio yake peke yake. This is to the reality. Now here comes to maandamano. In every maandamano time, there is a life lost, property destroyed, and wasted time. The economy is now on our heads. Let us stand. Now Papa kuna mahali amefika miaka yake, anasa kukua the advisor to the government. Asaidie ile knowledge yako nayo to the government. If time ya Papa ya kurudi ya kukua, sisi tutairasimisha. And the maandamano ya kesho, by the time Ruto ndiye aongea as rais, wacha tumsikize kama rais. Kuna areas zenye ziko guarded so strictly. Hizo Papa nataka kutuambia tuende na mikono tuvunje. What the result, what the impact, what will come out from maandamano ya tomorrow, which anybody sisi wenyewe hatujui. Let us come to Luo Nyanza kulingana vile nani Gachagua alisema. Even if I'm not a Luo particularly, but I've been included in a region ya Luo as from Akisi from Nyanza. But Raila, sometimes people have, from the region have been worshiping him. Wengi ukienda pale Luo Nyanza, if you cannot speak Papa, you will not get a ticket and you will not be elected. Let us pray democracy where Papa can now have a fresh and a favorable competition in every party. Party na inakuwa kwa mahali yenye sinaingia na singine. Let us support Papa kwa vitu zingine, lakini mambo ingine kama for example, Papa is complaining about the cost of living. Wacha tuseme ukweli. Is it in UDA the cost of living has risen? The cost of living have been rising as the time of Moi. The cost of living, we removed Moi from leadership because of the cost of living. Kibaki came. Kibaki tried to do much, but we were exonerated from Kibaki because of the cost of living. And we are being advised by Raila. Here came Uhuru. Uhuru, even Unga went to 240. And even the UDA government has tried to lower the price of Unga up to 100, around 180, and 85, and 90. And here we are being now misread, mishandled. We are being given a mismanaged information. That hii serikali ya Ruto imepandisha unga, imepandisha au. Kumbuka last time wakati wa Uhuru ndiye atoke. Mafuta ilipanda, ikakosa kupatikana. Mpaka Uhuru went ahead tuona ile mtu wa jamaa mwenye alikuwa ameweka wa mafuta wa rupees. Ilipiti ya msimamishe tiendi ameweka mafuta. Mafuta ijaanza kwa UDA. Vitu ijaanza kupanda kwa UDA. Let us speak the reality. Kwa nini Baba asiseme ambie Ruto vile umeingia ndugu yangu, chenye tulikuwa tunapigania na yeye ni moja, jaribu kulower the living standards of people ndio raise their standards. Lakini ikiwa kama hali anatuambia hii serikali imeongeza unga, imeongeza lini? Imeongeza sukari lini? Inateremsha, siyaseme imeteremsha. Unga ijaanza kuongeza. Papa ndiye anapeana mtungi wa gasi. Kuna huyo jamaa ameongea hapa, tuseme ukweli. Mtungi wa gasi ukiwa na cost high, the same case gasi itakuwa high. Mtungi wa gasi ukikuja shilingi 300, gasi pia inakuja shilingi 300. So the expensive matter comes from the manufacturer and the raw materials sina napata. Wacha tuseme ukweli. So maandamano ya kesho, mimi I support maandamano, but I don't support maandamano ya kesho. I'm in support of maandamano 100% because maandamano constitution is allowed. But maandamano ya kesho, I can't paste it in any constitution of Kenya. Because at all ukiangalia maandamano ya kesho, it has got an agenda. Interest ya maandamano ya kesho is not to lower the cost of living. Interest ya maandamano ya kesho ni kumake sure kusabotage Ruto government yake. Ruto government of Ruto has survived around 6 months. Let us give the government of Ruto around 2 years. And we can call it back from even organizing to correct signatures. Papa, what has done for this country for much? Sisi take us from the last, for example, I prayed and I was a very urgent supporter of Raila 2017. I was a chief agent from my local polling station. But what I managed to have, which I can ask by the advice Papa freely, even we saw Ruto being elected a year ago, not even before people went to vote. For example, here, let us have a coincidence. Papa 207 depended on Ruto. Let us be very okay, very open. Even those people who fought most for Papa, they are from Rift Valley. Where nowadays we didn't experience the same fight in this last election. It is because those people who feel about, they were from Rift Valley, not from Nyanza. Those people Rift Valley, they are the one who defended Baba until Baba was given a premier, So let us give the credit the way it's supposed to be given. Let us not encourage kila mtu aongee vile anataka kutudanganya si wananchi. Kura za Papa kusema kweli, kama kusema kweli mbele yangu wenzangu nawaambia, Papa kura alipigiwa Mtembei akapita, it was 207. Tisa elections hakuna mahali kura Papa amepigiwa akapita. People from Nyanza, they register low vote, they also turn out low. Their turnout is low to go and vote. People from Nyanza have been in Kisi in my local, sometimes they are around 2013. But do you know the problem with our people? Wanaenda wanakampu pale, wakisema fulani anakuja kupigwa, wanamsindikiza, wakifika ndani vijana wapigi kura, but come in areas like Rift Valley, come in areas like Central, they go even to hospital. Bedridden guys and ladies and mama, wanaenda wanapiga kura, wanarudisha. Are we doing those exercises in Nyanza? Are we doing those exercises in Western? Papa misled by people who are surrounding him. This last 2022, yeye mwenyewe alidiscipline Wetangura ruka side yake, Mudavadi akaruka side yake. Hizo kura kidogo yenye alikuwa nayo NASA, kama angesiweka pamoja na support ya Uhuru, wapi Ruto angepita? Lakini sasa akatupa Wetangura, hizo kura 200 ndizo zilimpiga 10-0. Those people who loved Baba, what have come to realize particularly, those people who loved Baba, ni ngumu sana kumadvise umwambie Papa ameshindwa kura. Papa should accept the outcome and call off the exercise. The election is over. We are just waiting 2027. Papa should have to give us time. Let us wait 2025, maybe to start petitioning the government. Because the standard of living now will account for the government for the last 2 years. How can you count the government for 6 months as if you have your personal interest which you need to be favored? Papa mwenyewe ndio mtoto yake amechaguliwa register ya East Africa. Karoso mwingine ndio ule. Hawa watu wote akina Mata Korovira wako pale, watoto wao watatangulia hiyo maandamano kesho. These people wameweka watoto wao na familia zao, wakimaliza hata Kenya ikasimama hivi. Papa can have an helicopter which will go a long way up to US. Itamnunulia chakula na maji mletea kule. Sisi wenyewe tutakaa wapi? Those people, let Papa mwenyewe, kama ni cost of living, awe wa kwanza kusimama kusema ile mtungi ya gazi yake iwe ni 100. Thank you very much. That's my take.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Acha nikuulize Charles swali. Zaidi ya yote na kusabahi brother Benson. Naona kuna maswali kwa Cornell na wengine, lakini mimi na swali tu moja. Itaguzia tu kidogo Matiang'i. Matiang'i alikuwa asimame governor, lakini aka defer dream yake to later. Kuna wengine kama akina Charity Ngilu na ambao pia walidefer dreams zao wakiwa na matumaini ya kuwa baba angewin. Kidogo tumeona after elections wengi wakimtoroka. Tumeona hadi ule mshauri wake wa karibu Silas anaitwa Jakabamba ama Jakibamba akimuondokea. Waweza attribute hizo changamoto zote ukizingatia pia Matiang'i imebiti pia mtoroke kwa sababu alikuwa ameanza kufuatwa na masaibu. Wewe unaona shida inaweza kuwa iko wapi na Raila? Ni nini haswa yeye huwa anakosa? Probably sisi kama raia tunaona anafaa awe rais, lakini ni wapi yeye ukosea? Kama kosa tu kadogo lakini kana mcost hadi hawezi win hiyo presidency.
Okay, to attribute to your idea, to your opinion hapo kulingana vile umeuliza, ile kitu ina cost Raila mostly. Kuna kitu ile inasemanga mchinga akirefuka mwirefu yu mashakani. Raila anachukulia sisi, unajua amekuwa akidrive on our parks kutumia ile shida tunaandago. Akisema hizi shida mnapitia, serikali imewanyanyaza, wacha tujaribu kusaidiana. Yeye akipata mwanya wa katikati wakiingia serikalini, angaliangi hizo shida. Ile manifesto yake for example ya 2017 wakati aliingia kwa Uhuru 2018 akuzingatia zile manifesto zake, ajaribu kusundikiza Uhuru hizo manifesto allies to wale mwananchi alikuwa anamwambia, so interest yake inakuwa juu. Alafu kitu kama kesi ya kina Matiang'i na hao watu wanamtoroka ni ile kwamba Raila anatublindfold sisi kutuambia for example Ruto ni mwizi, and sisi wenyewe hatujaiona kitu yeje Ruto imekuwa deputy ameiba. So tukikuja kulia rais kumbe Ruto si mwizi, tunajiuliza why is it Raila calling Ruto mwizi and attack to muelect? Tukikuja kugundua kumbe Ruto si mwizi, amejaribu kwa hasola yake akapata chenye ako nayo, tunachukia Raila. So Raila should have to speak the truth and the truth should have to decide for his fate. So watu wakina Matiang'i used power, Matiang'i mwenyewe. Those ministers were internal when you find a cast from these other regimes. When you compare to Matiang'i was more worse, but the recently Matiang'i was serving the government in place. Matiang'i alitumia nguvu ya kiserikali alipewa mpaka akaingia personal life ya kila mtu. To which you can compare kina Orengo, kina Sankaiseria, kina Tefoma, the late George Saitoti, kina Michuki the late, you will know, you will record a different opinion from these people in regarding to leadership ya kuongoza nchi kupitia interior ministry. So Matiang'i up to now, when you are serving the government place, you worship the government, you worship your government in this kuletea shida. So Raila, what is up to do? Raila kwa miaka yake yote amekuwa akituambia ile kitu angekuwa anatuambia akiingia kwa serikali kama nusu mkate, angesikuwa anazingatia hiyo atusaidie sisi, angekuwa tunampenda na tunamuinua kila jambo. Lakini kwa hali anafika ana true interest yake, anaanza kuangalia maybe Kisumu. Kama Raila akiingia serikali, hakuna siku anaweza kosa kuingia serikali kutoka mrengo ya nyuma akusa kudevelop Kisumu. Lakini Kisii hakuna, Western hakuna, kila kitu. Kama sahi last walikuwa na Uhuru, si walienda Kisumu? Wakati wa Kibaki si alienda Kisumu akaweka Kenya Brewery plant yenye imeandika watu zaidi ya 30,000. Nini Kisii tuli benefit? So kitu yenye iko Raila ni hilo uongozi ako nayo, watu wamekuja kugundua ni ya upinafsi, sio uongozi kumbe ilikuwa ya kusaidia. Ndio sasa nimekuambia mwisho yake imefika. So ndio determine, angalie vizuri asiive kisiasa, asiishe kisiasa vibaya ama alitae vizuri.
Okay. Nimekusikia. Opondo unasema aje? Unmute Opondo.
Okay, Jakes, thank you so much. I don't know whether you are hearing me.
Loud and clear.
Hello, Jakes.
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I just have some few. Thank you. I just have some very few things to put across and maybe keep straight. Number one, I want to start with some questions that maybe or some concerns that I had heard from some of the panelists some time back. There is this issue of legitimacy of the government that was brought about by Mzalendo. Now, a government cannot be legitimate by forcing itself into the government. Yeah, I don't know whether you're understanding me. If for sure the government is legitimate, why has the government not yet ordered the IBC to open the server so that both the public and the opposition leaders can be conversant that, of course, this government was legitimately and duly elected by the people of Kenya. If it's true, they passed the vote. If it's true, they were voted by the Wanjikus, the Hustlers, the Boda, and all the sorts of names they call their supporters. They're supposed to open for us the servers. That is very straight. Now, Mzalendo also said that there is no way people can storm the State House. I don't think he saw what happened in Sri Lanka. That was just a taste. People have been going to residential areas and working offices of the presidents, and they have been removed from the office. They are there in records. Very many countries have done that. Yeah, there is no way an army which does not even reach 1 million can secure one person or can protect one person at the expense of 8 million who have marched to the State House. So if we decide that tomorrow, maybe those who will be demonstrating peacefully demonstrates to State House, nobody, absolutely nobody can stop them. That place is an official residence of the president and is a public entity. It is not a private entity. Now, I don't know whether Mzalendo has been listening to DP Gachagua. When DP Gachagua has been talking, I don't know what formula Mr. Ruto used to elect somebody like Gachagua to be his deputy. A deputy president should be the figure of a nation. Gachagua should now start acting international. Yeah, if he's saying that the government is I don't know what shareholders, what is a company, and in that company people have different shares. What does that shows? Huh? If it's true, it's a company, then why don't the shareholders contribute to it? Why are they even imposing taxes on us? We should not be taxed. We should not be taxed when those who are enjoying the government are the shareholders. Let them contribute and drive the economy on their own. We should be left out of it. The same term was also said by, I don't know, somebody called Sankok. And this Sankok was just appointed some state job the other day, and is now out spitting some I don't know what. I don't know what I can call those terms of Sankok. I don't know the positions, government positions belongs to shareholders. What shareholders are you referring to? Okay, Mr. Talking about ODM's democracy. The democracy in ODM, let me tell you, a solidarity of a political party. Yeah, this thing was said by Otieno Kajwang the late some time back, but I don't know how people are taking it. But I wish to tell Mr. Charles that a party needs what we call loyalty. All the party members must be loyal to their party. Yeah, you cannot give a chance to somebody who will betray you, like what we are currently seeing in the parliament. Ruto is busy buying MPs left, right, and center. Wiper, ODMs, GUA, left, right, and center. Yeah. This is the same man who wants to monopolize a political party. He wants only Kenya to remain with UDA, and then we will get back to the one party state we came from during the Moi era, and that is something we are not going to allow. Voter turnouts in Nyanza has not been due to the fact that maybe people hate Raila or what. No, it is because of disappointments that we've from the elections. You very early in the morning, 80% of you goes to the polling station and votes one person, and then the results turns out to be something you were not even expecting, you were not ready for. So people have been disappointed in most of the elections, and I think that is why the turnouts in Nyanza, not majorly in Nyanza, but let me say areas where ODM as popularity has gone down. We cannot keep on voting and then our votes doesn't count. So that let that rest. Now, Raila, according on the tomorrow's demonstrations now, people oriented. They are not Raila oriented. They may have been initiated by Raila, but this is somebody whom, even if the cost of living, let's say for example, tomorrow we wake up and find out that unga is 1,000 in the supermarkets or in the stores. Raila can go there and buy the whole stock and leave you there, running left and right and center looking for where unga has gone. There is one man who can wake up, buy a milling company, and there is nowhere you can take him. So it's like he can afford any cost of living. Yeah, he can afford any cost of living wherever it is. So those who are nini wenye wanaumia hapa ni sisi on the grassroots. You go uko na tao kwa mfuko, unaingia unachukua mafuta lita 2 na maybe unga kilo 2 and your 1,000 is over. Hata ujui hii unga unaenda kukula na nini. You cannot buy fish, you cannot buy a simple daga. So the next thing Raila is looking for is electoral justice. Of course, electoral justice matters to all.
Opondo, can I ask you a question? So that we still continue, because I love how your flow of thoughts. Tomorrow we say it's a day where a lot of what Raila has been raising will be demonstrated. Now I have a question for you, sir. Do you see Raila succeeding in his quest tomorrow? Do you see him having the servers open, or rather some of the demands he has? Do you see any coming to pass? Do you see him making it to State House? Do you see him having an opportunity to have the servers open? What do you think will happen tomorrow? Opondo, it's you.
Thank you, Jakes. I think anything we are expecting anything, and everything. Yeah, it's me. Everything is going to happen, and it is going to happen.
Okay, Cornell, I don't know if you have had my question before Pondo comes back. I don't know what is happening to his connection.
Now, I only have two questions for...
Have you had my question?
I did.
Respond to it before I come to Brother Benson and Mtei Jr.
I did, but I have a question from Zalendo and Charles before I respond to that. Mzalendo has a good thinking. Mzalendo is somebody who's seeing far. Mzalendo doesn't live in Kenya. Mzalendo is abroad. But my point is, there is no way Mzalendo can say that people who are in Kenya ni wale watu chwara chwara, yet mzalendo have people from his own locality pale anatoka. Hao wenye wanatuchimbiaga mashimo ya kukufa ni wale watu huko Shago, wale tumedharau. That is mzalendo speaking. Ati hao ndio watu wataenda kwa maandamano. Nataka kumwambia kitu moja. Raila Odinga stands for anybody. Number 2, Charles anasema there's no development in Kisii County. Yet we have a very big road that it heads to Uganda. Imepita Kisii, Luo Nyanza, imepita Migori, imepita Homa Bay, all the way from Kisumu, Busia, Kakamega, direct mpaka Uganda. That's a way of connection. So what Charles anajaribu kusema mambo na wa Kisii, it is yeye aishi mali wa Kisii wanaishi. Amesema vizuri, he was a fan of Baba na ameama na akasema Luos follow Baba like nobody's business. Nataka kumwambia kitu moja, napenda kitu wa watu Homa Bay County walifanya for not electing Kidero, and I'm saying walifanya kitu poa sana. Come 2027 tuta clean up Nyanza. Easy party utasikia for 5 years. This thing unaona Jalango, senator for Kisumu are doing. Hii ni show. You wait and see. We will clean all of them in Luo Nyanza. We will remain with our own party. ODM. Raila akufe leo, asikufe leo. Remember Raila akona bibi. We will follow nyuma ya Aida Odinga. Na kama tutafollow nyuma ya Aida Odinga, hata Raila asiposema we have a leader, we will have Luo leaders. Orengo cannot even lead us. Anyanyong cannot lead us. But tusidharau bibi ya Raila Odinga. Tutafollow the Odingas for the next 30 to 20 years before we get our leader. Mzalendo is trying to say that people who are going to Maandamano are thugs. I'm not a thug. We have a career. We are people who are learned. And tutafika. Charles Jari is trying to say, Wakisi didn't get anything on mkate, sijui what, handshake. Alikuwa wapi? Hakuona. Position ya Matiang'i ni nani? Who put Matiang'i there? Huh? Let us be reality. Tumechoka na kabila mbili kuongoza nchi. It is high time we try the third. Si lazima Jaluo ndio aongeze. Put another tribe. Let's see what they can do. Let us try something new. Not Luos. Me, I don't even need Raila Odinga to lead. Raila Odinga will die. I will die. Nikijua Raila Odinga was my president. Na atabaki my president. Let us try other tribes. Inatoka Kikuyu, Kalenjin. So 2022, after 2027, inarudi na Kikuyu. Let us try something new. And let us be sober whenever we are talking here. Mzalendo now is saying about people who are hooligans ndio watattend. Atatoka pale majuu arudi hapa Kenya. Wale watachimba hiyo shimo ni wale modomogoroki huko nyumbani. Modomogoroki wale wanakunywa pombe huko. Ndio watachimba hiyo modomogoroki shimo. Na ndiye atajua kumbe, by the way. Usidharau watu. We are in Kenya. Tuna respect Kenya. Tuko kwa ground. Tunasema Kenya iko sawa.
You can't allow this guy, my friend here, to mislead and lie to people of things that I didn't say. Don't say things that I didn't say. And I repeat to you. Let me just correct you. You have said that ati kuchimba kaburi sijui itakuwa nini. Hakuna mtu wote mimi namdharau. And in my statement, you should have read my statement very, very carefully. And there are few of us. Unfortunately, you are still with Baba. I am not. We were there, and probably I was deeper down in Baba's team more than you. So I can assure you. And the gentleman from Kisii spoke, and he told you there is something that we have realized in this team. You have said you are going to follow Mama. Hata Baba akikufa. It means that you don't even follow the political ideologies of ODM. There is no party. There is no party. There is an individual that you are following. Even if I ask you any ideology for ODM, you have no idea. You're only following an individual. As a person, you're following an individual. That is why when Baba was in NDP, you followed him. When he was in LDP, You followed it. So mimi nakwambia wewe fuata hao watu unawafuata. I am just asking a question and I need to be corrected. I need to correct a statement that I didn't really make, my friend. If you are agitated, pole sana. You'll have your chance, utaongea ile unataka kuongea. Mambo ya elections and that you'll deal with people like Jalango. Let me tell you for sure, you didn't deal with Koril when he became the MP for Langata. Jalango won with only 3,000 votes.
Tulimtoa akiwa MP wa Langata, tukaweka Jalango.
And listen carefully. Jalango was not the favorite MP for Langata for ODM. You have to know that in your head. It was Amok. You understand? We know the politics more than you do. He was not the favorite. Ojienda was not the favorite, but the people were behind him, and that's why he got the seat. And if you had put your candidate, wale ulikuwa nataka, and Jalango went independent, Korir would be the MP today. And that is a seat that is going to go either way, because I know in the next election Winnie will atasimama hapo na utamfuata hapo. So hiyo ni kiti itaenda either way. You understand? So I understand the dynamics of politics. Jalango understands the dynamics of politics of Langata.
We give the next person to speak, please. We give the next person to speak.
Okay. As you guys come down kidogo, I want to go to Brother Benson and Honorable Bundi. Good to see you, Ashley. I like that you are on. Vincent, asante sana for being part of the show. Now, Brother Benson, take it away. Unaona aje tomorrow, is it a do or die for Baba?
Hey, Mr. Jack, habari ya siku mingi bana.
Salama bro.
Sasa wewe ulinipotelea wapi bana?
Niko hii mtaa.
Okay, to me, tomorrow is to say that is a date with the destiny. So, and everybody has a reason for maandamano. Mimi sikatai mtu aandamane, lakini mimi kitu huwa from time immemorial, kitu mimi huwa nasema ni peace. Peace is very integral part of our life, especially in country. If umefika mahali mpaka that peace has been destabilized na ukaona hiyo peace haiko, it is a very sad thing, you know. So to me, what I would like to urge my brothers who will be undermining tomorrow, let us maintain peace. Let us do it for the purpose intended for, you know. If you know the reason why you are going for maandamano, don't go to a brother shop, steal from there. Don't do something that might risk somebody's life. If tomorrow what maandamano demands will take place, well and good. If it doesn't, we will see the result. Secondly, you know, something that really amazes me here is that we are still very far from being patriotic in our country. I want to speak not from a political party of view, but I want to speak like a statesman. A statesman is somebody who loves his country. One thing that hails us as a country is we are lacking what we call truth. Even us who are here, we are not very truthful with what we are saying, you know, because if we look even the history of ourselves, of history of our country, the political parties have really changed. All these political leaders, they've been on the same side, they've said bad words to each other, they've insulted one another. But when it comes now, they are in power or they're in opposition, they forget about the country, what makes us great. One, if we can identify the truth, then our country will be in a better place. But if we don't identify the truth, I'm telling you, even today, tutaandamana leo na tuandamane kesho, coming next general election, that thing will still be there. And the reason is that we don't tackle the issues, but we postpone the issues. That is. And I'm saying if everybody or anybody who is in the leadership Not only like somebody's a political leadership, you're in office somewhere, you're a leader, you're in your house is a leader, and you identify the truth and we work through that truth, then we will achieve what the country needs. For example, if you look at even last election, we have Jacarera 4, those who are for the Railas, and we have, they say the Chebukati were for the president right now. Who is saying the truth? When you go to the courts, who is saying the truth? Now, we are being told there's a whistleblower. Yeah? And that's now where the problem is coming in. Because we are also very, very, very selective on what we want to listen to. Another big problem. If I'm a UDA member, I will only want to listen to what the Kenya Kwanza is saying. Something that is being said by Azimio, I don't want to listen to. If I'm in Azimio, even if a KK member is saying something that is very truthful, that can build the country, I cannot listen to that. Because I've kind of like decided to make my mind to be very selective on what kind of information I should receive. I only receive what I feel is good for me, and not to get what I should get. I might get very wrong information, but because it's coming from somewhere that I feel is very right for me, I will consume it. And that is something that is going to burn the country. That is not how we built the country, you know. Yeah. So even here, as a panel, Oreba, Charles, I've talked about how Raila is. Remember, even where you are, brother, you're not very perfect. You have weaknesses. And these weaknesses, they come in our lives. We are with them. And we say, how can we correct them? Should we correct them by insulting people? No, that's not how it should be. Let us correct them in a very respectful way. You know. And you were talking about when Raila he took the project to Kisumu. Actually, read this thing, my brother. Be a statesman. When you see the things that came to Kisumu, those are things that were planned in the Kibaki era. Let us just look something tribal. I don't mind President Ruto leading. If President Ruto can lead in a way that Kenya is growing, I don't have a problem. I don't mind another Kikuyu leading again, very perfectly, uniting Kenya. I don't mind that. I don't mind somebody from Mukambani leading. Looking into that perspective, where we bring Kenya of inequality and Kenya of inclusivity. If Azimio is doing something wrong and you're a UDA supporter, stand up for something that is very right for your country, not for a political party. If Azimio is doing something that is wrong, and I'm Azimio member, I was Azimio member, and Jex knows, Mzalendo can tell you here, there was a time we were talking about the bursary of the schools, and they were saying on how Ruto has done that, and I told them point blank, no, it's wrong. It is not true. Because I'm a stakeholder when it comes to education. If something, let us give credit where it is due, and where is wrong, we say it is wrong. And that's how we built a country. We don't build a country by a political party taking sides. No, we built a country by coming together and discuss what ails us as a country and how can we build it. Look at all our lives. We are not very perfect. Even if you come to the president right now, president is not very perfect. Yeah, he has his weaknesses. But I cannot measure on that. I can say there's some things that he has done that are okay, that I will say here, president has done good, because at the end of the day, I'm a Kenyan. I'm not an Azimio member. I'm Azimio. I supported the Azimio ideology, but like if president do something that I feel is good to the country, I support that. And if the Azimio leader do something that I feel, that's something that I feel is good for the country, I will support that. If something is wrong, is wrong. Let us have that Kenyaism in us. Yeah. Let's forget about all these political parties and let us come together as a country, discuss issues. Yeah. I like how people debate the Maandamano, the views that people are giving. It's okay. You know, something that I'm telling people here, you know, you cannot march to State House. You know, that is something you have to know. You cannot, you know, you can, but like sometimes it's not very easy, you know. So, and like some demands also, you know. Anyway, but to me, I'm not so much on on everything, but I'm on much on the Kenya that we want, a Kenya that we can disagree in a very respectful way. That I need not to insult Jake. That is when I feel like I've won. That is not a Kenya I feel we should be having.
Brother Benson, ningekuwa na Kayamba ningekupigia hivi.
Wacha Roda ongea.
Kidogo tu. Tony has been in and out. I don't know if Tony are ready. You are asked, and also Bundi, you are ready. But allow me also to acknowledge those who are following us online. You at our feel like a part of the show. Gigi Man, I see you. Asante sana for being part of the show. Ruth Mwaneki, asante sana. The street journalist, ninakuona hapa. Nilo Saharan Kalenjin United. I see you, my brother. I see William Kamore ako kwa show. Ninaona nani mwingine hapa. Who is this? Huyu anajiita Mr. Who? Mr. William Kamore. Okay. Tony, what do you make of tomorrow? Before I come to Bundi, what do you make of tomorrow?
Yeah, I know.
Or rather,
I've been in and out. Yeah, I've been in and out, but there are a couple of people who've talked, and I want to give kudos to President Ruto for being very intelligent. He knows his politics because the people who've been supporting Baba, some of them here are shouting and saying they're supporting him. He's a very smart guy, and people like the current senator in Kisumu is supporting him, regardless of being helped by Baba and the guy that is here who was a campaigner of Baba in Kisii. So President Ruto plays a manipulative politics and is very, very smart. He knows that 2027, he won't have Kikuyu supporting him 100%. Now he got Ojieda and Kidero to lay a foundation for him to get some points and some votes from Kisii and some part of Nyanza. I give it up to him. A very intelligent guy, very smart, and that's the reason why
Tony,
he
be
doesn't.
able to see if possible.
I think he's in your side. Mine is on. I don't know why you can see me. Mine is on.
Can you see him? People, can you see him?
No, we can't see him. Actually, his view is not going good.
We can't see you, Tony. Someone is asking to see you.
I don't know why.
Let Rhoda take it. Rhoda, say something.
Rhoda,
I want to correct Muzalendo say something before about, you know me, I'm from Central, and I follow the way former president. I have been following former president from 2002. And I don't believe that he support Ruto. That is a propaganda. Uhuru Kenyatta was support 100% Raila Odinga. So I don't believe that propaganda. I'm not agreed with that. You know, like the way Benson said, we must speak the truth, because me, I'm a Christian, born again, actually, and the Bible said, do not lie. So I don't like lies. I don't like lie. I like to be real. So I don't believe that propaganda from Muzalendo. So I don't believe that, because I'm from Central, and people from Central, they vote. 2 million votes were stolen by Ruto. 2 million votes. Watu wa Kiambu, mimi najua nimetoka kaunti ya Kiambu, kwa sababu sisi tunapenda sana Uhuru sana, watu wa Kiambu. Unajua ametoka kaunti yangu sana kuliko makaunti hizo zingine za kutoka Kirinyaga huko, lakini sisi watu wa Kiambu, kama mimi, my family members all they vote for Raila. My sister, my niece, and my relatives, because as we come for the generation of who it's like a curse. My dad used to tell us, you go where Uhuru is telling you to go, go. Where Kibaki tell you to go, go. So Uhuru is like my life, it's my everything. So when people they attack me, it's attack my soul. I love him so much. So I don't believe that propaganda from Muzalendo. I will not take that. I'm here because we are all Kenyans. We are coming to talk the things it's going on. When Ruto, he is not good enough to be president. That guy is not good enough. Let us be honest. That guy, he's not. He is not. You know what he did, the Uhuru government? He destroyed everything. He blocked BBI. He doesn't like our country to succeed. He always negative. He doesn't. You know, people like Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is somebody who loves our country. He is love. He's a man have been fighting for. You know, let me tell you. You know, our people from the central. From people from the central, even though the history, central people, we are the one we have been fighting a lot of democracy with Raila. Even people like Matiba, Kenene Matiba, hata aliuza mali zao zikauza, in their property were still because they are fighting for katiba yetu. Kina baba alikuwa minister of road Michuki. Unaona Michuki, watu wale strong, alikuwa nasema leo anasimama nasema kila Nissan ikuwe na safety belt. Can you imagine? Those are the people we used to value in my religions, our Kikuyu community. So our Kikuyu community, we have been all the time. There is a proverb word we used to say. We used to reason together.
Let me say something about the safety belt. When Michuki said that, he was not very selective. He was saying this to the whole country because the love he had for the country. You know, the safety belt was like for the whole country. It was not for this tribe. It was for not this tribe. So that is something also.
I didn't say that it was the tribe, but he was standing. I'm telling you, he was standing for all Kenyans. I didn't say for the tribe. I say we had people who lead a leadership, not people like Gachagua. You know, people who have a lot of wisdom, who have wake up in the morning with a vision. We want people who have visions, who can say every child in Kenya will have food in the table. You understand? I'm just saying in my community, we used to listen together in the night. Our culture, we listen together in the night. So when we, like 2017, we vote for Uhuru, kill everybody. You know, we went through times. Raila went to the court, and then we lose, and then we went to because every Kikuyu we are voting, even Kikuyu live in Rift Valley, even Kikuyu live in Kisumu, because we have a Kikuyu as well that live in Kisumu. So in fact, me have been very happy because Kikuyu and Ruo, we have been very united than before. I remember Mzee Jomo Kenyatta when he was in Kisumu 1962. We had some quarrel, but I'm happy we have been very, very good. We have been very united with the Luo. So I don't have problem. Thank you.
Okay, Bundi, what do you say? Do you see tomorrow as a do or die for Raila?
Yeah, first of all, I want to confirm to anybody who is missing kesi that hatujui kitu tunafanya. Kitu ya kwanza nataka nikuambie Kisii ni ni kaunti ndogo lakini ina mapato mengi sana. Kisii County ndio ina serve Nyamira County, actually ndio ina serve Homabay County, Migori County and a part of Bomet County, because Kilgori iko part of Bomet and Narok County. So, and this is where you can get all banks in Kisii County. Hata wale waindi wa Kisumu wanafanya biashara kubwa kubwa. Actually, they live in Kisii. So we mean a lot, and we bring a lot of revenue in our country, and that's where I come from. Now, I want to advise one who is celebrating, like some people have wamekucha Ruto ni mtu ako waisi, sijui ameleta watu. My friend, I don't know whether one of us here mwenye alikuwa anaenda shule kama amekanyaga chini na miguu akang'ang'ana akang'ang'ana sangina nasomba kama mimi nilikuwa nasomba mahindi na bunda mpaka nilipe school fees until nimalize. I went to my college, I got my job, I started to get friends before I got my first salary. Wakati nimepigia marafiki yangu simu na Marira tukwambia nimepata kazi. So Ruto, these people wote wamekuwa kwa Raila, wote wamekuwa Simio. Ruto ametangazwa, wamemfuata. What does that mean? They are after something. Si ati wanampenda. So Ruto and whoever supporting Ruto should not celebrate. Another thing here, Papa walienda uchaguzi. Papa wanted free and fair election. Hakutaka kuipa kura haitwe raisi aishinde kitu yenye aliiba. Hiyo ndiyo alikataa. Ndio watu wanasema alikuwa na state, alikuwa na machinery. So what? Alikuwa na machinery aenda ibe kura? It is simple question. It is very simple. Before kura sitangazwe, almost 30 constituencies asikuwa zimetangazwa. It is true. I like how Benson ameweka mambo yake kwamba wacha ukweli iitwe ukweli. So around 30 constituencies zimetangazwa. Another thing here, open the server. Let us know sile kura zimetoka kwa tallying, zimetoka kwa constituency level, kama ndio zimewekwa kwa server. And they ignored. And we got a letter from a farm yenye menstore those servers ati tukigusa hizi server sitaripika. So what? Singeharibika, lakini ukweli chulikane, Wakenya wanunue wengine. It is around 30 billion. Now tell me how many things are going to, how many ni pesa ngapi watu wanaenda cruise? Because wewe mko hapa, let me tell you, because mimi niko hapa na mimi ni mwanasiasa wa hapa Nairobi hapa. Na mimi nilishindwa kura kwa sababu ya kusema ukweli. Wakenya hawataki mtu anawaambia ukweli. As Benson said, wewe ukisema ukweli useme mimi nitafanya hii yenyewe sitafanya. Ukiulizwa ati ufanye hii, hakuna haja mimi nisimame nidanganye, mimi nitawaletea hii, nitatoa wapi? You have to say the truth. The amount nitapewa ni hii ya serikali, I try to give. Sasa ili kusema ugongo, I think that's why I lose. Nililose na kura 7 peke yake kwa sababu ya kusema ukweli. So yule anasema ati hii kusucceed, hii mambo ya kesho wacha nikueleza sasa. Nairobi imejaa tayari, Ngong Road imejaa, everywhere imejaa, outer ring kumejaa people. So mimi naongoja around 2 hours hivi ni fire basangu nielekee. We are going there. We are not going to fight Ruto. We are going to make our sound heard. Tunaenda kupiga kelele, mambo yetu isikizwe. Na kama kweli wako na hakika, kama wako na ukweli, mbona wasema hapana, wewe Raila unataka nini sava? Wacha tufungue, ndio hii fungua, linganisha, haya chuo ukweli. They know something. They know something. So we are for it. No, kuna mtu anataka kuuza mali ya mtu, and I don't know kwa nini wameweka Martha Karua house arrest, and I like what Raila has done. Raila amewachia simu Karen, Kalonzo amewachia simu, Male amewachia, wameshinda kuturagi simu. The man is sleeping somewhere. I don't want to say it. So Papa knows what he's doing. I'm not going to disclose, but we know where is he. Yeah? Anatakuwa kwa mkutano, watamuona kama mfua, lakini wako Karen kwa mrango, but he's not there actually. So if you have that, kuna wanachezi, and it's going to be difficult, I can tell you. And let me announce here, yule anasema ati wale watu wanaenda ni watu hawajui kitu wanafanya. My friend, mimi hapa nimelala hapa ni kwangu. I'm not paying rent. Outside here I have a big car I'm using. So mi si mtu bagara, and I'm earning good money, but I'm going, wacha tukufe wachache, wengine wapaki, Kenya ipate haki. Miaka inakuja because tuko na wachukua. We cannot have a country whereby tunaenda election, yani mtu mmoja ambao ni IPC na wawili watatu wanakaa kwa fulani wana decide. Let people decide. And huyu Raila wanasema and some of us, we even this social media now, Mtembei TV here, we have this freedom because of that man. Some people who came here saying ni wale wamepinga katiba, the same katiba ndio wanatumia kubadilisha chama vile wanataka, UDA, URP and so on and so forth. Papa may not be 100%, but among the truthful person, he has tried to do what he has been doing. Sahi hata wale watu mko nje, you don't know what awaits you. I have readers, sister, I have readers in America. Kidogo tu 1 minute. Sahi unakatwa tax pale, pesa yako ikiingia hapa inakatwa 30%. So how are you going to work? How are you going to develop our country if we are not going to receive your money, my brother Musarendo? Because sitafika hapa sikatu na sikitakatu asimefanya nini? Simeenda wapi? Secondly, how do you feel when we have a country, we have an organization called NHIF, inakata pesa wafanyikazi wa serikali, unakata part of the workers, kama sasa police officers, wanachesi na wengine kidogo na wengine unaweka kwa individual company na ni kitu iko na public domain. You are Musarendo, call any of your police officers, any of your friend, ask him. Ameweka CIC, it is his company. Angalia, he went out of he sneaked out of the country. Actually, akaenda kakata all suppliers wa mafuta. Ndio maana alikata subsidies. Hii subsidy akikata, wakati alikata nteni, maisha ingekuwa afadhali. Na wale watu they are not supplying fuel, ni yeye amesign contract na Ethiopia. And that's what happening. For how long? Lastly, we cannot have a country whereby you are a president. Yes, alishoa tunamuita rais na deputy president. Mkiamuka asubuhi ni kutukana mtu wa opposition. Mkiamuka asubuhi ni kutukana former president. Surely, when you saw Kibaki came in, the country was doing very bad. But there is no another day Kibaki alifungua mdomo akatukana nani Moi. He went on, he did his work, and the economy was doing very well. Uhuru came, and there was a issue on election issue. Whatever happened. Uhuru si Teresa, hii nchi itaenda vibaya, I have to calm down. Ikaenda chini. Yule mwenzake alikuwa anamsaidia, he started campaigning. So vile alianza campaign on first month, vile wameshinda mura ya pili, is the same thing happening. So miezi sita si kidogo vile wanasema, sisi wanafanya vile alifanyia Uhuru, wacha iendelee. Tuko na maaskari Kenya is less than 1 million, but I can assure you wale wako njaa is over 15 million. State House marching is real. Thank you.
Tony, now I can see you.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm not going to stay for long because I've been waiting for so long. What I was saying that kudos to the president. He's a very smart politician. Right now, he's managed to talk to the Senator Giada and some people who've been supporting Baba before to be in his camp to support him tomorrow, which means he's already getting ready for 2027. Somebody like Mzalendo was a great supporter of Baba. There's a gentleman here that is from Kisii, supported Baba. And before there was a guy called Nelson. He's like a guy from Nyanza, but you can tell already he's already playing with their mind and he's already winning them. So he's a very smart guy. Give it up to him, which means even if Central will not support him, he's going to have Western and Kisumu and Nyanza, especially the stable Kisii. Kisii community, they're very, very stable. I thought they are very aggressive, but they're very unstable politically. So which means 2027, the president is going to dump guys from Central and he's going to get Mudavadi or Sakaja in a goal to kick Central people out of leadership. So about today, Baba yesterday when he spoke in, I think, was it Citizen? He talked about just giving a paper to the office or the state house. You understand those places are protected, but I asked why did he change his mind? He changed his mind because he didn't have any option. Because the people who are suffering, the men who are suffering, they've made up their mind. And I was talking to a gentleman that was from another country that have flown to Kenya. There's a gentleman here that said they've already gone to Kenya. When you hear people flying from other countries and going to Kenya and going to Maandamano, that's a very serious thing. So somebody among them talked to Baba, say, whether you like it or not, we're gonna do it anyway. So Baba doesn't have any choice. And then also there's a guy in Jacaranda as an end. There's a young man in Jacaranda that said, Baba, if you don't go, we're gonna go. Now, if you go for handshake, we're gonna come for you also. So Baba doesn't have any choice. It's too late. And already when you hear two people from diaspora in Kenya to demonstrate, it's a very serious thing. And as I conclude, and I said before, personally, I've met Ruto, and the biggest mistake they did, the moment they grabbed the power, they should have shut up and say, hey, let's lead. We got this thing. I'm the president. I'm the deputy president. So they continue being angry. They continue talking about Uhuru. And let me tell you, somebody said here before that somebody is sponsoring them. In my thinking, it's not about Uhuru. Because the moment you scare a billionaire, the moment you rubbish Uhuru as a billionaire, other billionaires will be scared. Other billionaires who are in Kenya will be very scared. I'm like, oh my God, this guy is threatening Uhuru. And Uhuru is the foundation of all billionaires from Central and billionaires who've come from Kenya, from Europe, from Britain. It's very, very scary. Like, oh my God, this person is coming after us. And then also, if you remember, immediately they started going after Uhuru. Remember when Jigi was supporting President Ruto before? Immediately they start talking about Uhuru, you could tell when Jiggy is changing his tone. You know why? He said, oh my God, they're scaring Uhuru. And Uhuru is a billionaire like me. They're gonna, after they go after Uhuru, they'll come after me. So it's a bigger picture. It's not about Uhuru. Let me tell you, the way I feel in my heart, and the scary part is the billionaire scared. They're very, very scared. And people are talking about the dollar going up. Why is the dollar going up all of a sudden? They're not investing anymore. You're talking about Cayman Island. People have taken their money out. In my thinking, I don't have no evidence because the moment you scare one billionaire, a businessman, that's it. And people keep saying Brookside. The Brookside company, I think, doesn't belong to Huru family. I saw an article saying that it belongs to a French company. And as I end, every billionaire is entwined. They do business with other billionaires. A billionaire in Kenya does a business with a billionaire in South Africa, and British, American. So the moment you threaten Uhuru, you are threatening a billionaire in the United States. You are who is doing a business with them. It's not gonna be good because my advice for them, I didn't like the way they took it. Well, they took power, okay. But the biggest mistake, they continue talking. Man, those people cannot shut up. I'm like, deputy president, just be quiet. Relax. You are the president. Relax. Enjoy. But it's just a bigger picture. It's scary. Right now, I'm praying for Kenya because to hear what the young girl was saying from Langata, she doesn't care. That's dangerous. So otherwise, for me, I pray for peace. And for me, I'm asking that President Ruto, I didn't support him, but I know him, I've met him, to take a step back. Him and his loudmouth deputy president, who is disrespectful, I wish it was Kindiki, to take a step back and say, we can't rule this country this way. And I know if they take the step back, people will not be angry. They put the fire. Personally, I had forgotten about this, but they kept on talking. Muganga, they go to churches and politicking. That's the biggest mistake they did. And also, they keep saying at 6 months, 3 months. Kibaki took over, and within 2 months, there was free education. So it's all a bluff. Thank you, guys.
Just before you leave, sir, just before you leave, sir, maybe two questions for you. One, this hard line stand for Ruto, do you think it's wise, and how would you advise it? And then during the campaigns, we saw Mount Kenya Foundation coming out strong to support Baba. We saw gurus like those who own Royal Media and many big people who came out to support Raila Odinga. Now, do you see them having a hand either influencing what is happening to the economy, or what is happening, what will happen to the Maandamano tomorrow? Could the Mount Kenya Foundation, the media, and any person who is a billionaire as per you, do you see them having a hand in what is happening?
Yeah, before I go, because I'm somewhere that I don't want to talk for so long, the moment you scare one billionaire, the rest of the billionaires are very scared because they know you're coming after.
I think Tony is right. Whatever Tony was trying to put across is that we have investors in Kenya.
I'm still here.
Okay, Tony.
I'm still here.
Okay, Tony.
Okay. You see, all the investors, before you invest, you know connection, and you have connection, and you know someone. So the moment you scare one investor, they all get scared and they will stop investing. So that was the biggest mistake they did. Even if they don't do it, but indirectly somebody's doing it. Not even only, I'm thinking, not only President Uhuru, but a lot of them are after this. They're behind it because they're very, very scared. And then also, as I finish, during Moi reign, there was no internet, there was no free media, there was no all those things. Now there's internet. That's the biggest disadvantage of President Ruto. You can't do nothing because internet is free, and that's what Raila has done, freedom, and then also Uhuru get it free. Everybody used to insult Uhuru, so that's the disadvantage because everything is open, open. During Moi thing, you could do things and nobody knew. Now, ukifanya tu hivi, kama leo there's a boy that has been beaten. I don't know if it's true. Somewhere in Jacaranda, it's online. I think it's in Mutembei TV. It's already online. So those things are valuable. So that's disadvantage, first of all. When you scare a billionaire, they all come after, they gang up together. The second thing, the internet is so bad. And that's the freedom that we have in Kenya. You can't hide anymore. People are going to go to ISIS. Thank you.
Okay, Vincent, what do you have to say? One, I want to appreciate umevumilia.
Yes, right.
Asante sana. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chex. My take on tomorrow's Maandamano actually is quite shocking because one, we are considering some factors, like for instance, now we have this man Raila Odinga. He is a man of his words, but actually acting within wrong time, because considering the infamous handshake last time, this man actually went into handshake. Na alipoenda pale, you can't even see what really happened to other communities which supported or which actually was supporting Raila. Na unapoona ya kwamba huyu mtu anaenda akijitafutia, like for instance, we are speaking of tomorrow. This person ameenda pale, amesema ya kwamba kura zilipwa.
Vincent, it is today, a few hours from now, like 4 hours.
Right, today. So tunapoona ya kwamba anajipangia, because I was seeing what he has released some few minutes ago, amereleasha kwamba sisi tunaenda, we don't care about the tribe and what. Such kind of things raises a lot of questions, because huyu mtu alienda handshake. Nobody else alienda pamoja na yeye. Alienda pale akajisaidia, na hata watu wake ambao walikuwa wote walipotea. Sasa huyu mtu unashindwa 6 months after anarudi anasema anasema ya kwamba kuna shida kwa serikali. Unashindwa sasa, serikali shida iko wapi?
I think Anaribu, just call Raila with his name and honorable. Don't say Umutu. I think that will inafaa tupe tu mtu respect.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Okay. Ochuka, it is right. Now what we are saying is, this man actually anajaribu kucheza akili ya watu. Lakini kwa sasa tunapoona kina Choho, you know this thing actually, hao watu walikuwa wanaona everything was well. Ukisikia Junaid akisema ya kwamba hii kitu imeenda, kweli hiyo inakuonyesha ya kwamba these people knew that this thing was theirs, lakini hawakujua ya kwamba this person actually...
Nikuulize, kama kweli ilienda, mbona wasifungue server wa prove kweli, because if they have nothing to hide, if truly they believe imeenda, si wafungue server, because it's one of the demand tomorrow. Don't you think it is wise to, you know, to prove that yes imeenda?
Now checks, look here, tunapouliza maneno ya servers, who is now responsible for opening those servers? Who is that responsible person ambaye atafungua hizo servers? Number 2, if the elections were declared, I think we should ask ourselves, is it the IPC to open the servers, the president, or the Supreme Court? Because hiyo ni maswali ambayo nasikia ya kwamba hawa watu wana raise, lakini kwa sasa tunajiuliza. And by the way, let us come back to the topic. Today, Raila anaenda maandamano na watu. Surely, huyu mtu atakapoenda maandamano kesho, ni nini angefanya within 6 months with the economy ambaye imeharibika chini? Angefanya nini in 6 months? Na anaposema ya kwamba huyu mtu hajashughulikia wananchi, unajiuliza, then he was part of the handshake team ambao walifanya yale yote ambayo yalifanyika. The question about billions of money which has got lost, hawawezi kusema maneno hayo mbele ya watu. They are just keeping quiet. Number 2, wanatetea wanasema ya kwamba yes sir.
Vincent,
yes.
Milioni ya pesa gani ilipotea?
I think you've seen the parliamentary committees are actually questioning, grilling some members. Even the former treasury cabinet secretary. Umeona akikuwa pale akiulizwa the controller of budget, amekuwa akipose some issues, questions. Alafu ya pili tunajiuliza ni kwamba huyu mtu anasema chakula imepanda pay nini, how will you then have food then you don't
Vincent,
yes sir,
just call, ukidharau Raila hivyo enough, just say Raila, don't say huyu mtu. Secondly, Raila ashaitwa mahali yote amebeba milioni. If you cannot call kama uiste baba yako na jina yako, uiste baba, just call Raila na jina yake. Pia Raila
his friend, the former president. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
Vincent, a minute, yes, Vincent. Let me answer my friend.
One moment.
Raila has stolen molasses plan. Was it not money?
Allow me to speak.
No, you cannot be allowed. It is in order.
Just one moment.
Allow me to speak.
One moment. Vincent, one moment. Nimeweka watu nyuma ya tent ndio nimepotea, so I don't know what has happened. Sijui kama umejirusha kwa moto. I don't know what has happened. One I don't, okay, nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo, but now I'm back. I see Bundi is raising an issue with you, and equally educationist is also doing the same. I don't know what they've done, so I cannot protect you until maybe you come out and protect yourself. Bundi probably has a question he'll ask you, but let me talk to this panelist. Allow him to finish. I'll come back to you to rebuttal, if that is okay with Bundi and educationist. But again, Vincent, I urge you to maintain a high sense of respect to Raila. He is someone who has led the nation. So let's not make them feel bad. Let's not make Raila or Ruto supporters feel bad. All of us, as I said, tuko na right ya kuwa hapa. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Checks. I'm sorry for the disappointments, but I was trying to put to bring some sense here. Tunapoona mheshimiwa Raila anapofanya hayo yote, anasema ya kwamba anahitaji President William Ruto aweze kushusha bei ya chakula. Lakini sasa sisi kwetu tutajiuliza ya kwamba utaweka kweli chakula kwa meza. Lakini yeye hawezi kujiuliza tena ile kampuni ya kazi mwenyewe anaishughulikia, he owns the company, and now hawezi kusema, amesema ya kwamba maneno ya cash hayashughuliki nayo, asemi hayo maneno, amesema tu chakula. And now we are asking ourselves these questions. Wakati hule alipokuwa kwenye handshake, walipandisha bei ya
Lakini
fertilizers,
Vincent,
ya
pia
chakula.
kidogo tu Vincent, pia president ana control mayai na nini, na mayai imepanda bei. Mbona pia president asiseme na mimi kama president nashukisha bei ya mayai? Saizi inaelekea shilingi 22, 23, depending where you're buying, even at 25 shillings. So everyone has something they control, eh? What if the president as well, not
my issue checks, my issue is when the prices ya chakula ilikuwa juu for the last regime, these people never went for maandamano. Now that it is reducing and the economy is stabilizing, they are now raising issues.
You see, they're raising issues because one of the things the president said that I will lower the food prices. Probably they're telling him at his word what he said, you know. This is what he said. Now they're even attacking what he said. They're saying, I as Ruto, when I get to power, this is what I'll do. Don't you think they're equally valid to raise that concern?
Now,
Vincent,
now it is for sure
Vincent,
correct to question on such kind of directions. But again, tutajiuliza ya kwamba, you know, sometimes when you are just aspiring for something, you think things are just working the way you think. But again, when you see the reality of things, now questions comes in. What will I do then to actually maintain and sustain the people of this country? And that is where William Ruto found a very big mess in the government, because unapopata nyumba imepomolewa, utajiuliza, what then happened with this? And how can I mend it so that I can continue sustaining the Republicans or the Kenyans? Now the issue is, alipopata ya kwamba economy imeharibika, kazi imeharibika, now what next? Now what next? Sasa anaposema ya kwamba, na aliomba akasema ya kwamba tusaidiane, itakuwa ngumu kidogo, lakini at least tutairudisha. Na swali langu ni kwamba, hawa watu mbona maandamano saa hii wakati vitu zinarudi na sio wakati ule vitu zilikuwa juu?
Vincent, wacha nikuongezee moja. I think when the new regime came in, they found nothing in the account. The coffers were empty. That's why they were shocked to find that the coffers of the government was so empty. So that's the reality, because the people were withdrawing money within 6 hours, 15 billion. It was a demand. You know, it is shocking. Where on earth can somebody withdraw almost over 15 billion, which cannot be accounted? The BPI thing, costed Kenyans a lot of money, and it was illegally on the budget. It was not even budgeted. Secondly, the COVID billionaires have never been arrested under the handshake. That we have this issue of handshake. People came into and earned salaries that they were not deserving to earn. You know, we should be going back. The Raila, the Right Honorable Raila, he was sipped. He could not talk of the 230 unga, 2 kg, but today is 170, 180. So let us appreciate, because, you know, there is a reduction already. The subsidy, 34 billion for subsidy for 1 year, when unaccounted, it was not paid. So now, why is it the Right Honorable now asking for Maandamano only 5 months after somebody has taken office? Already, we are realizing, if it was not rains that stopped for some time, I think we could have even have some 4 months green maize already. But it was because of the rains. Let us understand the calamities of the climate conditions that change. It took almost 4 months. Some of us who planted maize, we were to repeat again to plant, because already fertilizers is 3,500 from 7,000, meaning within a short period of time, we shall have a reduction. Next week, the government will be importing maize that will see us having maize of 2 kg at around 150 shillings or 130.
But
so far,
educationists,
yes.
If you heard what Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president, said, he said there is no maize. So is it that they have found now maize? You see, as much as you'd want to defend them, the same government equally is also blowing itself up. One CS would say this, and then the deputy president comes and neutralize it. The president would say this statement, kidogo kidogo, 2 days later it is changed. Don't you think, as much as you're saying maize will come, don't you think if the statements the president has said, like there is one time they said by March maize will be here. Actually they were saying ziko kwa meli zinakuja. And then when Rigathi was interviewed, he goes back and says that there is no maize. In fact, the maize that is there, it's either in South Africa or in Brazil, but that in Brazil is expensive. So I don't know, from where would you base your argument from? Is it what the government is saying? Is it what you believe is the truth? I don't know. Tell me, what do you think?
Okay, maybe what I can say, remember, somebody say we are giving 2 weeks. You people of Wasingishu County and Kitale County, Trans Nzoia County to sell your maize. I think it was a way of scaring the farmers to exhaust their stocks by selling their maize in that price, so that they will now allow the government to now import maize after the farmers have sell maize, because already those farmers they buy the inputs at a very high prices. That is 7,000 fertilizers. So that is why the reality is I think this is a language of government whereby they are trying as much as possible to tell the farmers, those ones who still have the stock, that to hurry up by selling those maize that they have, because the government has the power to import maize even now or tomorrow. But it is only they still sympathize with those farmers who have not sold the maize, because after importing those maize, maybe at around 100 shillings per tin or 2 kg, and then now it takes to a miller. So I think the people who will be affected now are these farmers who put the inputs like fertilizer at 7,000, so they will be going at a loss. That is why they are doing what you call dilly-dally. I think soon, to be honest, maize will be imported, and I know it will bring down the hunger to even
One question, Kennedy. Do you have a proof of whatever you're saying about these maize being brought in the country? Do you have ukuna ukweli? Because whatever you're saying, kama unapaka mkati, unapaka Blue Band na Zesta. Because whatever you're saying proof na una proof hiyo. Unajua unaongea viutamu. Hata mimi nataka kusikia hiyo. Hata mimi napenda hivyo. Lakini ni utamu tu unatupaka, ni utamu, but yet hauna proof, baba. Are you certain that there is maize coming? Yet mimi, I know the deputy president Gachagua alisema there is no maize coming. Now who are you to tell us here? Who are you now?
Jackson, now need to ask my question. Let us have protocol. I've been waiting. Mwingine ametoka anauliza sasa.
Okay. Bundi, I agree.
Yes.
Ni venye educationist ndio anaendelea and ndio akwa make any submissions, but I'll come to you. I know you have a question. I'll come to you.
Yes.
Finish up with educationist.
Okay. Somebody is asking me to make a clarification of the assurance of the maize. I think from the look of things, if you had Moses Kuria, we have the departments, we have the CSS concern on the import of the maize from outside. And I believe a minister cannot talk just in any other talk, because a deputy president is somebody who does overall work. But a CS is somebody who knows he or she has the budget of the department. He or she is running. So I'm just saying, the hunger now is at 170. 170, 180.
There is some interruptions there somewhere.
Everybody mute.
Yes.
Everybody, can you mute apart from educationists, because kukona mute kindly.
Now I'm saying, as we speak, no subsidy is in place, but you will realize our unga of 2 kg is at around 180. Now, away from 230. So you will realize that there is a reduction already before the subsidy. Now, the deputy president is saying no import of maize. But the reality from the department, from the CS, who is concerned of the imports, is ready to import maize. Only awaits the parliament to approve some of the articles. And that's why in a government, not only one person can just have a mandate to have import. That's why we are saying, even the president said, you will give me just a year to implement some of the things. Because one, I found the government, it was empty. There was nothing completely in the government. That's why he's trying as much as possible
but
to
yet
stabilize
again,
the economy. Yes.
Educationists, yet again,
yes.
They found it empty, but are they doing something to make it generate something, or all they're doing is appointing many CSs, appointing CAS, creating office of a spouse and all? As much as they found challenges,
yes,
are they working within those challenges to improve, or they are worsening it?
Chakes, thank you. I think the achievement number one, we've seen the Department of Education. Already, they have employed the largest number ever done in Kenya. That's number one. Number two, already I've acquired over 10 packs of mbolea, AMA fertilizers at only 3,500, away from 7,000. We are seeing changes before even the covers were empty. We are seeing developments within a year, less than a year. This is now 6 months down the line since these people are sworn in. You know, while people were in almost 4 years playing reggae, doing sorts of COVID-19, stealing COVID-19 money.
I think Kennedy is lying for us because wanasema waliajiri walimu. Wenye wameajiriwa ni watu wawili. Only Kalenjin and Kikuyu. I have a sister pia hajaajiriwa. Yet ako the same lane. Kennedy anatupega.
Can I dispute you? I'm a teacher.
Bundi should say something. I think Bundi should stop because Kennedy, I think you are just lying to us. Let us be frank.
No. Allow me to complete.
No. Bundi, I think Bundi should say something. No. Wewe unatupaka mkate. And we cannot allow because tuko na facts. Watu wameajiriwa ni watu wawili.
Can I respond?
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Can I respond?
Kidogo tu
Can I respond concerning employment?
Kidogo tu before you respond, I just want to make sure if I understand Ochuka. Is it kabila mbili ama watu wawili?
Yes, that is now the right question.
It is kabila mbili because the people ambaye teachers wameajiriwa hata saizi niko na unajua ukitaka kupata ukweli enda kwa portal ya security wale mapolisi wameajiriwa na teachers utapata how many utapata na utaona wote ni Yang'i na hiyo ingine na tuongee na tumenyamaza lakini we should be respectful.
Can I respond please? Let me respond please.
Kennedy anatupaka mkate maziwa hatutaki hiyo.
Can I respond?
Kennedy ana smile paka unaingia box.
Just a moment. Educationists, I've paused you so that you cool down. Cornell, I hear you. I truly hear you. Educationist, I know you can hear me. This is what Cornell wants you to do, to tell him facts, to tell him the truth, and to really substantiate so that he feels he is well answered. Then again, Cornell, I also would wish you allow educationists finish, and then you ask him those specific questions, and you truly bring home what you feel. Honestly, this is either a lie or a truth. Is that okay?
So maybe what I can say, maybe what I can say to Cornell, one, concerning employment of police. So far, the current regime haven't recruited any police. That is out, the way he was claiming. Number two, concerning employment of teachers, it was done as per the counties. Does he tell us county A, for example, Kisumu or Nyanza, is on the other counties? It was done on slots as per the counties, on demand, on shortage. So what is he telling us? That once two communities were employing teachers on behalf of the rest. And it was yet clarity. It is in the public domain. You can just Google how many teachers were given to Migori County, Kisumu County, Kakamega County. Why are you lying on a daylight? Why are you lying? Because it is in the public domain. Just Google and check how many were given slots. They were given. In fact, Western was leading, followed by Kisumu, because depending on and the Kalenjin, depending on the demand, and it is clearly indicated in the system per county. Unless somebody is telling us 2 counties were matched or 3 counties were matched, it was clearly per counties.
Sure.
That is why each county were given slots depending on that. It is very clear, my friend. And let's talk of something else.
Okay.
Don't just say have a perception and
Just
theory.
a moment now. Now allow me
Yes.
to ask you, Cornell. I don't know if you have been answered, and this is what educationist is saying, that it was based on counties, and there is a portal you can go and verify. Now you are saying, I don't know what you're basing your argument on, but educationist says the employment was for everyone. He also says that there is no
now,
kind of police that has happened.
now
So
what I'm saying is there is a portal that you can all check, sindio? Today we are speaking about this, sindio? Na pia kila mtu go ahead, enda uende uangalie teachers wangapi wameingia, na I swear tuko online. Tomorrow I'll share that thing with you, sindio? Tuko hapa.
Please do.
Let us not lie to each other. Hata ministry wameshindwa kugawa. Wameshindwa kugawa. Sasa unataka kuniambia teachers wamegawa the correct one? Huyu Kennedy ni mdomo tamu tu, sweet, very sweet, very handsome, anacheka vizuri sana, but nothing imefanywa kwa account. People are saying I'm bitter. I'm not bitter.
I feel you. Yeah. I know you're one Kenyan like me who wants the truth, and I agree and I support you fully. Bundi, you are saying something before I come to Mzalendo, Emmanuel, Ashero, and Mboro. Kwanza, hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Bundi, there's something you're saying.
Okay, I want to say
just one moment before you speak. There are things that educationist is saying, and they seem to be contrary to what Cornell believes. And I know in one way or another you feel that either what education is saying is either half truth or the whole truth or no truth at all. Now, as per you, I don't want to talk about the teachers. I don't know about them. Or like maybe the appointments, maybe I can talk about it at the CASs and all. Do you think there's an element of tribalism and an element of favoritism? And we were told it is a company, so those who shares will earn more. Do you think this tribalism, in somewhat many reasons, has informed the Maandamano that will happen tomorrow?
Yeah, let me answer in a categorically, like nianzie mambo ya walimu. I want to lapish what Canada is saying that the CEO Kabila, and I don't want to talk more. I just want to tell him one thing. Okay. It is what we call LCK, and the Lopo Group. Wameenda kotini kupinga vile walimu walichaguliwa from almost 3/4 from 2 tribes. That matter is in court. It's coming on 6th May. So what Cornelis is saying is true. Somebody cannot take such a matter in court if it was not true. So the matter is in court. We don't want to talk much. Secondly, he has talked that the tangu hao waingie hawajawahi andika polisi. Kenya Forest waliandika.
That's true.
And
that one is true.
Yeah, and this Kenya Forest vile waliandika, we know what happened. When Kennedy stand here say ati hawajawahi andika, I wonder anaishi Kenya gani? We all know, we are so informed, we know what's happening. And on that one, everybody saw, even Marara saying, just as a UDA member, when you have a UDA card, is adding advantage, wewe kuandika surely. We cannot support such a country like, kama uchaegemea mrengo fulani, uwezi kupata kazi. It was on public domain, mimi sipendi ugongo, that was true, that's not fair. We all pay taxes, everybody anafaa apate ile kasi ambayo inatokea Kenya. Ngine, Ruto was not a vice president for the last 10 years, was a deputy president. A deputy president from 2013 who knew what happened. So when we are blaming the last regime, we are supposed to blame two people. Who are these people? It is the deputy president, now president, and the former president. We cannot assume we get aware a deputy president who then was there na ndiye alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Tenga, tunamuita kutenga, tumetenga. This Mr. Tenga ambao ni president said categorically every 6 months we shall have a stadium. Ilikuwa ni mambo yake, si mambo yangu mimi namuwekea. Tell me 1, 2, 3. No, let me finish.
Just Vincent, allow him to finish. I'll bring you back. Go ahead.
You never saw, he never saw any stadium, na hiyo stadium wakati alikuwa amesema, and Seki was not there. Then you all know he told, ataliambia watoto wetu wapate a laptop. Watoto wadogo, mtoto alidanganya, saizi anaenda uniform 4. Hakuwahi fanya hivyo. Hata tulifikiria pasi akiwa rais ataingia kama amewapatia. Okay, wakati around 1 week to election, Ruto said, nikiweka pipiria chini, pipiria unga itakuwa 100. He knew what was happening because he was a deputy president, surely. As much as I'm supporters Mio, let us try to be honest, because because Ruto is a Karenjin, but he's a Kenyan, he's my president. He's my president. He's earning on my tax yangu ile nakatwa ndio nilipo mzahara. So niko na haki ya kumkosoa na niko na haki ya kumsifu. Kwa hivyo sisi wote, hata kama wewe ni Mkalenjin, wewe ni nani, wewe ni Mkikuyu, tukisimama na ukweli, he will realize, not necessary kusema ukweli atolewe, ni kusimama ukweli, arekebishe mahali anafanya makosa. You cannot keep uwezi tudanganya leo ati nilienda nikapata ati account iko na 93 million. I'm a civil servant on this country. I was paid. If you are not aware, civil servants earn over 300, over 100 billion. So hakuna mtu analalamika mshahara yake kulipwa. Kwa nini mimi nililipwa? So you do want to tell me the 93 million ndio silipwa? Secondly, the Gasawa asked some money for office renovation. It was, instead of 1.5 billion, it was given 500 million. So you want to tell me 500 million minus 93 million is negative 493 alpeo. It was given 500 million. So let us not allow people who are now our leaders to use us is propaganda. Kwa sababu wakati mtoto wa Mugisia ameumia, hata Mkalenjin anaumia. Even the subsidy we are saying, inakata all close, inakati Nandi, inakati Nyeri, inakati Kisii. So let us stand with the truth, like hata tusisinde kama tunategemea, let us stand for the truth. Kama Raila anafanya makosa, kama sasa mimi nasema kidogo, kama sasa mimi nasema Raila angeandamana, hata mimi naenda hiyo maandamano na Pakistan wanatoka saa 9. Natoka nifanye viatu, wacha tu nilisema hapa, wacha niende nikufe kama nikukufa. But wacha tuende tukufe, nyinyi tuwatengeneze. Vile aliumia Maritipati na kina Matiba kakatwa makende, Raila hatujui kama akona makende, lakini wale wanaenjoy saa hii ni wengine ambao wanamtusi kwamba nini. Sasa mtu akoepo kuenda register party, kesho akuja aseme unganisha, achipata akiwa speaker. Mwingine aseme kama sasa Mudavadi sio yona siasa yake, alikuja na kachama hivi ako na ofisi paka kuna first lady office, mpaka wengine hako karibu kuleta mtoto. Yani we don't know. Hii yote ni matunda ya Raila. Lakini sasa kama kesho mimi kama ningeulizwa ningesema watoto wanafungua shule, I think you should have done something. And again, lastly, my brother, when you speak something or oppose something, stand on truth. Don't oppose what you don't understand. Thank you.
Okay. Before I bring any other person, allow me to still honor those who are commenting. It is beautiful that despite the men and ladies who are in the panel list, there are people who are still streaming in live. Thank you so much, Kenneth. I can see you, Okumu Marian, asante sana. Mary Lilian, sorry. Nailo Sahara Kalenjin bado nakuona, ya Naguya asante sana, Daily nakuona, Kennedy nimekusema asante sana, SR nimekuona, Ruth Mwaneki, and many of you who are streaming in live, asante sana, be part of the show. Sorry, I'm getting requests for you to enter, lakini kumejaa. In case nafasi kaingie, ng'ang'ana kulink mbio mbio ndio utajikuta kumeingia kwa studio. To the panelists who are here, allow me to beg of
Niko
you.
na information I want to say.
Just one
Imeniingililia
moment.
saa hizi. Just one moment, naomba. Kuna
Kidogo
information imeingia saa hizi that in town CBD gari za maji ziko 200. Polisi wamemwagwa over 1620. State House wameweka reinforcement ya fence, wameweka ile fence ya singenge, imewekwa reinforcement. Wameongeza, wachana na ile fence tumezoea kuona, wameongeza fence ingine, and that tells you that tuko na holiday hivyo tu. And I think mtaona kwa news asubuhi, reinforcement imeongezwa town CBD na countrywide. Kesho watu wa Kibra, Kayole, Kaloleni, the rest watakuwa blocked, wasikuwe wana access town. That is information tuko nayo, but we are saying to us that is an holiday. They thought we are joking, now it's happening. Thank you very much.
Allow me to come in.
Vincent, allow me kidogo tu, with all humility. Mzalendo has been in from when I started. Emmanuel ameingia, Gashoro ameingia, Gashero sorry, Mboro ameingia, ili tuwe na round mzuri ya kurudia. Si wacha nipe hawa wenye wameingia tu at least waseme mawili matatu. Educationalist, I know you didn't finish, allow me nikubalie tu na kuomba tu kidogo tu, at least so that mtu asikae so long, at least tuwasikie pia. I'm sure they
wacha mwalimu walale Jesa anafaa kuwa darasa asomesha watoto, anafanya nini hapo?
Sijajua mwalimu ni mgani, lakini mkubalie tu, kama anaweza kuvumilia mkubalie tu. After all, Achoka amesema kesho ni holiday, so wacha tu balance. So sijui nimeona Gashero aliingia mbele ya Mboro, and then street journalist akafuata, Emmanuel pia. So nitawapea dakika mbili mtu atupe maoni kulingana na mada ya leo na jinsi unaona mazungumzo yanaelekea, alafu tutaanza na Mzalendo tena, so that tusikae tena sana. Sijui kama ni sawa na kila mmoja wetu. Okay. Gashero. Yes sir.
Yeah. Naomba tu hivi ili tuwe na moderation mzuri. You've been good. But there are so many people who want to come in, and there are so many people who want to say something.
Yes.
Let us just have some 2 minutes of saying whatever you want to say that is important, so that somebody can also rebut. But at the end of the day, we have a conversation that runs very, very fast. If you know, some people are using bundles, bundles, so they would want to hear something from mheshimiwa pale na ako karibu kwenda rally apigwe na tear gas kidogo. So tunataka wapate nafasi waongee, na pia wahimize watu wao wafike pale pale wapigwe na tear gas vizuri. So let us just have some moderation. I wouldn't take much of time talking.
Nimeenda weka mwingine, wacha nifanye viatu.
We kabla uende tafadhali, ametoroka. Anyway, let me just say that the demonstrations are on, just as anticipated. This is not the normal demonstrations that we have been seeing before. Raila, as much as he's calling for his demonstrations to be peaceful, we have seen that you cannot control the human mind. The human mind is something that unaona imetengenezewa risasi, imetengenezewa grenade, mpaka ikatengenezewa nuclear warhead ya kupigana nayo. So anything that somebody is going to get out of his house and do in the streets, that would be up to him. Otherwise, picketing is allowed in the constitution. Just do it peacefully. Agitate there as much as you want, but there are peaceful Kenyans out there who also don't want to be part of the demonstration. So I also respect their views. Even if you are in this panel, we don't really have to be in the demonstration. We have said that there are ways of addressing issues And I think the president came out very, very clearly and said, you know, if you are, if it is an issue that you have, unajua ofisi yangu iko pale Harambee House, you can just walk in and you will not be locked out by William Ruto. The other gentleman who spoke here earlier said that Ruto has managed this demonstration so well. In the history of this country, we have not even seen hiyo Mariam. Today we are going to see it for the first time. Raila has been having his rallies. Hiyo regime ya Uhuru alikuwa na rally mavi inawekwa mpaka Jacaranda. I think we witnessed that. In Kibaki's time, tear gas and lorries were being imported from China, new ones to deal with people of Maandamano. So I think when you are dealing with Ruto, you have to be also very smart, very, very smart. And I tell my brother here that the guy who beat you was in the opposition, was not in government. And he beat you while he's in government. Now he ameshikilia kiti na amekalia. Do you think you can beat him?
Okay. Gachero, what do you say?
Habari zenu nyi wote.
Salama sana, go ahead.
Nimekuwa hapa for a long time nikijaribu kuingia, then go and nimeweza kuingia. One thing I can say, I don't support either party. Me, I can say that. But I support Kenya. And I support democracy. What democracy means, you have the right to picket. But also remember, when you're picketing, there are also some other people. Kama mzalendo amesema, wengine wataki kupicket. Kwa hivyo ukienda hapo, enda tu na shughuli zako. Macha tu where mkubwa wenyu atasema, but don't violate other people's rights. Because Kenya ni here to see what. Kuna wengine naona ni kama wako too emotional. You're forgetting that mkianza kupigana kama vile niliona hiyo upumbavu ya Kiambu, mtu alirusha tear gas, watu wanasema ati wako ready kukufa, wakaingia kwa magari. So we have to be you know, wachani kwa emotional sana. Ati mtu akiona hizo mamariamu zimemwagwa Kiambu na Nairobi na wapi unafurahia. That one is supposed to happen even in a democracy kama US ama France. France wana demonstrate every day. Israel wana demonstrate every day. Right now, Israel, I think they are in the 5th week wakidemonstrate. We have to remember, democracy na picketing na hizo stories zote, we are supposed to do it. But do it in a manner where huyo mwingine umuhamu. Unaona, ndio grievances zenyu zisikizwe. Na tunaona kabisa Ruto ameanza na bad footing. I can tell you that. When you hire 50 CSCS, yani ukiangalia maneno yote, there is some dialogue needs to be sat down, waongee watu wote. But don't go there fighting for someone's to be ati apatiwe cheo yote. You know, I remember very well. It's like some of us, we don't live in Kenya. Juu kuna watu wanasema hapa ati unga iko sijui 250. During the BBI government, I can tell you that for sure. Walikuja wakaangusha unga for one day for 1,000 bob. Ni nani alipata hiyo unga? Hizo vitu zote kama wataenda waongelee huko waseme mtu investigate hizo pesa zilienda wapi. We can investigate now. I'll push for that too. Saa hii unga iko 180 saa hii. During the BBI government it was 250. Mbona tunaitikia wakubwa wetu watu lead kwa demonstration instead of us Kenyans taking it to ourselves? Kama vijana wana sahi wase wa uni wameamka, wase wa Wanyamakima wameamka, mbona tunagojea wakubwa watuambie? Tungekuwa tushaamka sisi wenyewe, tumeenda kwa streets ina sivyo maana na tungesikizwa, lakini tukigojeanga tu wakubwa. Sasa hii Raila kwa 80 my friend, God forbid aanguke, ni nani atatuendelesha na hizi story? We don't see anybody. And then matusi. There is no even point. Instead of talking to each other, we are yelling at each other. Hata kwa hii mtandao nimeona wase wengi sana wako na point, lakini msake kuja kuleta point, anaonekana nikawa UDS sympathizer, anaonekana nikawa Azimio. We need to move from that. We remember we are talking for Kenya. We talk as a Kenyans, but not yelling at each other. You Kenyan, you see what? And I'm happy with what is happening in Kisumu. Nimeona Kisumu wameandamana leo na hiyo wiki zote wameandamana. There was no issue. There was no issue until today wana kafuruku kidogo. But these guys are maintaining peace. Nairobi pia, I'm hoping for that. Hakuna mtu atawasimamisha, na hope hao makarao hata kuja wasimamisha watu, because that's where the issue starts. But let's remember what we fighting for, and then investigate. Kuna msema hapo ati mtu anasema ati Raila hajaona nini. You have to do your thorough investigation what this guy is involved with. Uhuru, Ruto, everybody has their own stake in everything we are fighting for. Kaa hiyo mafuta yote tunasema tunafaitia saa hii, enda usome. Me, I do a lot of research. Enda usome uone those family what are involved in. Wengine wako involved na stima ya Kenya itaishuka juu familia moja iko na almost the whole share ya stima za Kenya. Wengine nao mafuta yote inaingia mpaka kwa airport. Mimi sitaki kutaja mtu, but I do my own research. Iko na shares.
Taja mtu wa airport ni nani?
No, you know, nimesikia hapa watu wasema
kama hataki ni sawa, endelea.
Like I said, hii mambo yote tunapigania. Go and check yourself for yourself. Companies zote zinaingiza mafuta zinauniwa na nani? Hizi familia zote wataenda wakae chini wakule mandazi huko, wengine wakishutiwa. And I hate that. But most of them, they are involved. They are calling each other brothers. Hey, my brother Raila, my brother Ruto. Because they know their stake, the stake is in all this stuff we are fighting for. All this stuff. Haitaishuka. The minute we realize that Kenya ni sisi tuko na nguvu kushinda hawa kubwa, tutoke kwa barabara, that's when we're going to have a real revolution. Lakini si sahi. I can tell you right now, people will die, they will sit down, they talk. If we go with the way we wanna, juu nimesikia ingine mpaka bunge la wananchi wakisema ati waende wakakunia kwa barabara. That would be embarrassing. You're not fighting for democracy na kunia kwa barabara. But you need to bring your issues on zisikizwe kama mwananchi, lakini si mkubwa. Hawa wakubwa wetu ndio wametuangusha kutoka 19 kutoka siku za KANU, wote ni KANU watu wa KANU hao wote. Hakuna msee hajaipitia KANU. Niambie ni nani hajaipitia KANU hapo? And then the worst thing, the young leaders kama akina Bob Wino, akina Mararo akikuja nao, instead of taking different directions, wanaanza upuzi pia. Jukaza hii naona Mararo na yeye anasema ati ataenda Karen. That would be the worst thing to do. Unaread atu watu kwenda Karen kwa Raila. Fanya nini? We need to think for ourselves. We stop thinking through the readers. Ebu ondoa politics. Ufikirie tumbo yangu na watoi wangu. Leo watoi wanafaa kuanza shule, kurudi shule. Watoi wataenda shule. As because we are demonstrating. We should also always remember, yes, tuna demonstrate, but let's maintain peace. Ati mpaka biashara zingine ziendelee, watoi waende shule, because the hatred inakujanga kutoka hapa. Watu wanafikirianga ati wengine wanachukiwa juu ya nini? Mtu kama mimi nimezaliwa nikijua hatred, nimezaliwa nikionyeshwa hatred ya mtu mmoja, which is wrong. But wewe umegrow, unafaa kwenda shule, mtu ameanza kukuharasia kwenda shule. Na ni hawa majunia tunazana sasa hivi, unaona venye wameanza kugrow wakijua mambo za nini za everything through TikTok na my internet. The hatred starts there, and then tukikuja hapa kwa mtandao nasikia watu wakijiita invite tribalism na nini. Wachani na hiyo upuzi bwana. Tukumbuke si wote ni wa Kenya. Let's talk about issues. Tukiongea issues, utaona Kenya itaenda sawa. Na nakwambia Kenya itaikuwa sawa mpaka wase wote wako hapo wametuzunguka watoke, because the real heroes of Kenya, they are not there. Nobody wewe niambie Dedan Kimathi, watu kama hao wako wapi? Watoto wao wako wapi? Lakini tuna wale wabeberu walitoka wakaachia wakaachia wale watalinda mali zao huku, ndio wanatuambia vile tutasema. The minute we kick all these people out and we negotiate among ourselves kama tunafanya saa hii kwa hii mtandao, which is very good, we'll go very far. Trust me guys. Let's not stop being emotional. Let's try to reason like Kenyans. Na kesho tukuwe na siku njema, and then mimi sitakuwa huko maandamano. I can say no, because I can see where we are heading. March to State House, I can tell you that for sure. Hapo ukitaka kuonana na your maker ni tomorrow. But go to Nairobi. Forget about going to State House. Wacha hao waende. Hao wataenda wasalimiana. Silisikia hata I was happy when Raila alisema that tumase waenda wapeleke hiyo nini yao, which is good, but don't set other people's kids over there unless watoi wako wako involved. I will tell you, go forward and take that. But Raisi anafaa awapatie ruhusa waandamane. They've been on these meetings for all these times and we haven't seen any issues. I don't think tomorrow it should be the starting point ya hizo issues za kupiga mabusiness za watu.
Okay.
I'm suffering as other Kenyans, nakula unga ya expensive, napata mafuta ya expensive. Hakuna mahali inaandikwa ati hii ni ya UDA ama hii ni ya Azimio ama hii ni ya nini. It's all Kenyans who are suffering.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys. Good
Asante
good
sana.
talk. Yeah.
Na Gachero, I hope umefurahia jinsi Mani wamefika leo.
Before you say something, tumpige tu makofi, appreciate. Naomba tu hata kama tuinue tu mkono tuseme ameongea point. Naomba.
Okay.
Ameongea point yenye imebeba watu wakubwa na ublesiwe. Na pia sisi hata kama tunaandamana tumemba pole.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm seeing a very good fan hapo wa Manu.
Sawa, fan wa Manu tunakucelebrate. Naona leo mmefanya ile mambo. Sisi watu wa Arsenal tunafanya ile mambo. So on a light note, eh? So sijui mzalendo kama ana support Manu ama Arsenal, lakini
bana, mimi ni mtu wa Arsenal damu, Arsenal. Mimi ni mtu wa timu ya baba, hapo tu ndio that is the only place we share in common.
Okay.
Gor Mahia tuliwaachia na Illuminati zao. Mahali the only thing we share in common is Arsenal.
Arsenal ni sawa, tuko point 69, tumebakisha tu kidogo. Mechi 10 tu, alafu hizi story tuzibebe. Joseph Geoffrey Mboro. Karibu baba. Unaona aje hii maneno? Acha nikusomee topic. Tunaongelelea fate, Raila's fate with destiny. Is it a do or die for Raila? Ama hii maandamano ya kesho italeta mambo tofauti kulingana na vile unaona? And then hii msimamo ya Ruto, hii kukaza roho, hii kukua mgumu, do you think ita change hii nchi yetu ama ndio itaharibu zaidi? And then do you think Uhuru is involved in this issue? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, good morning. I almost said good evening because you are still during the day here. And I just want to touch some few points concerning today's debate. And I have followed the submission of the other speakers. And all of us, we have spoken very well. And today's debate, everybody seems to be very sober. And it's very helpful. And people are not so emotional, which is very encouraging. First of all, I want to touch on tomorrow's demonstrations, and I want to say that, like just the last speaker spoke and said that it is the right of Kenyans to do demonstrations, to picket, and all that, because all that is enshrined in our constitution. But also, I want to add that as much as we have the rights, those rights are also limited, because you cannot say that you have the right to infringe on the rights of others. And that's why it is very, very important to know that not everything that the politicians say is true, because sometimes they don't tell us the limitations that we have to our rights. So the only thing I have heard the politicians say on the political platforms is all about we have the right to demonstrate, we have the right to go to the State House because it's a public place and all that. But I want to tell the young people that as much as we have the rights, those rights are limited to some extent. Nobody has the right to beat another person. Nobody has the right to break somebody's shop or business. Nobody has the right to attack or to invade protected facilities. And it's very important as the young people, because I have listened to most of us here speak, and I have realized we are all intellectuals. We should be the ones to inform those who never got the opportunity to be educated as we are. We should be the ones to tell them there are places you can never invade. And one of those places are the State House, because the State House, it is the one that shows is the symbol of a nation. Like today we have war in Ukraine and Russia. The last place Russia can bomb is the State House of Ukraine, because that one is tantamount to the highest level of provocation. There is nowhere in the world history. Let me switch off this YouTube here. Somebody is trying to call me. Sorry, I had some disruption there. Give me a minute, I disconnect this. So what I was trying to say is that if you have ever done history or you do your own research, you realize that the last place, even people, when there is a revolution and they want to remove the president from power, the last place they go is the State House. After they have already removed the president or the president has run away from the country. So I want to tell Kenyans that the State House is a protected facility. You cannot dare to go there. You can demonstrate outside the State House. But if anybody, because I have heard the young people talk in Jakarta and saying they are going to lead the way and enter State House, if anybody tries to force himself or herself in the State House, you'll be shot dead and there will be nobody to defend you. The other countries will not defend you. The human rights society will not defend you because you have gone beyond the limit. You cannot invade the parliament. It's a protected area. You can never force yourself inside. You can never attack the barracks. It's a protected facility. You can never attack the judiciary or force yourself without permission. It's a protected facility. You can never attack the embassies. Those are protected areas. You cannot take your demonstration inside the State House. Don't dare, because that is tantamount to committing suicide. And I know very well that our leaders are aware of that, but sometimes because we are hyped and we become emotional, some young people might decide, let us go and try. Don't try, because we don't want to lose anybody. And I want to tell the young people that life is so precious and we don't have spare part for life. If you die, you are gone and gone forever. We will never see you again. So please, as you picket, because it is your right, as you demonstrate, take care of yourself. And sometimes we don't have control of what happens in the demonstrations. One person might break the law, and from there, hell breaks rules. What do? The other thing I want the young people to know is that if you are arrested during those demonstrations and you are arraigned in court, under very rare circumstance that you be released scot-free, before you leave the judiciary, before you leave the court, before you leave that jail, money will be involved. So at least have some money, because some of you will be arrested, so that you can pay that board, or so that you can pay the charges that you be charged. And these politicians will not pay for you. So it is for the advantage of the government. When you demonstrate, they arrest you, and before you are released, you're gonna leave money there. The other thing I want to touch is on the issue that I have heard somebody speak about the employment, and that person said that only 2 tribes have been employed in Kenya. And I want to just make my humble submission and say it is the right of every Kenyan to be employed by his government or her government. We are all Kenyans and nobody should be discriminated. Whether you come from any tribe, the tribe in power or the tribe that is not in power. If anybody has the evidence that the government is employing people through favorism or favoring 2 tribes, we have the laws in Kenya. Please use the right channels. Take the evidence that you have to the courts, to the parliament, knowing that, and also remember, in law, we don't deal with rumors. We don't deal with hearsay. We deal with evidence. If you have that list that is showing only Kalenjins and Kikuyus have been employed, bring it even to us. Here, we will discuss it. And we shall tell the government point blank, you are out of order. You cannot do this. The parliament is supposed to take such a list, discuss it, and make sure that things are done according to the
to the law. We have Employment Act that stipulates very well how the recruitments are supposed to be done in the police, in the army, everywhere. And if the law is not followed, we have the institutions that are supposed to force the government to adhere to the law. And I believe Kenya, to this extent, we have made strides, and nobody can purport to be above the law. If today the courts decide that Ruto did not win, you have no choice. You have to step down. And that's why I said, if Raila Odinga and the team, as they have said, that they have acquired new evidence and they have realized Ruto did not win, nobody will stop them from going back to the court and making a submission and telling the court, we have new evidence. We have realized that what we submitted was wrong. But now we have new evidence that shows clearly Ruto did not win. The judiciary will just declare that the election was null and void. Even now, it is not late. Let them follow the right channels. Demonstrations, let them continue, but make sure it is peaceful. Knowing that Ruto also is a very hard man. The only issue, if they want to talk with the president, I am also telling them, be also respectful, because respect is two-way. You cannot say that I don't recognize you as the president. This is a fake government. Then you are saying you want to sit with the president. Which president? So it is always very good to be straightforward. What do you want? If you're inviting somebody for a meeting, be respectful also. Be mindful of what you are talking on the streets there, so that that person can have at least a heart of sitting down with you. Let them first acknowledge that Ruto is the president who was declared by the IEBC because it is an institution of Kenya. Let them also accept that Ruto was declared by the court that he won fairly. After that, after acknowledging that he is the president, now they can tell him, as our president, let us sit down because we have issues that are pressing. That is the right way to go. Thank you, and that is my submission for now.
Hata wewe tunakupigia makofi. Thank you so much. Street journalist, before I bring in Ashley, what do you say, sir?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much, and I would like to congratulate the previous speakers who have spoken before me. I've been following since you started, and I've been in the comment sections, and I want to comment and say that Mzalendo spoke a lot of good points that I hope if Kenyans are going to go by what Mzalendo spoke, then I think this country is going to go in the right direction. Now, I would want to start by saying that I'm very annoyed. I'm one of the Kenyans that are very annoyed with the action of Raila Odinga and the direction that is taking at this early stage of the government of William Samoei Ruto. So personally, I don't understand what Raila Odinga wants. I have never understood what this man wants at these early stages of the government of William Samoei Ruto. We understand that a lot of Kenyans have lost lives in these demonstrations of Raila Odinga ever since he began the demonstrations in 1977. The only election results that Raila Odinga ever accepted was the results of Mwai Kibaki. But all these others, he has been disputing them. And my concern is about the lives that is going to be lost in these demonstrations. We saw before the previous handshake, many Kenyans, many youths lost their lives on the roads in demonstrations. There were bloodsheds. We never see Raila Odinga commenting about these bloodsheds. Until when are we going to entertain him to cause more lives, to cause more Kenyans to die? Until when? So according to me, the demonstrations that are going to happen this morning are null and void. They don't have any impact on the life of Kenyans. And Raila Odinga is not doing this for the love of Kenyans. He's doing this for his own personal interest, of which even we don't know what he wants. You cannot start accusing a very young government that it has failed to stabilize the economy of the country, when at the same time, in the previous government that has just ended 6 months ago, Raila Odinga was a participant in that government. And when he was a participant, this so-called Unga price was very high than it is today. And there was a subsidy that was put on that Unga. And we never saw Raila Odinga coming to the streets to tell Kenyans that let us demonstrate because the price of Unga was 230. He was very quiet. That tells you that this man is only after his own interests. And therefore, to me, number one, the Maandamano are not, this is not the right time for Maandamano. The government of Kenya Kwanza has an agenda, and we believe that if given time, this government is going to deliver. Because remember that the country is suffering from debts. We are suffering from relying on other countries to run our economy. So what the Kenya Kwanza government is trying to do is trying to run away from these debts and depending on other countries so that we come at home, start working from where we went wrong and ensure that we stabilize our own economy so that we can be independent. And in doing so, as Kenyans, we must understand that there is a price that we are going to pay in these initial stages of stabilizing the economy. Like, for example, we have to endure this high cost of living for a short time as the government is still working on modalities to ensure that things work well. Things cannot just work well in seconds. So we need to give them time. Raila Odinga, if he could have staged these demonstrations later on after like 2 years or 1.5 years, and we see that the economy has not changed, it will be understood. But at these early stages of the government, I think Raila Odinga is being very petty. And to the question of whether William Samoei Ruto is right by remaining firm, I think it's very right and very intelligent. And he needs to remain firm like that. We saw the previous regimes of presidents like Moi, where nonsense was not entertained. We had a very good life in this country. And if we are going to allow Raila Odinga to be disturbing every government that is coming to take place, then this country does not belong to one person. This country belongs to millions of Kenyans, and all of these millions of Kenyans matters. So me, I'm very much concerned, and if Kenyans were Kenyans who could listen and open their third eye, they could leave Raila Odinga to demonstrate alone. Because he is not fighting for them, he's fighting for him to be heard, not Kenyans to be heard. So I'm not going to speak so much, but one message that I want just to pass across for Kenyans to know that Raila Odinga is not fighting for us. Because people are going to die if they will die, if the demonstrations are going to go the way the other demonstrations have been going. People are going to die. And Raila Odinga is going to be quiet about that. Many Kenyans are going to die in this country, maybe in Kisumu, in Nairobi, elsewhere. And this man will keep quiet about these deaths. Bloodshed is going to happen this morning, and he will be quiet. Does he celebrate when Kenyans die on the streets? We know that the cost of living is high, and our economy was ruined by the previous regime through various things they did. So let Kenyans who have their third eye, as Msalendo said, if you want to die and leave your children suffering in poverty, wache mayatima, enda maandamano na ukeuke sheria. Lakini kwa wale Wakenya ambao ni Wakenya ambao wanatumia akili vizuri, waje tujitenge na haya maandamano na tusupport serikali ambayo iko sahihi. Kesho wewe ama mimi unaweza chakuliwa kuwa rais. Lazima upewe support na wananchi na watu wengine ndio uweze kufanya kazi kuhakikisha kwamba maisha ya Kenya yanabadilika. Tumpe William Samoei Ruto na serikali yake wakati wafanye kazi, at least wape miaka kama 1 ama 2, tuone kile wamefanya, tuone uchumi umefika wapi, ndio tuanze kulalamika. Ni mapema sana. Kwa hivyo tujitenge na maandamano, kwa sababu tunataka amani, tunataka investors wazidi kukaa katika taifa letu la Kenya na watuletee maendeleo, na sisi pia tupate wakati wa kufanya kazi kwa bidii ili tukaweze kusimamisha uchumi wa nchi yetu. Unajua, ukiwa kwa madeni bwana Checks, ukiwa kwa madeni, unatipendi kwa madeni, huwezi kuwa mtu ambaye uko stable. Ndio William Samoei Ruto anajaribu kufanya Kenya isikuwe nchi ya kutipendi kwa madeni na nchi zingine. Tujaribu kujenga uchumi wetu sisi wenyewe kuanzia chini, ndio tuweze kujisimamia, hata tuweze kusaidia mataifa mengine. Lakini sasa kama kila siku itakuwa ni kukopa na kuweka subsidy, kukopa na kuweka subsidy, unaona tutakuwa nchi ya kuishi hivyo mpaka lini? Mpaka China wataanza kuchukua viwanja vyetu za ndege kwa sababu ya madeni, wataanza kutunyang'anya mali yetu kwa sababu ya madeni tumeshindwa kulipa. Kwa hivyo tuelewe William Ruto is a very clever president, and whatever is doing for the goodwill of Kenyans. So tumpatie wakati, msia wa maandamano na mambo yake, yeye ajipange, kwa sababu mara hii Wakenya wengi tumefunga macho. We are not going to go with him. Hatuendi na yeye kwa hiyo maandamano. Yeye aende apigwe risasi kwanza tujue he means well for us. Aende akwe pale mbele apigwe risasi kwanza, that you and I mean well for us. So for me, that thing is nonsense. And even if it were happening right in front of my door front, I will shut my door and go to my bed and sleep. So wacha Wakenya wafungue macho na uhakikisha kwamba hatushiriki kwa mambo kama haya ambayo yanakeuka sheria, na tufuate sheria. Kama hayo maandamano yatafanyika na hakuna Mkenya ambaye atapoteza maisha, hakuna biashara ya Mkenya ambayo itaenda kuharibiwa asubuhi ya leo, itakuwa ni sawa. Lakini kama kuna kitu mbaya yote itatokea, Raila Amolo Odinga ni wa kulaumiwa. Asante sana.
Well, hey. We're almost ending the show, and before I end the show and bring Ashley and maybe give the panelists a few minutes for their closing remarks, allow me to still continue to thank the people who are watching us. We have people watching us live. We have Dennis Ondieki, asante sana. Ian Aguya, we bro, ungekuwa hapa ningekuwa nimekupea kahawa. There is Akumu Miriam, asante sana. There is Cosmos Owino, I see you. There is who else? There are many people who are commenting. Tunawashukuru. Let me know if you're still on. Tusijipate tuko peke yetu. Tuma hata salamu Esar ninakuona, Nilo Saharan Kalenjin United na kuona. Eric Obonga na kuona. Just Talk Sheng, I see you. Naona Ian anasema yeye ni team Chelsea. Tulisema sisi ni team Arsenal. Chelsea labda next season. But tunawatakia kila laheri. Tuna nani mwingine hapa? Revolutionary Mind na kuona, Tom Asugu na kuona, and many others. Let me know if you're still part of the show. We love you guys. Thank you for being part of us. Ashley, what do you say to us this morning?
Hi, first I want to thank you, panelists and the viewers, and most especially Mutembei for giving us the forum to discuss the state of our nation. I have listened, and I don't know, I didn't write notes, so I might forget. But the person who just talked about us supporting the government, I want to support the government, but there is a lot of red flags. Like you say, there is no money, yet they are just giving positions, and those positions come with the staff, and it's a lot of money that is going to be used on the payroll. And at a point you have to ask, does this government really care for the common wananchi? Because if people are crying of lack of food, how do you you're telling us to give them time? How do you tell that child whose mother cannot afford to feed them to wait? Not for 1 day, not for 2 days, but you're talking about 2 years. Do you see how out of touch you are, or the government is? You know, if it wasn't Raila demonstrating, I would have gone to the street too. This thing is just being spoiled because Raila is one of them, of those oppressors, unfortunately. And if he wasn't, he would not have tried to collude with Uhuru to make or to favor the election to go his way. How do we know he did that? If anybody has access to YouTube, I want you to go and listen to Babu Owino's channel, where he talks about how they were assured that Raila was going to be president. They intended to take Chief Ducati out, and they were told not to take him out. They were told to bring 4 of their own commissioners. So he admits the 4 commissioners were from Azimio. And then he asks, okay, we have 4 commissioners, but we know the person with the power is Chebukati, and they told us not to take him out, but they told us not to worry, he will deliver. So what I am led to believe from that whole interview is that they intended to make Raila president, whether he won or not. And he even said that if the sitting president wanted to, he would have made him. So it seems that Babu Owino had no problem for Uhuru going over whatever the mandate was to instill Raila as president. And that is where, to me, Raila has no standing to come and now say that the election was stolen from him. Because if he intended to steal, probably also rigged, but was defeated by someone who rigged better than him, then he can't come and now start saying that he was rigged out. So when he leads Maandamano, then he loses the credibility that a person leading a revolution deserves. When it comes to high cost of living, with the revenue that we have coming in, I don't see how, given those CSS positions and these allowances that the leaders have now, and these very many trips out of the country, and these spouses' offices, is more important than putting food on the table, and also making sure that the children who want to go, that children, school-going children, go to school, regardless of their parents' ability to pay. So I really have a problem trusting this government. With all that said, so I wish we would have some sort of demonstrations that were about our needs as Kenyans, the need of us to have food, the need of us to have access to medical facilities and all that. That is a demonstration I would mind. 6 months is too long. Our country is still collecting revenue. So they should have been able to do something, however little, to show good faith. And I see that what they have done, they have assumed the people who put them in power. And right now, the government is concerned about positions. And I think one time when Ruto was hard pressed, he was talking about classism, the class in Kenya. And he was told now he's dividing Kenyans. And I think he touched on a very important point. I know someone here kept talking about tribal. When you look at this case about Jeff, he was a Kikuyu, killed by a Kikuyu, but one Kikuyu is higher ranking. He's a celebrity, and Jeff is just a young kid who didn't even have transport to go and meet this celebrity. He had to ask his mother for fare. So if only we can open our minds, our eyes, and see that this is not about tribe. It is about the class in society, what class you belong to, whether you have money or you don't have money. Because even those Kikuyus being given those positions, those Kalenjins being given those positions, are people of a certain class. They are Kalenjins who went to college. They are still home. They don't have jobs. They are Kikuyus who finished college, university, maybe 2011, up to today, never found a job. And yet they are victimized just by the sheer fact that they are Kikuyus, that now it is time to give the other tribes an opportunity. Well, themselves, they have no opportunity yet. So until us Kenyans open our eyes and know it is about the class and not the tribe, then we will have found, that is when we find our freedom. But our leaders want us to fight tribal, because then they win. Because when we fight for tribe, then we fight for them, and then they continue to sit on us. We continue to live in poverty while they continue to live in excesses without us seeing, and while we fight each other when we should not be fighting each other. I'll end there.
Wow, beautiful. I wish to say that you guys have been wonderful. I'll give you a minute or so to summarize and sum up, and probably even have a call for a peaceful demonstration. Because by the end of the day, if we lose our nation, we have no other place to call home. This is our home. This is where, after all is said and done, your roots are in Kenya, whether far or just near here. You are a Kenyan, and whatever happens to our nation, somehow it will affect you. So I'll begin with educationist, then Ashley, and then Mzalendo will take it home. Then I'll close the show. But before educationist takes over, Ian, I still say thank you. Justus Okumu nakuona, Cosmas Owino nakuona, and the men is still watching us live in our honor. From the podcast, we are able to see those who are live. We have more than 50 of you who are live. Thank you so much for taking your time and being part of the show. We don't take it for granted. William Botha, I see you, and many others. Educationist, go ahead. Educationist Kennedy, it's your time, sir. Okay, as he comes back, amejifreeze. Ashley, you have something to say as we wind up?
What I can tell those people going to the demonstrations is to be safe and to count the cost. Is it worth being shot or dying and leaving your family? Because once you go, will you even be remembered, or are you just going to give up your life for something that is not even worth it? Is there another way that you can make your voice heard, or can you live to fight another day? I would want to suggest that you live to fight another day. So be safe, and if it's not safe, stay home and look for another way to make your voices count.
Beautiful. Mzalendo?
Thank you, Jake, for a very good show. I think today's show is was very important, that we put our views out there for anybody who cares to listen. We've been in these demonstrations long enough. We have lost so many lives. I remember the demonstrations in 2007. They went haywire. And Baba stopped the demonstrations when he saw the bodies in Nakuru District Hospital. If, let me not be the devil's advocate, that Azimio supporters are going to be violent. I believe there are decent people out there who just want to demonstrate and go back home. But there are other people who would want to go to areas that are protected. You can't storm the police station. You can't storm hospitals. You can't storm somebody's business premises. You can't storm the State House. That is a symbol of unity, a symbol of power, and that is where the president of the country resides. State House is not someone's bedroom. Sio bedroom unaweza ingia, na hata kama ni bedroom unaingia na kubisha. You cannot just walk into State House. So be careful. If you have a loved one out there who is really burning to go for this demonstration, I urge them to go there peacefully. But if you are not sure whether this guy will be able to conduct himself or herself peacefully, just stay at home. But my advice to you is that this demonstration might turn chaotic at some point. So you young lady who is now dressing up to go for a demonstration, you have got young children out there, and you don't know whether the police out there are going to use live bullets. Kesi itakuwa ni baadaye, wewe utakuwa umezikwa, bei ya unga itakuwa bado ile ile, ama itakuwa imeshuka ama itakuwa imepanda. Uhuru Kenyatta will still be in power. Raila will still be in his palatial home hapo Karen. Wewe utarudi pale kwako Kibra na watoto wako. Maisha yako haitakuwa imebadilika hata siku moja. So if these demonstrations was being held by somebody outside the political circles, I would have supported demonstrations by the comedian Eric Omondi. That one I would have supported 100% because he's genuine. He buys ungas from a local grocery store, other like any one of us. But for somebody like Raila, bado hata najua kuna supermarket inaitwa Tuskys ama Uchumi, wanajua bado iko still in operation. They even don't know njia ya kuenda supermarket ni wapi. So let us be very careful when we follow these political leaders blindly. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you so much, our viewers. We have to wrap this up. I've been here for the last 5 hours. Well, we were just trying to make sense of what is happening and trying to build our nation, either by our words and by our feelings. By the end of the day, the views stated in this station basically the voices of Kenyans. Those who support, those who don't support, but we come here to say what we feel this needs to be done for our nation. Mtembe is not pro-UDA, he's not pro-Azimio. This show is for all of you, and that's why we invite you all, whatever affiliation you fall for, what affects us all must be said in this show. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you for the many other people who came in, Mzalendo, Educationist, Vincent. They were many. Thank you so much. I had Shadrach Langs in the show. I had Bundi in the show. I had Cornel Ochuka in the show. I had Nelson in the show. I had Mtei Jr. in the show. I had many people in the show. And I'm so grateful. I am one man who is happy that Kenyans had the opportunity to speak. Now, even as we wrap up, please bear in mind that we need you. Your life is important. Whether you feel aggrieved or not, your life is important. I wish you all the best. Those who are waking up to go protest, I wish you all the best. Please do it responsibly. You are able to do it so well. Thank you so much. May God bless Kenya. May God keep you. May God do you well. For the brothers and sisters away from Kenya, keep us in your prayers. We wish you well. Keep us in our thoughts as well, in your thoughts rather, and may God remember our nation. Shalom, people. Goodbye, bye, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Justice, the worship of the friend.